Chapter 568. It was clearly Zhao Lingxian's first time, and her movements were very rusty. Although she did her best to bite Qin Feng, she still hurt him a few times. Qin Feng didn't mind at all. In fact, Zhao Lingxian's inexperience made him even more excited. At first, Qin Feng suspected that Zhao Lingxian was a prostitute. Although he was excited, he felt more uncomfortable. Now that all the misunderstandings had been resolved, Qin Feng didn't have any burdens. He hugged Zhao Lingxian tightly, and the two of them rolled around on the large bed. Qin Feng was very energetic, and he only stopped after 3 hours. Zhao Lingxian was so tired that she was panting. She lay in Qin Feng's arms and didn't even have the energy to speak. Qin Feng had wanted to take over Zhao Lingxian's body for a long time. Now that his wish had come true, Qin Feng was very happy. Seeing Zhao Lingxian so tired, Qin Feng's heart ached. He quickly took out a blood qi pill and fed it to Zhao Lingxian. After eating the blood qi pill, Qin Feng prepared to let Zhao Lingxian rest. However, Zhao Lingxian, who had eaten the blood qi pill and laid on the bed for a while, seemed to have changed into a different person. She started to take the initiative to make love to Qin Feng. Qin Feng once again did battle with Zhao Lingxian. This time, Zhao Lingxian was incredibly brave and ferocious. She used 10 or so different positions to continuously ask for him. The originally cold and aloof Zhao Lingxian had become incredibly flirtatious and thirsty. Although Qin Feng felt a bit confused, he liked it very much and satisfied Zhao Lingxian again and again. The fight lasted until noon. Zhao Lingxian lay in Qin Feng's arms with a satisfied expression. She thought about her crazy actions just now, and her face was so red that it seemed like water would drip from it. Xian Er, congratulations on breaking through to stage 1 inner qi and becoming a martial artist. Qin Feng played with Zhao Lingxian's breasts. He felt the change in Zhao Lingxian's aura and knew that she had successfully broken through during the fight just now. Zhao Lingxian was a member of the upper class, so she knew that martial artists were a rare group. Zhao Lingxian also knew that Qin Feng had become a martial artist a long time ago. However, she couldn't understand why she had become a martial artist after doing it with Qin Feng twice. Qin Feng, are you serious? You're not allowed to lie to me in the future. Zhao Lingxian acted coquettishly in Qin Feng's arms. It wasn't that Qin Feng hadn't seen beautiful women before. After all, he was Acropolis City's #1 hedonist. However, Qin Feng discovered that Zhao Lingxian, who had lost her virginity, seemed to have changed into a different person. She couldn't help but exude a seductive aura. Her originally cold and aloof appearance had also become charming. Just a blink, a pout, and even a frown were all so charming. The fire in Qin Feng's belly suddenly erupted, and he almost pressed Zhao Lingxian down and made love again. Zhao Lingxian sensed Qin Feng's restlessness and looked at him in shock. Why, you're not going to do it again, are you? Just let me go today. My bones are about to fall apart because of you. Zhao Lingxian started to act coquettishly in Qin Feng's arms again. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He found that Zhao Lingxian had changed. She had become more seductive and seductive. She was even more seductive than by Qin, Lin Bei Bei, Su Qiuyu, and Han Ying. Qin Feng subconsciously tightened his grip on Zhao Lingxian's chest. Zhao Lingxian suddenly let out a coquettish cry and hurriedly swatted Qin Feng's hand away. She clutched her chest and complained, "What are you doing? You almost crushed me, as expected of the #1 hedonist. Why are you so perverted?" Qin Feng didn't dare to look at Zhao Lingxian's expression. He was afraid that in the next second he would press her down again. Qin Feng suddenly discovered that his willpower had become extraordinarily weak. This change was something that Qin Feng couldn't understand. "Qin Feng, you haven't told me yet. How did I become a martial artist?" Zhao Lingxian saw that Qin Feng was in a daze and hurriedly shook his arm. Qin Feng didn't dare to look at Zhao Lingxian. Even now, when he heard her voice, he was a bit excited. Xian Er, the medicinal pill I gave you earlier is called the blood qi pill. It can help a normal person break through and become a martial artist who cultivates inner qi. You've successfully broken through and are now a stage 1 inner qi martial artist. This is a martial arts secret manual. When you're free, you can follow this to cultivate. Qin Feng gave a copy of the martial arts secret manual to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian curiously flipped through the secret manual. She felt like she was dreaming. Although Zhao Lingxian had known for a long time that there were mysterious martial artists in China, now that she had also become a martial artist, Zhao Lingxian couldn't quite accept this change. After flipping through the secret manual for a while, Zhao Lingxian seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly pouted and charmingly looked at Qin Feng. I know that medicinal pill isn't just for breaking through. It's also an aphrodisiac, right? Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Lingxian's pretty face and almost pounced on her. Qin Feng hurriedly calmed himself down and didn't dare to look at Zhao Lingxian again. Why would I do such a perverted thing? This blood qi pill is used to break through, and it's very precious. How can you compare it to an aphrodisiac? Zhao Lingxian thought about the changes in her body. She felt her body heat up and really wanted to do that to release her emotions. Zhao Lingxian knew that she wouldn't normally be like this, so she suspected that Qin Feng had drugged the medicinal pill. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't even dare to look her in the eye and looked guilty, Zhao Lingxian was even more certain that he had drugged the medicinal pill. Qin Feng, you're too vulgar. I've finally seen through you. Zhao Lingxian angrily glared at Qin Feng. She hadn't thought that Qin Feng would be so scheming. He had taken her once, and seeing that her body couldn't take it anymore, he drugged her a second time. Zhao Lingxian was a bit hurt. Seeing Zhao Lingxian angrily get off the bed and put on her clothes, Qin Feng was speechless. He hadn't drugged her in the first place. Moreover, the blood qi pill was refined by Huayan. Qin Feng couldn't have drugged it even if he wanted to. Zhao Lingxian quickly put on her clothes, but she immediately went to Qin Feng's side with a bitter expression. Qin Feng, my clothes are so revealing, and my white stockings were torn last night. Hurry and take me to buy some clothes. Qin Feng looked at the spoiled Zhao Lingxian, and his eyes suddenly became hollow. He leapt onto Zhao Lingxian like a cheetah, pressed her against the wall, and madly fondled her. Zhao Lingxian was scared silly by Qin Feng's actions. After being fondled by Qin Feng for a while, she cried out, Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't bite my chest, it hurts. Qin Feng's hollow eyes slowly regained focus. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt as if he had lost his memory. He hurriedly let go of Zhao Lingxian and looked at her red wrist, which he had grabbed, and started to rub it. Qin Feng, what happened to you just then? Did you get possessed? Zhao Lingxian was still in a state of shock. Qin Feng shook his head. I don't know. I just feel that after you lost your virginity, your aura changed, and it's very attractive to me. Even your every frown and every smile makes me want to push you down. What Qin Feng said was the truth. Zhao Lingxian's face suddenly became red, and she shyly glared at Qin Feng. Big pervert, don't try to use flowery words to curry favor with me. I won't fall for it. Zhao Lingxian lightly pushed Qin Feng away and excitedly went to her dresser to fix her appearance. Sitting in front of the mirror, Zhao Lingxian let out a cry of surprise. Looking at herself in the mirror, she finally believed what Qin Feng had just said. How had she suddenly become so beautiful? Most importantly, her entire body gave off a seductive aura. Qin Feng, I seem to have changed. Could something have happened to me? Zhao Lingxian hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng suppressed the flames in his abdomen and carefully looked at Zhao Lingxian from top to bottom. His burning gaze made Zhao Lingxian feel a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, I've already examined you. There's nothing wrong with your body. It might be because you broke through, so it's normal for your aura to change. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Lingxian calmed down. Thinking that Qin Feng would be leaving soon, Zhao Lingxian wanted to spend every second with him. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's and happily said, "Let's go shopping. I want to buy a lot of pretty clothes and eat a lot of delicious food today." Zhao Lingxian felt that she hadn't gone out in a long time. She hadn't gone shopping with her boyfriend like other girls did. Now that Zhao Lingxian had changed from a little girl to a little woman, she felt incredibly happy. The two of them walked out of the royal hotel. Qin Feng was wearing the sacred blue battle armor and had changed into a very ordinary appearance. He was the type that wouldn't attract attention in a crowd. Qin Feng was prepared to use this appearance to start anew after returning to the capital. The royal hotel was in a busy district. After walking out of the hotel, the two of them turned a corner and arrived at the entrance to the business district. There were many people shopping in the business district, and most of them were young couples holding hands. Zhao Lingxian tightly held onto Qin Feng's arm. That feeling of happiness caused her to grin from ear to ear. "Wah, a fairy, a fairy. Look, that girl is so charming. I really want to hit on her." "Forget it. Can't you see that she already has a boyfriend? But that guy doesn't look very good. He has an average-looking face. It's like sticking a flower on a pile of cow dung." As soon as Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian stepped onto the street, a wave of exclamations and discussions came from all directions. Even the people who were shopping on the street surrounded Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Lingxian, and they drooled as if they wanted to pounce on her. Zhao Lingxian was terrified and hurriedly hid in Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng was also stunned by these people's actions. Although Zhao Lingxian was a great beauty, it shouldn't be enough to make these men lose their minds and do something so idiotic on the street, right? Qin Feng immediately thought of the change in Zhao Lingxian's aura and realized that his resistance to her had decreased a lot. This made Qin Feng even more confused. What was going on? "Master, did you know? There's a type of woman called innately seductive physique. Before they lose their virginity, they're no different from ordinary people. Once they secretly eat the forbidden fruit, their bodies will change." Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng immediately understood. "You're saying that Zhao Lingxian is a woman with innately seductive physique? What will happen to her after she loses her virginity?" Chapter 569. Master, don't worry. Women with innately seductive bones are 1 in a million, so of course this change is a good thing. Once this kind of woman eats the forbidden fruit, her body will start to give off an enchanting aura. This aura can't be seen or touched, but it can affect the surrounding magnetic field and affect other people's thoughts and reasoning. Moreover, as Zhao Lingxian eats the forbidden fruit more often, her innately seductive bones will become more and more obvious. Her body will become more and more voluptuous, and her looks will become more and more beautiful and enchanting. After hearing Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Lingxian was a woman with innately seductive bones? If this was the case, Qin Feng would be very happy in the future. However, if Zhao Lingxian continued to be beautiful, she would attract the attention of many men. Just like now, there were many men staring at her. "Master, you don't need to worry about Zhao Lingxian's safety in the future. In actuality, women with innately seductive bones do." Before Little Pig could finish speaking, Qin Feng suddenly heard an alarm from the system. Following this, the system cut off communication with Qin Feng. This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered something like this since obtaining the Hedonist sovereign system. This gave Qin Feng a big fright. "Little Pig, what's going on? Little Pig?" Qin Feng hurriedly used his mind to call for Little Pig, but he didn't hear a response for a long time. Qin Feng became even more worried. He thought back to the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Because he had been severely injured, The system had automatically shut down. However, this time he was still standing, so why had the system suddenly disappeared? Zijao Lingxian? It really is you. I thought I got the wrong person. Who would have thought that after not seeing you for 3 months, you've become even more beautiful? A man's pleasantly surprised voice sounded out, causing Qin Feng to come back to his senses. Qin Feng looked at the 3 men and 3 women walking over. The 6 of them were his and Zhao Lingxian's university classmates. The man who had greeted Zhao Lingxian was called Zhao Yin. His eyes were glued to Zhao Lingxian's chest. The other 2 men were Zhang Tao and Li Hu. Seeing Zhao Lingxian's appearance, they were so shocked that they couldn't move. Wang Yu, Gao Mei Ma Chui, is that you? Zhao Lingxian ignored Zhao Yun's greeting and smiled as she greeted the 3 women. Zhao Lingxian didn't have many friends at university, and she didn't play very well with the 3 women. However, she was very happy today, so she became a lot more talkative. Zhao Lingxian's smile was incredible. The 3 male students' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Although Zhao Lingxian used to be one of the prettiest girls in the Acropolis University, she wasn't this enchanting. Zhao Lingxian had a cold and proud personality, and most men didn't dare to get close to her. Lingxian, you're so beautiful. You haven't been to school in a long time. What happened? Wang to say, I you all ti, Xian, and to say, ti to say. Shi Zhao Tian and A and Wang ti, Qin ti, I said I and said I. Zhao, I Qin. Qin Feng had changed his appearance, and he was going to change his identity. Zhao Lingxian didn't know how to introduce Qin Feng. Hello, everyone. I'm Qiao Feng. Nice to meet you all. Qin Feng could see Zhao Lingxian's awkwardness, so he took the initiative to introduce himself. Zhao Lingxian was very charming when she laughed, and the surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. Lingxian, didn't you? And Qin Feng. The girl called Wang Yu was tall and slender. She had a handsome face and was also a very pretty girl. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth and waved her hand apologetically. Lingxian, don't misunderstand. I didn't do it on purpose. I just heard that Qin Feng, news of the engagement between Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's family spread like wildfire throughout the Acropolis city. Even though Qin Feng publicly said that he was going to break off the engagement, most people didn't believe him. After all, this was an engagement between 2 large families. So how could it be taken lightly? How could Qin Feng break the engagement just because he said so? However, news of Qin Feng's death had spread throughout the Acropolis city, and the 6 students had seen the video online. They believed that Qin Feng was truly dead. So after Wang Yu accidentally mentioned Qin Feng, she regretted it. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. However, the gazes of the 6 students quickly fell on Qiao Feng. Qin Feng's current appearance was simply too ordinary, so the 6 of them only glanced at Qin Feng once and directly ignored him. Seeing Zhao Lingxian holding on to Qiao Feng's arm with a blissful and sweet expression on her face, the 6 people instantly understood. Moreover, the 3 boys thought back to how Zhao Lingxian had introduced Qiao Feng as her man. Instantly, the 3 of them felt as if their hearts had fallen to rock bottom. This was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Classmate Zhao Lingxian, I didn't think I'd see you here. That's right. Today is classmate Ma Chui's birthday, and we're here to celebrate it for her. Are you free? Come and play with us. Zhao Yin, who had greeted Zhao Lingxian earlier, took the initiative to invite her. Zhao Yun's family was quite well off, and he saw that Qiao Feng was dressed very ordinary, so he didn't take him seriously. He dared to flirt with Zhao Lingxian right in front of Qiao Feng. Zhao Lingxian had come to play today, so she was quite happy to see her classmates. She immediately looked at Qin Feng expectantly, waiting for him to make a decision. Xian since it's your classmate's birthday, let's join in the fun. While everyone was chatting, Qin Feng tried to use his mind to communicate with the system and little pig. However, the system seemed to be asleep and didn't respond at all. Qin Feng could only put aside the system. Seeing Zhao Lingxian looking at him expectantly, Qin Feng immediately agreed to go and play with her. Zhao Lingxian immediately smiled happily and held onto Qin Feng's arm even tighter. Her full chest pressed against Qin Feng's arm, causing it to become deformed. Seeing this, Zhao Yun and the others could only inwardly gulp. However, the three of them started to scheme in their hearts. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian joined the group of 6. There were more and more people watching and admiring Zhao Lingxian, and the traffic was almost congested. Zhao Lingxian's face became slightly red, and she hurriedly pulled Qin Feng and the others into the nearest bar. Classmate Zhao Lingxian, this Fei Tian bar is the largest chain bar in Acropolis City. It has 5 branches in Acropolis City, and this is the main one. It's said that the boss behind this bar is the #1 sister of the Feng Group. I'm sure you've heard of the Feng Group. It's the biggest underground power in Acropolis City. After walking into the Fei Tian bar, Zhao Yin started to get close to Zhao Lingxian. The 3 girls probably didn't come to the bar normally, so they looked around curiously. Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Zhao Yin, did you just say that the boss here is the #1 sister of the Feng Group? What does that mean? Could it be that the Feng Group is controlled by a woman?" The Feng Group was very famous in Acropolis City, and everyone had heard of it. However, there weren't many people who knew that Qin Feng was the founder of the Feng Group. Zhao Yun saw that the 3 girls were looking at her with expressions of surprise and anticipation, and she said proudly, "Normal people wouldn't be able to find out about this. I heard from the seniors in my family that the Feng Group in Acropolis City is controlled by a woman called Lu Wenjing. That woman is very powerful, so you don't have to worry about your safety at the Fei Tian bar because no one would dare to cause trouble here." Seeing that Zhao Yun had blown the limelight, Zhang Tao and Li Hu were a bit unhappy. However, their backgrounds were average, and they couldn't compare to Zhao Yun, who came from a rich family. It wasn't good for them to steal Zhao Yun's limelight. Zhao Yun tricked Wang Yu and the other 2 girls, but Zhao Lingxian wasn't interested at all. She tightly held onto Qin Feng's arm the entire time, and her gaze was always on Qin Feng. It was as if the noise around them and the people coming and going had nothing to do with her. Qin Feng liked this feeling, so he didn't mind Zhao Yun's boasting. The group of people followed Zhao Yun through the dance floor and into the private rooms. Let me tell you guys, this place is packed every day. If you want to book a private room here, not only do you need money, but you also need connections. However, a private room is nothing to me, Zhao Yun. Let's go. I'll take you guys in to see the world. Zhao Yun purposefully stopped at the entrance of the private rooms and showed off to the girls. However, Zhao Yun's gaze was always on Zhao Lingxian. He found that Zhao Lingxian didn't even look at him, which made him a bit angry. "Xiaoma, are there any private rooms?" Just as Qin Feng and the others were about to walk in, a group of tall and sturdy men suddenly appeared behind them. Xiaoma, who was standing at the entrance, saw them and hurriedly smiled as he greeted them. "Big Brother Lei, I'm so sorry, but the private rooms are all full. You should have come earlier." A hint of disappointment flashed across the face of the man who was called Big Brother Lei. He turned around and prepared to leave. Zhao Yun suddenly walked up with a pleasant surprise. "Big Brother Lei, it really is you. I'm Zhao Yun. Do you still remember me?" Zhao Yun didn't have a deep relationship with Big Brother Lei. It was just that Zhao Yun's family was rich, so he often went to bars to drink with hoodlums. Sometimes, when something happened to Zhao Yun at school, these hoodlums would support Zhao Yun. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Yun wouldn't greet Big Brother Lei so warmly when he saw them. That meant that he had to treat them to a meal and drink. However, today was different. After seeing Zhao Lingxian, Zhao Yun only thought about how to take her down. At this time, Zhao Yun pretended to be familiar with Big Brother Lei and the others. He wanted to scare Qiao Feng away and leave Zhao Lingxian alone. That way, things would be much easier. "Oh, it's you, boy. Where's your class reunion?" Big Brother Lei's expression didn't change when he saw Zhao Yin. "That's right, Big Brother Lei, we're here to celebrate." While Zhao Yin was getting closer to Big Brother Lei, he would occasionally look at Qiao Feng as if he was trying to show off to Qiao Feng. Of course, Qin Feng saw Zhao Yin's gaze, but he thought he was an idiot and didn't care. "HM, you guys booked a private room?" Big Brother Lei suddenly asked Zhao Yin as he prepared to leave after greeting them. Zhao Yin seemed to be showing off as he smiled and said, "Big Brother Lei, I booked it ahead of time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any private rooms left." After confirming that Zhao Yin had booked a private room, Big Brother Lei immediately patted Zhao Yin's shoulder and laughed as he said, "Ha ha! Boy, it's good that you booked a private room. Today, your big brother Lei met a few new friends and wanted to drink, but there weren't any private rooms left. How about this? Give me your private room. You students shouldn't come to places like bars. You can go somewhere else to celebrate." Chapter 570. Seeing Zhao Yin's dumbfounded expression, Qin Feng felt it was funny. Zhao Yin had failed to act cool and hit a nail on the head. "Haha, Big Brother Lei, we have a classmate celebrating her birthday today, and she wants to come to the bar to celebrate. This room. I really can't give it to you," Zhao Yin said carefully as he looked at Big Brother Lei. Big Brother Lei's expression changed, and he became unhappy. "Little Zhao, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my Big Brother Lei?" Zhao Yin felt so wrong that he was about to cry. He regretted greeting these people for no reason. "Big Brother Lei, how could I dare to look down on you? I really do have a classmate celebrating her birthday, so please give me some face. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone at school in the future." Zhao Yun whispered in Big Brother Lei's ear. If Qiao Feng and his classmates heard this, Zhao Yun wouldn't have the face to face them. Big Brother Lei's expression was dark and he wasn't too happy. He made it seem as if Zhao Yun was stealing his room. Zhang Tao and Li, who stood to the side and observed the situation. Zhao Yun had stolen all the limelight tonight. Normally, the two of them would give in to Zhao Yun. After all, Zhao Yun's family was better. However, Zhao Lingxian was too alluring tonight. Zhang Tao and Li, who were already out of their minds. They also wanted to win the goddess's heart tonight. If they could win the goddess's heart, they would be willing to lose 10 years of their lives. "Oi, you bearded man, if you know what's good for you, then leave. We reserved this room. So what does it have to do with you?" Zhang Tao stood up and pointed at Big Brother Lei as he reprimanded him. Just as he finished, Zhang Tao glanced at Zhao Lingxian and found that she was passionately hugging Qin Feng. She didn't notice what he was doing. Seeing that Zhang Tao had started to act cool, Li Hu couldn't hold it in anymore. He followed Zhang Tao's words and continued, "You bearded man, you dare to glare at your elder? Do you believe that your elder won't call a car full of people to kill you?" Zhang Tao and Li Hu's actions stunned Zhao Yin, Big Brother Lei, and the others. Everyone froze for a full 10 seconds. Big Brother Lei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the two of them. "Fuck your grandpa. You brats dare to threaten your elder? When I was bluffing, you guys were still wearing diapers." Big Brother Lei used to be a member of the Thundergate Society. The Thundergate Society was considered a moderately large underworld faction in Acropolis City. Now that the Acropolis City's underworld was unified by the Phone Group, Big Brother Lei followed the Thundergate Society and became an external member of the Phone Group. If this wasn't the Phone Group's territory, Big Brother Lei would have broken Zhang Tao and Li Hu's legs. After being slapped twice, Zhang Tao and the other person immediately lost their temper. They thought this was the Phone Group's territory. No matter how arrogant the bearded man was, he wouldn't dare to make a move, right? Now, it seemed that the two of them were still too naive. Sister Yin recovered from her daze and quickly went to apologize to Brother Lei and said all sorts of good things. This sudden turn of events made the originally lively and happy atmosphere a little uncomfortable. Wang Yu and the other two girls stood nervously at the side and glared angrily at Brother Lei's group. It was clearly Brother Lei's group's fault, and they even hit people. However, Sister Yin was apologizing to them. This scene made the three girls even more unhappy. Naturally, Sister Yin felt the dissatisfaction from the female students. Sister Yin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. As she tried to persuade Brother Lei and the others, she looked over at Zhao Lingxian. However, she found that Xiao Feng was passionately hugging Zhao Lingxian and his hands were restlessly touching her body. This scene almost made Sister Yin cough up blood. Sister Yin fiercely glared at Xiao Feng from afar. Her eyes turned, and Sister Yin suddenly thought of a brilliant plan. A cold smile appeared on her face. "Brother Lei, how about this? I can give you the private room I booked, but I came with a classmate tonight, so I can't make the decision by myself. That male student is tonight's birthday boy. How about you discuss it with him? As long as he agrees to give up the private room, the rest of us won't have anything to say." Zhao Yun was pointing at Xiao Feng. Tonight was clearly the birthday of the girl called Ma Chui, but Zhao Yun had pushed the trouble to Xiao Feng. He believed that Brother Lei and the others would target Xiao Feng and make him suffer. Brother Lei glared at Sister Yin and inwardly approved of this suggestion. Brother Lei brought a group of strong men and walked over to Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Just as he was about to threaten Qin Feng to give up the private room, Brother Lei suddenly choked on his words. His shifty eyes fell on Zhao Lingxian, and he couldn't move his eyes away. "Xiao Feng, people are coming. Stop touching." Zhao Lingxian felt that she was surrounded and hurriedly swatted away Qin Feng's large hand that was on her chest. Qin Feng thought that Sister Yun and the others had settled the matter, but when he looked around, he found that something was wrong. "Big Beard, if you dare to stare at my woman again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out and stomp on them." Qin Feng was very unhappy with Brother Lei's gaze. Seeing that Xiao Feng immediately went against Brother Lei, Zhao Yin was indescribably happy. He hurriedly ran over and pretended to mediate. "Xiao Feng, don't talk nonsense. This is a big brother of Acropolis City's underworld. If you offend Brother Lei, one phone call from Brother Lei can make your entire family disappear. Hurry and apologize to Brother Lei." Zhao Yun relied on Brother Lei and didn't put Xiao Feng in his eyes at all. On the surface, it looked like he was helping Xiao Feng, but everyone could tell that Zhao Yin was putting Xiao Feng in his place. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian and coldly harumphed. "These guys that are neither human nor ghost have the nerve to call themselves Underworld's big brothers? Don't embarrass yourselves here." Qin Feng's words stunned Zhao Yin, Brother Lei, and the others. They didn't think that Qin Feng wouldn't be afraid. What gave this average-looking man the confidence to be so arrogant? "Stinking brat, you're the birthday boy tonight? I'm going to take over your private room and the woman in your arms. Do you have a problem with that?" Brother Lei had a stomach full of anger, but he didn't attack Qin Feng. After all, this was the Feng group's territory. Brother Lei had already slapped Zhang Tao and Li Hu, so he was afraid that if he attacked, it would cause the Feng group's internal dissatisfaction. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but he quickly understood. He looked at Ma Chui and was about to say that she was the birthday boy, but he saw that Ma Chui was looking at him with a nervous and fearful expression. Qin Feng guessed that Ma Chui was afraid of Brother Lei and the others. Qin Feng knew Ma Chui's background better than anyone else. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng nodded. "That's right, I'm the birthday boy tonight. However, I won't give that private room to you, and my woman isn't someone you can touch. While I'm still in a good mood, hurry up and scram." Qin Feng's tone was neither cold nor warm. He couldn't be bothered with people of Brother Lei's status. "Stinking brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're asking for a beating. Brother Lei was instantly enraged. He didn't care whether this was the Feng group's territory or not. He threw a punch at Qin Feng. When Wang Yu and the other two girls saw this, they cried out in fright. Zhao Yun and the other two guys were also a bit nervous, but they weren't nervous for Qin Feng. They were nervous when they heard Brother Lei say that he liked Zhao Lingxian. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Before Brother Lei's fist landed on Qin Feng, he felt a gust of wind on his face. Qin Feng's slap was so strong that it sent Brother Lei flying. Brother Lei fell on his butt and felt as if his bones were going to fall apart. Zhao Yun and Brother Lei's brothers were dumbfounded. None of them thought that Qin Feng would attack and that he was so skilled. "You stinking brat! How dare you hit Brother Lei? Brothers, let's attack together." Brother Lei's brothers quickly came back to their senses. 5 strong men pounced at Qin Feng at the same time and instantly surrounded him. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at these people. If this wasn't the Fei Tian bar, he would have thrown a few wind blades at them. The 3 girls screamed in fright, especially the birthday girl, Ma Chui. She felt very guilty when she saw that Xiao Feng was in trouble after helping her. Only Zhao Lingxian's expression was calm. Now that she had broken through to stage 1 inner qi, she was confident that she could defeat the 5 people in front of her, let alone Qin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. No one saw how Xiao Feng attacked, but Brother Lei's 5 brothers all fell to the ground. They all curled up like prawns and rolled on the ground in pain. Who dares to cause trouble at the Fei Tian bar? Just as Big Brother Lei and the others were taken down by Qin Feng, 2 beautiful women walked over with cold expressions. Seeing the 2 women, the surrounding men stared at them. They had only seen Zhao Lingxian as a great beauty. Who would have thought that 2 more would come? Bai Qing and Lin Bei had just returned from outside. The 2 women had been looking for Qin Feng for an entire day, but they still couldn't find a trace of Qin Feng. The 2 women had a trace of exhaustion and disappointment on their faces. If it weren't for the fact that someone was causing trouble here, they would have gone to the innermost office to find Lu Wenjing. 2 beauties, it's fine, it's fine. We all know each other, and we're just fooling around here. Seeing Bai Qing and Lin Bei, Zhao Yan's saliva almost flowed out. He hurriedly went over and tried to get close to the 2 women. He would be satisfied as long as he could get one of the 3 beauties tonight. Bai Qing stood at the very front. Lin Bei nervously grabbed Bai Qing's wrist and hid behind her. Bai Qing glanced at Zhao Yun and immediately revealed a look of disgust. "Who's fooling around with you? You know the consequences of causing trouble at the Fei Tian bar." Now that Bai Qing had broken through to stage 1 inner qi, coupled with her originally capable and strong personality, she stood out among the crowd. Very quickly, she attracted a group of security guards who were patrolling the bar. "Miss Bai, Miss Lin, what's going on?" The captain of the security guards was also a member of the phone group and had always hung out with long hair. Although he didn't know the true identities of the 2 beauties in front of him, the 2 women had been hanging out with Lu Wenjing's sister-in-law recently. Moreover, it seemed like they were very close, so the captain of the security guards didn't dare to offend Lin Bei and Bai Qing. "Is this how you guys look after the place? The people here are already fighting, and you're not going to do anything? Is it because Qin Feng isn't here anymore, so you guys want to rebel?" Bai Qing vented the anger that she had been suppressing for a long time because of the news of Qin Feng's death. As she spoke, Bai Qing couldn't help but cry. Seeing that big sister Bai Qing was crying, Lin Bei couldn't help but wipe her tears as well. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. They didn't know why these 2 beauties were acting so strangely. Chapter 571. Lin Bei and Bai Qing cried their hearts out, but the security guards were scared to death. The leader of the security guards immediately glared at Zhao Yun and yelled, "God damn it, you dare to cause trouble in the Fei Tian bar? Beat him up and throw him out." Before Zhao Yun could come back to his senses, He was pressed to the ground by 2 security guards. His face was pressed against the ground, and he wanted to struggle, but the ground was covered with dirt, and he couldn't get up at all. "Don't hit me." "No, it wasn't me. It was him who hit me." Zhao Yun was scared to death. Seeing that the security guards were about to hit him with their batons, he hurriedly yelled at Qin Feng. The security guards ignored Zhao Yun's words. They were more concerned about Lin Bei and Bai Qing's emotions. However, before the 2 security guards could do anything, Lin Bei suddenly looked at Zhao Lingxian in shock and cried out, "Big sister Lingxian, you're here too?" Hearing Lin Bei's yell, the security guards didn't dare to move and prepared to wait and see. Bai Qing wiped away her tears, pulled Lin Bei's arm, and asked, "Bei, is this your friend?" Lin Bei didn't think that she would see Zhao Lingxian here. She hadn't seen Zhao Lingxian in a long time. She hurriedly pulled Bai Qing over excitedly and said, "Big sister Qing, this is my classmate from university, Zhao Lingxian. She's Qin Feng's fiancée." Lingxian, why are you with another man?" As Lin Bei spoke, she suddenly looked at Xiao Feng. The normally kind and obedient Lin Bei now looked at Zhao Lingxian with a cold and detached gaze. Lin Bei had never thought that Zhao Lingxian would be such a woman. Now that Qin Feng's fate was unknown, she was hugging another man. What's more, this man's looks and aura were far inferior to Qin Feng's. Bai Qing now understood that this outrageously beautiful woman was Qin Feng's fiancée. After finding out about this, Bai Qing instinctively resisted Zhao Lingxian. Now that she was hugging another man, Bai Qing was incredibly angry. Bei, ignore this kind of fickle woman. She's just a bit pretty and has no other advantages. Good thing Qin Feng didn't marry her. Who knows how many men have played with this kind of woman? She's not good enough for Qin Feng. I dare you to say it again. Zhao Lingxian was naturally proud and aloof. So how could she tolerate someone insulting her like this? She was so angry that her body trembled. Are you deaf? You're a fickle woman and don't deserve Qin Feng. Bai Qing wasn't one to be trifled with. She raised her voice and yelled again. I'll kill you. Zhao Lingxian was so anxious that her eyes became moist. She suddenly broke free from Qin Feng's embrace and punched towards Bai Qing. Bang! Bai Qing didn't back down at all. The 2 beautiful women's fists collided, and a muffled sound rang out. The 2 women both took 3 steps back, and Bai Qing's eyes were filled with shock. You've also started cultivating? Humph! Now you know fear, right? No one can insult my feelings for Xiao Feng. Just as Zhao Lingxian steadied herself, she punched Bai Qing again. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. Qin Feng had seen Lin Bei and Bai Qing a long time ago. Seeing these 2 women, Qin Feng was very excited. However, he was standing here with the identity of Xiao Feng, so he couldn't acknowledge the 2 women. Otherwise, everything he had done before would have been for naught. Both of you stop. Qin Feng didn't wait for the 2 women to start fighting. His body flashed, and he stood between Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing. Stinky man, get out of my way. Bai Qing glared at Xiao Feng and prepared to attack him. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. He was about to die of helplessness. Qing, calm down. Bai Qing stared blankly for a moment. Then a dense killing intent shot out from her beautiful eyes. You dare to call me Qing? You're seeking death. Bai Qing harumphed and swung her fist towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was given a fright. Why was this girl so hot-tempered? Could it be that she was on her period? Qin Feng didn't bother explaining to Bai Qing. He suddenly looked at Lin Bei. Beauty, since you're classmates with Xianair, don't make things difficult for us. There's nothing going on here. So why don't you go back to the office to find Jing? You bastard! Hurry and let go of my hand. It's not up to you whether there's anything going on or not. Today, I'll definitely teach this fickle woman a lesson for Qin Feng. Bai Qing wanted to struggle out of Qiao Feng's grasp, but she found that Qiao Feng's grip was like a vice and she couldn't break free. No matter how stupid Zhao Lingxian was, she could tell that this woman called Bai Qing had an affair with Qin Feng. Moreover, seeing Lin Bei and Bai Qing calling each other sisters, this meant that Qin Feng had also taken Lin Bei. Zhao Lingxian's nose twitched, and she was about to cry from Qin Feng's flirtatious nature. Beauty, it's not your business who Lingxian wants to be with, right? What's more, I'm not that much worse than that Qin Feng guy. Seeing Bai Qing's actions, Qin Feng felt very touched. Bai Qing really did love him, but Qin Feng had to continue acting. Tui, don't disgust me. You're worlds apart from Qin Feng. You can't even compare to a strand of his hair. Bai Qing glared at Xiao Feng with disgust. Qin Feng's emotions were very complicated, and he didn't know whether to be happy or not. Bei, hurry and help me. Bai Qing's arm was still being held by Xiao Feng. This was something Bai Qing couldn't tolerate, so she didn't waste any more words and called for Lin Bei to help. Lin Bei immediately came to her senses and waved her delicate fists to save Bai Qing. Qin Feng was deeply afraid that he would accidentally hurt the two women, so he immediately let go of Bai Qing and stood motionless, allowing the two women to punch and kick him. Bai Qing and Lin Bei didn't hold back at all, and their concentrated attacks landed on Qin Feng's body. The spectators were all dumbfounded. They were all ordinary people and didn't know about martial artists. Moreover, these people couldn't feel any inner qi. So in their eyes, Bai Qing and Lin Bei's attacks were all showy but not practical. Two beautiful and sexy women using showy and fancy punches and kicks to hit another man's body made everyone wish they were Qiao Feng. It must feel as good as a massage. No wonder that ordinary-looking man didn't feel any pain. Bang! Bai Qing's palms landed on Qin Feng's body, and a few muffled thuds sounded. However, in the noisy bar, the sound was completely covered, so no one heard it. Qin Feng was now at stage 6 inner qi, so he didn't feel anything when he stood there and let the two women hit him. However, Zhao Lingxian was very unhappy when she saw this, and she gestured for a fight with Bai Qing. Qin Feng had a headache because of these women. He grabbed Bai Qing and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Smelling the familiar fragrance on Bai Qing's body, Qin Feng couldn't help but pinch her perky. But, aha! Why you let go of me? Why you're dead? Bei, hurry and call Wenjing over. Call that long-haired monster over too. When Bai Qing felt her perky but being pinched, she really wanted to die. She struggled with all her might in Qin Feng's arms, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape. Instead, her body rubbed against Qin Feng's, and he took advantage of her. Ah, big sister Qing, I'll save you. Why, you bad guy? Hurry and let go of big sister Qing. Lin Bei was so anxious that her charming face was flushed red, and she pounced on Qin Feng. Qin Feng pulled again, and Lin Bei also fell into his arms. This time, the two women struggled with all their might. The surrounding onlookers watched with envy. Zhao Yun and the other students were also dumbstruck. They didn't think that Xiao Feng, who looked so normal, would have such guts. Why you let go of me, or else we won't be polite. The security captain finally came to his senses. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak fluently. Qin Feng completely ignored the security captain. His gentle gaze fell on Lin Bei and Bai Qing. I'll let you guys go. Hurry and go back to the office. Don't make trouble for me. In your dreams. Just you wait. If I don't chop off your dirty hand today, I won't live. Bai Qing was firm and fierce. She was so angry that tears flowed out. Lin Bei was also so angry that she gritted her teeth, but her delicate body suddenly stopped struggling. Earlier, Lin Bei heard the man in front of her mention the office and that he was going to find Jing. At the time, Lin Bei didn't pay attention, but when Qin Feng mentioned this a second time, Lin Bei finally felt that something was wrong. Why you? Who are you? Lin Bei Bei whispered in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng immediately slapped Lin Bei Bei's perky butt and said with a smile, Who do you think I am? Aside from me, who else would dare to hug you and touch you? Lin Bei Bei forgot that her butt was touched. She stared at Qin Feng in shock, but after looking for a long time, she couldn't find any similarities between the man in front of her and Qin Feng. However, the vulgar gaze was exactly the same. Why you don't talk nonsense? He's not here anymore, wah wah. Lin Bei Bei suddenly thought of the news of Qin Feng's death and immediately started crying. Qin Feng's heart ached when he saw this. He pinched Lin Bei Bei's perky butt again. Don't cry. Did you guys not see the video? Lin Bei Bei and Qin Feng's conversation was very strange. At this time, Bai Qing also stopped struggling and looked at Lin Bei Bei and Xiao Feng. Lin Bei Bei sobbed and said, What video? We've never seen it. Qin Feng finally understood. No wonder these two silly girls thought he was dead. If they saw the video of Green Wolf killing Qin Feng, they would definitely understand everything. This was because Bai Qing and Li Yuqin saw Qin Feng wearing the Green Wolf mask at Royal Hotel. Humph, you two stinky women. This elder will forgive you this once since you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. Now hurry up and scram. Go watch the video of Qin Feng being killed before making a fuss. Qin Feng is dead, so what does this Fei Tian bar count for? Qin Feng suddenly pushed the two girls out and yelled loudly. Bai Qing was so angry that she wanted to fight again. Lin Bei Bei looked thoughtfully at Xiao Feng and suddenly pulled Bai Qing. Big sister Qing Qing, let's go to the office to find big sister Jing Jing first. You're not his match, even if you go now. Lin Bei Bei's words were very reasonable, and Bai Qing finally calmed down. She glared angrily at Qin Feng and turned to leave. Don't run if you have the guts. I'll bring people to chop off your dirty hands in a bit. After Bai Qing and Lin Bei Bei walked far away, the crowd slowly came back to their senses. Many people looked at Qin Feng with pity. They knew Qin Feng's fate was going to be very miserable. The group of security guards let out long sighs of relief. When they saw Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing being hugged by Xiao Feng, they were so scared that they almost shit themselves. Those two were Lu Wenjing's sister-in-law's good friends. If something happened to them, these people wouldn't be able to atone for it, even if they cut off their heads. Stinky brat, you dare to cause trouble in Fei Tian Bar? Brothers, capture him and break his arms and legs. The security captain roared and rushed towards Qin Feng. At this time, Zhao Yun also came back to his senses. When he saw the security guards let him go to deal with Qin Feng, he was indescribably happy. You, hurry up and open a luxury room for me. Don't make me unhappy, or the consequences will be very serious. Before the security captain could reach him, Qin Feng suddenly threw a diamond card at him. The security guard held the card and looked at it doubtfully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. This was the Fei Tian Bar's diamond card. In the entire Acropolis city, there were less than 10 people who had this card. This was the symbol of the Fei Tian Bar's noble status. The security captain immediately lost his cool. Chapter 572. The Fei Tian Bar had 5 branches in the Acropolis city. Including the main branch, there were 6 bars in total. The 6 bars only had 5 diamond cards. One of them was with Qin Feng, and the other 4 were given by Lu Wenjing to high-ranking officials and rich people in the Acropolis city. Even the upper class of the Acropolis city didn't have the qualifications to receive a diamond card from the Fei Tian Bar, let alone normal people. They didn't even know that the Fei Tian Bar had a diamond card. Everyone thought that a gold card was the highest status symbol of the Fei Tian Bar. Qin Feng tossed a card to the security captain and said it was a diamond card with an air of arrogance. Everyone stared blankly for a moment before mocking him. Zhao Yun and the others also came to their senses. The 3 boys laughed the most exaggeratedly. They looked like they wanted to laugh their guts out. Diamond card? Ha ha ha. I didn't hear wrong, right? Why isn't this guy flying? I can tell with one glance that you've never been to the Fei Tian Bar, and you've never even heard about the Fei Tian Bar. The highest level of membership in this bar is a gold card. As for you pretending to be a diamond card to act pretentious, you've thrown all of our faces away. Zhao Yun laughed at Qin Feng, immensely pleased with himself. Qin Feng ignored him. Because of what happened with Brother Lei, Ma Chui and the other two girls didn't have high hopes for Zhao Yun. Qiao Feng stepped forward bravely and resolved the danger. So the three girls stood on Qiao Feng's side. However, it was the three girls' first time at the Fei Tian Bar, so they didn't know if Zhao Yun's was true or false. If it was true, Qiao Feng acted pretentiously this time, and the three girls couldn't speak up for him. Are you fucking retarded? If you dare to laugh again, get out immediately. The security captain came to his senses before Qin Feng could react. He strode to Zhao Yun's side and began to curse at Zhao Yun with a fiendish expression. Zhao Yun's smile suddenly froze on his face. He actually wanted to laugh a bit more, but faced with the security captain's threat, Zhao Yun forcefully held back his laughter. His neck was bright red from holding it in. Mister, I didn't know your identity just now. I'm really sorry. Please come with me. The luxury bag has already been prepared for you. You can enjoy to your heart's content tonight. After shouting at Zhao Yun, the security captain immediately changed his attitude and walked to Qiao Feng's side with a smile. Qiao Feng's diamond card was too precious. Even if Qiao Feng had just offended Lin Bei and Bai Qing, the security captain didn't dare to be negligent. He planned to calm Qiao Feng down first, and then personally go to Lu Wenjing's sister-in-law to talk about this matter. Qin Feng calmly nodded towards the security captain, then put his arm around Zhao Lingxian's slender waist and walked in at a moderate pace. The onlookers had yet to come back to their senses, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Zhao Yun, the other two, and the three female students were also stunned. Everyone watched as Qiao Feng and Zhao Lingxian walked in. Wang Yu, Gao Mei, Ma Chui, hurry up! Zhao Lingxian's pleasant voice sounded out. The three women came back to their senses and hurriedly followed her in. Zhao Yun and the other two boys also came back to their senses, but their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Even now, they still didn't understand what was going on. The security captain quickly brought everyone into the luxury room. Qin Feng had been here no less than 10 times. Once he entered, he pulled Zhao Lingxian to sit on the sofa and didn't do anything else. However, after Zhao Lingxian's 6 classmates entered the room, they all screamed. Wang Yu and Gao Mei, in particular, screamed in a dolphin voice. Wow, is this the Imperial Palace? How can a private room be so grand? Just the decoration alone must have cost a few million, right? Wang Yu, look at the layer of gold paper on the roof. I'm sure that's real gold. Aren't you afraid that the guests will scrape it away? Wang Yu and Gao Mei were the most excited. They ran around in the spacious luxury room, touching here and there, and their screams didn't stop. Zhao Yun and the other two boys were also stunned by the luxurious scene inside the private room. However, the three of them pretended to be calm because they saw Qiao Feng calmly sitting beside them. How could they be any worse than Qiao Feng? Out of everyone, only Ma Chui acted normal after entering the room. Moreover, her calmness wasn't fake. The other students thought Ma Chui was faking it, but Qin Feng knew that she wasn't faking it at all. Qin Feng had heard of Ma Chui's background when he was at university. Back then, Uncle Fu had told Qin Feng that it wasn't a problem to offend other people at school, but it was best not to offend a girl called Ma Chui. Big brother Qiao Feng, thank you from the front. After entering the room, Ma Chui stood at the door and hesitated for a long time. In the end, she shyly came to Qiao Feng's side. Qin Feng naturally knew that Ma Chui was talking about Big Brother Lei. However, Qin Feng didn't care about such a small matter. He smiled at Ma Chui and said, Classmate Chui Chui, don't be so polite. You're Ling Xian's classmate, so you're also my friend. In that situation, aside from beasts and bastards who would retreat or push the blame onto others, any decent man would stand up. Qin Feng's words implied that Zhao Yun was a beast and a bastard. Zhao Yun was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. However, that was indeed what he did at the time. Now, he didn't even have the confidence to refute Qin Feng. Seeing that Xiao Feng didn't ask for anything in return for helping her, Ma Chui became even more bashful. Big brother Xiao Feng, I still have to thank you for opening this luxurious room for me. Don't worry, I'll remember tonight's expenses. When we get back, I'll have my family transfer the money to your card. Qin Feng knew that Ma Chui's family background was very secretive and special, so he was sure that she wouldn't mind tonight's expenses. However, Xiao Feng didn't care about the money either. He smiled and waved his hand. Classmate Chui Chui, don't thank me for this. Actually, that diamond card is Ling Xian's card. Ling Xian invited everyone here tonight. You're all classmates, so don't worry about anything else. As long as you eat and have fun tonight, you'll be thanking Ling Xian. Qin Feng said the diamond card was Ling Xian's because he didn't want to be too conspicuous and reveal his identity. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Lingxian didn't have many friends in the Acropolis city, so he did this to help Zhao Lingxian get to know a few good friends. Qin Feng would be returning to the capital soon, and Zhao Lingxian would be very bored by herself. Having good friends would make her happier. If I knew it, you look like a country bumpkin and don't look like someone who can have that kind of card. Zhao Yun, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly harumphed coldly. From the moment Xiao Feng had taken out the diamond card, he had been wondering about Xiao Feng's identity. He didn't even dare to offend Xiao Feng. Now that he knew the truth, Zhao Yun immediately started to kick Zhao Lingxian when he was down. At the same time, he was even more determined to take Zhao Lingxian down tonight. Zhao Lingxian's family was quite a big family in the Acropolis city, and if he could get close to the Zhao family, Zhao Yun would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Zhao Yun had a snobbish attitude, and it wasn't just the girls who were fed up with him. Even Zhang Tao and Li Hu felt that Zhao Yun was being too obvious, making them feel disgusted. None of them responded to Zhao Yun's words, causing him to feel incredibly awkward. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Following this, 5 tall and sexy waitresses in kipeos walked in with trays. All sorts of food, snacks, drinks, and fruit platters were brought up, filling up the 3 coffee tables in the room. With the luxurious bags and the various delicacies on the table, there was no need for any organization. The atmosphere in the private room became lively. The girls gathered together to eat fruits and drink beverages. They chatted about some branded bags and useful skincare products. From time to time, they would let out bell-like laughter, tickling the hearts of Zhao Yun and the other 2 boys. Qin Feng didn't sit with the girls. He knew that when women gathered together, they would talk about men's secrets. Qin Feng was afraid that it would affect their mood. Zhao Yun and the other 2 boys sat with Qin Feng. They all had their own plans, and they would occasionally glance at Zhao Lingxian's beauty. Zhao Lingxian was simply too beautiful. Just a few glances were enough to make Zhao Yun and the other 2 boys unable to take it anymore. Xiao Feng, I see that you're younger than me, so I'll call you little bro. Come, big brother will drink with you. Zhao Yun couldn't take it anymore and started to get Xiao Feng drunk. If Xiao Feng was drunk, then Zhao Lingxian would be much easier to deal with. Zhang Tao and Li Hu quickly saw through Zhao Yun's intentions. The 2 of them temporarily stood on the same boat as Zhao Yun, and the 3 of them took turns to get Qin Feng drunk by Qing, and Lu Wenjing had already returned to the office. Lu Wenjing had been sitting on the floor since morning, and she was still sitting in that position. Wenjing, did you find Qin Feng? Bai Qing hurriedly asked Lu Wenjing as soon as she entered the room. Lu Wenjing had stopped looking for Qin Feng a long time ago because she had seen the video of Qing Lang killing Qin Feng. Lu Wenjing knew that Qin Feng was truly dead this time. Wenjing? What's wrong? Say something. Bai Qing called Lu Wenjing's name a few times. Lu Wenjing's empty pupils slowly shrank, and she returned to reality. I can't find him. Qin Feng is already dead. What? Who said Qin Feng is dead? Don't you dare say such things. Bai Qing's expression became cold from Lu Wenjing's words, while Lin Bei Bei started to cry. If it was before, Lu Wenjing would definitely quarrel with Bai Qing or even fight. However, Lu Wenjing's entire body was weak, and she was too lazy to even move. You guys haven't seen the video yet, right? Turn on the TV, and you'll see it. As soon as Lu Wenjing finished speaking, Bai Qing immediately turned on the television. At this time, Lin Bei Bei also stopped crying. Just then, that person called Xiao Feng said a bunch of strange things and told him to come back and watch the video of Qin Feng's death. Lin Bei Bei felt that it was a bit strange. Bang! As soon as the TV was turned on, a muffled sound came from the TV. Hundreds of people were gathered in a dense forest, and no one knew what they were doing. In the middle of the crowd, two people were fighting fiercely. Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing recognized Qin Feng at first glance, but at this moment, Qin Feng was punched into the air by a strange person wearing a wolf mask. With a boom, Qin Feng's body suddenly exploded into a puddle of blood. This scene scared Lin Bei Bei so much that she screamed her lungs out. Lu Wenjing didn't know how many times she had seen this video, but 2 rows of clear tears still silently fell down her cheeks. Bai Qing's heart also suddenly tightened, but she quickly forgot about Qin Feng, who had exploded into a puddle of blood. Her pair of beautiful eyes fixated on the strange person wearing the wolf mask. Her red lips were wide open, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak for a moment. P.S. Today, the county where young Master Du lives and has a power outage, so I rushed to the neighboring county to update. The update is a bit late. Everyone, please forgive me. Begging for tips. Begging for subscriptions. Chapter 573. Qin Feng. Wawa. Qin Feng. Lin Bei Bei kept calling Qin Feng's name as she cried her heart out. She stared at the wolf-headed monster who had killed Qin Feng with a single punch. Lin Bei Bei, who had always been gentle and kind, had a murderous look in her eyes. Lu Wenjing stood up with a whoosh and walked to Lin Bei Bei's side. She hugged Lin Bei Bei and said, Bei Bei, Qin Feng was killed by that wolf-masked man. Us sisters will find the wolf-masked man's whereabouts now and avenge Qin Feng. Lu Wenjing didn't just think of avenging Qin Feng now. She was unwilling to accept the fact that Qin Feng was dead all day. However, Lu Wenjing had calmed down now. She knew that Qin Feng was really dead. Even if she didn't believe it or accept it, it couldn't change the fact. What Lu Wenjing needed to do now was to mobilize all the members of the phone group and start hunting down the wolf-masked man. Big sister Jingjing, okay, I'll go with you to find that bastard. I want to kill him with my own hands and avenge Qin Feng. Lin Bei Bei suddenly stopped crying. The usually gentle and weak Lin Bei Bei looked at Lu Wenjing with abnormally determined eyes. Just as the 2 girls made their decision, Bai Qing, who was so excited that she couldn't come back to her senses, finally cried out in surprise, "Ha ha! Great, this is really great." Bai Qing looked at the scene of Qin Feng being beaten up on TV. Not only did she not cry, she actually jumped and clapped and cheered like a little girl. When Lin Bei Bei and Lu Wenjing saw this scene, their willowy eyebrows furrowed slightly. They couldn't understand what was going on. Bai Qing, what are you doing? Quickly stand still. Qin Feng is dead now. Why are you so happy? What are you thinking? Lu Wenjing couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to punch her. Bai Qing was very happy and didn't care about Lu Wenjing at all. She dodged Lu Wenjing's punch and continued to laugh. Not only was Lu Wenjing angry, But Lin Bei Bei was also unhappy. She originally thought Big Sister Bai Qing truly loved Qin Feng, but now she finally saw Bai Qing's true nature. Lin Bei Bei's beautiful figure flashed and appeared next to Bai Qing. She said coldly, "Big Sister Jing Jing, let's deal with Bai Qing together. She's too hurtful." Bai Qing saw that Lin Bei Bei and Lu Wenjing were serious. Before the two women could join hands, Bai Qing hastily said, "Don't misunderstand. Let me tell you, Qin Feng isn't dead. He really isn't dead." Bai Qing's words stunned Lin Bei Bei and Lu Wenjing. The imposing manner on the two girls immediately dissipated, and they stared at Bai Qing with burning eyes. "Bai Qing, what do you mean? Why did you say Qin Feng didn't die?" Although Lin Bei Bei didn't say anything, she stared nervously into Bai Qing's eyes. "Have you guys never seen Qin Feng wearing a wolf mask?" Bai Qing asked. Bai Qing thought that after Qin Feng returned to Acropolis City, he wouldn't just wear a wolf mask to tease her. He would also tease every woman around him to match Qin Feng's personality. What wolf mask? Lu Wenjing clearly didn't understand. Could that person really be Qin Feng? Lin Bei Bei cried out in surprise. She seemed to understand. "Big Sister Qing Qing, you really saw Qin Feng wearing that wolf mask?" Bai Qing saw the tear stains on Lin Bei Bei's face, and her heart ached as she hugged Lin Bei Bei. Although Bai Qing and Lu Wenjing often bickered and disliked each other, the two girls were very fond of the obedient and sensible Lin Bei Bei. They treated her like their own little sister. "Bei Bei, I'm sure Qin Feng wore that wolf mask. Moreover, it's the same mask as the wolf-headed man in the image." Bai Qing's words stunned Lin Bei Bei and Lu Wenjing. When Lin Bei Bei recalled what Xiao Feng said just now, she increasingly felt that Xiao Feng was Qin Feng. On the other hand, Lu Wenjing was somewhat confused. If the wolf-headed man was really Qin Feng, then why did he kill himself? Who was the other Qin Feng who was killed? Just when the three women sank into a momentary silence, someone knocked on the office door. Then the security captain cautiously walked in. "Be sister-in-law Lu." As soon as he entered the office, the security captain saw Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing inside. He immediately trembled in fear that Lu Wenjing's sister-in-law would blame him for what just happened. "What's the matter?" Lu Wenjing only cared about Qin Feng. When she saw the security captain enter, she seemed a bit impatient. "Sister-in-law, I just received a diamond card from a customer," the security captain said while trembling. "Describe that person's appearance and age." Lu Wenjing's expression didn't change much. She had given out 5 diamond cards. Although the other party was a big shot, Lu Wenjing couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. That's a man. He's the man who offended Miss Bai and Miss Lin." The security captain started praying in his heart. He didn't know if Xiao Feng's identity was higher, or if Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing's identities were higher. Lu Wenjing didn't quite understand what happened to Xiao Feng, so Lin Bei Bei explained it to her. Lin Bei Bei even told her that she suspected Xiao Feng was Qin Feng. After Lu Wenjing heard this, her expression changed drastically. "Hurry, hurry, and get that man's diamond card for me to see," Lu Wenjing practically shouted. The security captain jumped in fright. He immediately pulled out a diamond card and handed it to Lu Wenjing. "Sister-in-law Lu, when that customer gave me the diamond card, he didn't take it back. I was worried that he was an important person, so I temporarily took his diamond card and specially brought it here for sister-in-law to see." The security captain was a smart person. He heard that the Fei Tian bar had a total of 5 diamond cards, and each diamond card was different. This was because each card represented a specific person and could be considered a symbol of status. Lu Wenjing took the diamond card the security captain handed over. She only glanced at it, and her beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with surprise. Her lily-white hands trembled, and the diamond card fell to the ground. "Sister-in-law, this." The security captain hurriedly picked up the card on the ground. He didn't know what to do when he saw Lu Wenjing trembling with excitement. Lu Wenjing ignored the security captain and rushed out the door. Of course, Lu Wenjing recognized that diamond card. She was the one who personally gave it to Qin Feng. "Brothers, why aren't you guys drinking anymore? It's too boring for me to drink alone." Qin Feng held his wine cup and laughed as he looked at Zhao Yun and the others. The three of them were flushed, and their voices reeked of alcohol. It was clear that they were pretty much drunk. Seeing Qiao Feng raise his wine cup again, Zhao Yun and the others were so sullen that they wanted to vomit blood. At first, they planned to take turns to get Qiao Feng drunk. In the end, after drinking with Qiao Feng, the three of them realized that Qiao Feng was a fucking wine jar. Moreover, it was a wine jar with a hole in it. No matter how much they poured alcohol into him, he was fine. Ahem, little brother Qiao Feng. Tonight is classmate Ma Chui's birthday. Us four brothers can't just sit here and drink. Let's go to the girls' side and give classmate Ma Chui a toast. Zhao Yun knew that he couldn't drink anymore, so he hurriedly walked over to the girls' side. Seeing Zhao Yun leave, Zhang Tao and Li Hu hurriedly followed. They were afraid of Qiao Feng's alcohol tolerance. The four women were happily chatting when they saw Zhao Yun and the others, who reeked of alcohol, walk over. A look of disgust flashed across the four women's faces. However, tonight was Ma Chui's birthday, so they didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense. The four women moved to make some space, and Zhao Yun and the others immediately laughed and sat down. Seeing that Zhao Yun and the others had pretty much drunk, Zhao Lingxian started to worry about Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng walked over. Zhao Lingxian stood up and supported Qin Feng. "Darling, are you all right?" Seeing Zhao Lingxian's flirtatious expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. He pulled her to sit on the sofa and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Zhao Lingxian looked over and found that Qin Feng really was fine. In fact, his expression hadn't changed at all. Ma Chui and the others looked at Qiao Feng curiously, then at Zhao Yun and the others. They felt that it was quite strange. Qiao Feng wasn't drunk? Zhao Yun and the others could feel the strange gazes from the girls, and they felt incredibly angry. The three of them had drunk Qiao Feng for a long time, but Qiao Feng was completely fine. On the other hand, the three of them had almost fainted from drinking. If word of this got out, it would be quite embarrassing. Ahem, classmate Chui Chui. You're dressed quite beautifully tonight. You look like a goddess. Come, let me toast you. I wish you a happy birthday and eternal beauty. Zhao Yun hurriedly changed the topic and toasted Ma Chui. However, not only did his words not please Ma Chui, a trace of resentment flashed through Ma Chui's eyes. In actuality, Ma Chui couldn't compare to Zhao Lingxian and the others at all. Putting aside Zhao Lingxian, she was ridiculously beautiful. Wang Yu and Gao Mei weren't particularly outstanding, but they were both tall and sexy girls. On the other hand, not only was Ma Chui extremely fat, but her face was also full of flesh. She wasn't beautiful at all. If a normal person saw her and didn't look down on her, that would be good enough. Ma Chui didn't say anything, and Zhao Yun felt incredibly awkward. Tonight, he had vowed to take down Zhao Lingxian, but he had been slapped in the face the entire night. He was about to become the king of awkward silence. Chui Chui, if you could lose some weight, you'd definitely be a great beauty. Qin Feng felt that Ma Chui wasn't a bad person, so he spoke the truth. Ma Chui was indeed very fat, and she cared a lot about other people talking about her body. However, now that Qiao Feng had said it, Ma Chui didn't feel any disgust. In fact, she looked like she accepted it. Little bro, Qiao Feng, do you know how to speak? How is Chui Chui fat? There aren't many people with such a slim figure on the streets. Look at her slender waist, her pointy face, and... Zhao Yun suddenly stopped speaking because he could feel the killing intent in Ma Chui's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Yun realized that his lies were too ridiculous. He even saw that Zhang Tao and Li Hu were laughing so hard that their faces and necks were red. Zhao Yun, that's enough. I know very well whether I'm fat or skinny, so please don't casually judge me. Ma Chui, who had always been shy and introverted, coldly glared at Zhao Yun. Almost no one at school knew about Ma Chui's family background. Everyone thought that Ma Chui was poor, ugly, and fat, so no one cared about her. Even at tonight's birthday party, Zhao Yun and the other two boys used Ma Chui as an excuse to pick up Gao Mei and Wang Yu. However, at this moment, Zhao Yun suddenly felt Ma Chui's might. It was as if in front of Ma Chui he wasn't even an ant. Chapter 574. Looking at Ma Chui's cold expression, the arrogant Zhao Yun was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and sat on the side like a little lamb. Wang Yu and Gao Mei were also shocked by Ma Chui's sudden outburst. The two girls even felt that Ma Chui had become a stranger. Zhang Tao and Li Hu's smiles disappeared. They sat on the side in fear and didn't know where to put their hands. The students usually didn't take Ma Chui seriously, but at this moment they were inexplicably afraid of her. They couldn't explain the subtle change in their emotions. Qin Feng understood what the others were thinking. Qin Feng realized that Uncle Fu's warning made sense. He didn't expect Ma Chui to be a stage for inner qi expert. If Qin Feng hadn't broken through to stage 6 inner qi and could see Ma Chui's true strength, he wouldn't have believed that Ma Chui, who was in the same class as him and was often ridiculed and bullied by the other students, was a stage for inner qi expert. So, what kind of family does she come from? Why isn't the Ma family one of the 5 small families in Acropolis City? Also, why was Ma Chui afraid of Big Brother Lei? She's a stage for inner qi expert. She can kill 10 Big Brother Lei with a single slap. Ma Chui secretly released her inner qi, so the other students were afraid of her. Qin Feng also secretly circulated his inner qi to help Zhao Lingxian resist the suppression of Ma Chui's inner qi. Ma Chui suddenly looked at Qiao Feng in surprise. She clearly sensed Qiao Feng's inner qi, but she couldn't see his true strength. This shocked Ma Chui. She didn't expect Qiao Feng to be a martial artist, and a high-ranked one at that. Chui, we're all classmates, so don't be angry. Come, let's raise our glasses and celebrate Chui's birthday. Qin Feng took the initiative and raised his glass. Ma Chui was very smart. She knew that Qiao Feng wanted her to withdraw her inner qi. After Ma Chui regained her senses, she quickly withdrew her inner qi. Big brother Qiao Feng, thank you. Ma Chui raised her glass and nodded at Qin Feng. Then she looked at the others and said, "Thank you all for celebrating my birthday tonight. This is the first time I've celebrated my birthday with a friend. I'm very happy." Ma Chui smiled sweetly. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. It was just that Ma Chui was too fat, so she didn't look good when she smiled. The other boys all stole glances at Zhao Lingxian, but Qiao Feng became more and more interested in Ma Chui, mainly because of her family. Qiao Feng's gaze fell on Ma Chui as he examined her, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. After everyone finished drinking the celebratory wine, Zhao Yun quickly suggested, "Fellow students, it is rare for us to gather together tonight. Tonight is student Ma Chui's birthday, so why don't we play a game?" Zhang Tao and Li Hu immediately understood Zhao Yun's intentions and echoed, "Young Master Zhao, what game are you playing? Why don't we play Dare? Does anyone have the guts?" Sister Yin slapped the table and shouted heroically. Zhang Tao and Li Hu's eyes widened when they heard the word Dare. They had been waiting for this moment tonight. When playing Dare, they had taken advantage of Gao Mei and Wang Yu. Now that Zhao Lingxian had come, Zhao Yun and the others couldn't wait to start. Okay, let's play Dare. I have the guts, I want to play. Che, I also dare to play. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Tao and Li Hu's performance was quite good, and Zhao Yun nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Yun looked at Qin Feng and said sloppily, "Little bro Qiao Feng, we all have guts. Don't tell me you don't have guts." How vulgar. Zhao Lingxian was very unhappy that others were speaking to Qin Feng like that, and couldn't help but complain. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Lingxian into his embrace and smiled as he said, "I don't mind. If you guys want to play, I'll play with you." Seeing Zhao Yun and the others hooting, Qin Feng inwardly felt that they were quite funny. 10 years ago, Qin Feng had been the little prince of the nightclub. Rock, paper, scissors, dice, poker, and roulette were all Qin Feng's strengths. Who would dare to provoke Qin Feng? Qin Feng had single-handedly defeated the 4 talents of Sky City. To Qin Feng, Zhao Yun and the others' actions were simply suicidal. Haha. All right, then let's agree that when we start to play, no one is allowed to go back on their word. Otherwise, they'll have no guts. Hearing Zhao Yun repeatedly say, "No guts," the 4 girls' faces became slightly red. Qin Feng immediately said, "All right, then it's decided." Seeing Qiao Feng agree, Zhao Yun felt incredibly excited. His suggestion to play dare actually had nothing to do with Qiao Feng. Zhao Yun wanted to find an opportunity to flirt with Zhao Lingxian, Wang Yu, or Gao Mei. The reason why he forced Qiao Feng to agree to the rules of the game was to tell the 4 girls that if they really did get the quest, they shouldn't even think about going back on their word. Seeing that Qiao Feng had agreed, the 4 girls felt a bit nervous. However, they didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, so they didn't say anything to show that they agreed. Since everyone agreed, Zhao Yun impatiently tidied up a table. There was a ready-made dare game on the table. We'll roll the dice to decide the punishment. We'll roll the dice to decide the 2 people who will be punished. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Yun said as he laughed. Even if the people present hadn't played dare before, they'd heard about how to play it, so they didn't have any objections. Zhao Yun and the other 2 boys couldn't hide their smiles. Zhao Yun excitedly yelled, "Ha! Then let's start. I'll roll the dice and decide on the punishment first." Zhao Yun picked up the dice on the table and started to roll them. The dice rolled from 1 to 6, which corresponded to 6 different quests. Since they were in a bar, the 6 quests were naturally quite wild and daring. There was hugging and kissing, carrying each other in a circle, and riding on each other's necks for 1 minute. The die slowly came to a stop and landed on 3. Seeing this, Zhao Yun and the 2 male students' faces became red. The quest for 3 was to passionately kiss each other for 15 seconds. The 3 male students' gazes fell on Zhao Lingxian's body. If they could kiss Zhao Lingxian for 15 seconds, they wouldn't have to brush their teeth for a year. Can we roll the dice again? Seeing the 3rd quest, the 4 girls looked quite troubled. They were already regretting playing this game. Classmate Wang Yu, everyone agreed on the rules, so how can you just change them? If you change it this time, then everyone else will change it next time. Then we won't be able to play this game anymore. Zhao Yun hurriedly glared at Wang Yu, looking quite displeased. Wang Yu felt quite sullen, but she knew that Zhao Yun's family background was quite good, so she didn't dare to make Zhao Yun angry. "All right, let's start spinning the dice," Qin Feng suddenly said. "Haha, little bro Qiao Feng, you've got guts. I'll start spinning now." This was the first time Zhao Yun thought highly of Qiao Feng. However, thinking about how he wanted to get on Qin Feng's woman and how Qin Feng was standing up for him, Zhao Yun felt incredibly excited. The dice started to spin, and the 4 girls nervously frowned. Zhao Lingxian tightly gripped Qin Feng's arm. If she really had to kiss another man, Zhao Lingxian would definitely turn and leave. The needle slowly slowed down and seemed to be about to stop. At this moment, Qin Feng found that Zhao Yun's hand was acting suspiciously under the dice wheel. Qin Feng immediately turned his body and pretended to hug Zhao Lingxian intimately. However, he saw that Zhao Yun was holding a magnet in his hand, controlling the iron needle in the dice wheel. This brat's quite sinister. Qin Feng looked at the needle that was about to land on Wang Yu's body, but was forcefully pulled onto Zhao Lingxian's body by Zhao Yun's magnet. Qin Feng smirked. Haha, the needle has landed on classmate Zhao Lingxian. Who knows where it'll land next? I'm looking forward to it. Seeing the needle land, Zhao Yun excitedly danced around. Of course, he knew where it would land next. It would definitely land on him. No, this round doesn't count. What Zhao Lingxian had been worried about happened. Seeing the needle land on her body, she was incredibly worried. Classmate Lingxian, I'm afraid that's not good, right? Just then, classmate Wang Yu also asked to roll the dice again. In the end, she accepted the rules. Now that you've broken the rules, I'm afraid it won't be right, Zhao Yun said regretfully as he looked at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian anxiously grabbed Qin Feng's hand. Before she could say anything, Qin Feng yelled, It moved. The wheel moved again. It's pointing at classmate Cui Cui. Qin Feng's yell gave Zhao Yun and the other two a fright. They had been feeling incredibly excited when they saw the needle suddenly move and land on Ma Cui, who was standing next to Zhao Lingxian. The three of them felt as if they were on a roller coaster and fell to the bottom of the valley. Phew, it really moved. That scared me to death. However, classmate Cui Cui, what are you going to do? Zhao Lingxian had a kind heart. Seeing the needle land on Ma Cui, she started to worry for Ma Cui. Ma Chui's chubby face was completely red. She was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. Zhang Tao looked confused as he asked, What's going on? The needle is very stable. It shouldn't have slipped. It clearly stopped and stood there for a few seconds, so how could it suddenly slip? Zhang Tao's confusion was the same as everyone else's. However, Qin Feng wasn't confused at all because the needle had slipped because he had used his inner qi. However, Qin Feng hadn't intentionally moved the needle to Ma Cui. It was just that Ma Cui was sitting to Zhao Lingxian's right, so Qin Feng's needle had just slipped. If it had slipped too much, everyone would have been suspicious. Chapter 5, 75. Since the needle isn't stable, how about we stop playing? Ma Cui said nervously. However, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and it was almost inaudible. Ma Cui was the birthday girl tonight. When she said she didn't want to play anymore, Zhao Lingxian and the other two girls immediately said they didn't want to play anymore. Qin Feng didn't mind, but Zhao Yun and the other two boys were extremely anxious. They had finally found a chance to take advantage of Ma Cui. So how could they let it go so easily? Classmate Ma Cui, you're the birthday girl tonight. If you take the lead and break the rules of this game, it wouldn't be good, right? Zhao Yun quickly said as he looked at Ma Cui. Although Ma Cui was a stage 4 inner qi expert, her EQ wasn't very high. She didn't know how to interact with people, and she was already very shy when sitting in a crowd. Now, she was even more bashful. From what I see, the needle slipping is a coincidence. How about we spin it again? Maybe it'll be fine? Seeing that Ma Cui didn't say anything, Zhao Yun quickly suggested, Okay, I agree with young master Zhao's suggestion. I also think that it was a coincidence. There's so many people coming to this bar every day. This is a luxury room, so it is impossible for the wheel to be broken. Zhang Tao and Li, who quickly echoed Zhao Yun's words. They were simply two lackeys. Zhao Yun was very satisfied with Zhang Tao and Ma Cui's reactions, so she quickly said, since everyone has agreed to continue playing, let's count as the pointer pointing to Zhao Lingxian. Ma Cui is the birthday girl after all, so we'll let her win this time. Okay, then it's decided. Zhang Tao and Li, who also agreed with Zhao Yun's words. The three of them were in a difficult situation, and now there was a weasel. Whoosh! Without waiting for anyone to react, Sister Yun impatiently spun the wheel. Zhao Lingxian was angry and anxious. Her beautiful eyes stared at the needle, afraid that it would fall on someone else. The needle slowly slowed down and was about to stop. This time, Zhao Yun didn't dare to rashly use the iron magnet. Instead, he looked at where the needle would fall. It would be bad if it slipped again and attracted everyone's attention. The needle slowly stopped and fell on Zhao Yun's position. Zhao Yun felt as if he had been hit by a pie from the sky. He jumped up excitedly and said, "Ha ha! It's me, the needle is pointing at me. Classmate Ling Xian, sorry to trouble you. Shall we start now?" Zhao Yun's thoughts had been on Zhao Ling Xian for the entire night, and he couldn't wait to passionately kiss her. Zhao Ling Xian had a disgusted expression on her face as she tightly held onto Qin Feng's arm, unwilling to let go. "Classmate Zhao, are you seeing things? The needle was clearly pointing at me. How did it become you?" Qin Feng patted the back of Zhao Ling Xian's hand as he suddenly laughed. Zhao Yun froze and looked at the wheel. The needle that had been pointing at him was now pointing at Qin Feng. "Fuck, how is this possible? Wasn't the pointer pointing at me just now? Notes, a slippery needle. I don't care, it's me." Seeing that the opportunity to kiss Zhao Ling Xian had fallen to Qiao Feng, Zhao Yun hurriedly retorted. Qin Feng said unhurriedly, "Classmate Zhao, you didn't count the previous slips, and if you don't count the slips this time as well, then what's the point of playing this game? Besides, why did the needle keep sliding? It can't be that someone has something like a magnet on their body, right?" Qin Feng looked at Zhao Yun playfully. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he was so scared that his expression was a bit strange. That you. Zhao Yun stuttered. The other students also felt that the needle of the wheel was too strange. "Since the needle has turned to me and Ling Xian, let's kiss for everyone to see. I, Qiao Feng, am someone with guts." Seeing how scared Zhao Yun was, Qin Feng felt that it was quite funny. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Ling Xian into his embrace and kissed her as if there was no one else around. Zhao Ling Xian was a bit shy, but she was afraid that Qin Feng would lose face if she refused. As such, she snuggled into Qin Feng's embrace, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. The punishment was to kiss for 15 seconds, but Qin Feng and Zhao Ling Xian madly kissed for a whole minute before stopping. Qin Feng found that Zhao Ling Xian was becoming more and more alluring. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other people around, Qin Feng would have pushed her down again. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, and even Ma Chui and the other two girls were blushing. After kissing Zhao Ling Xian, Qin Feng looked at everyone as if nothing had happened. "We're done with the punishment. Does anyone still want to play?" Zhao Yun was the first to come back to his senses. He wanted to pounce on Zhao Ling Xian and press her down. He hurriedly yelled, "Play, of course we want to play." After speaking, Zhao Yun didn't wait for the three girls to come back to their senses as he picked up the die and started to spin it. The die was pips again, and the punishment was still a passionate kiss. This made Zhao Yun, Zhang Tao, and Li Hu incredibly happy. They felt that the heavens were helping them tonight. After the die landed, Zhao Yun prepared to spin the wheel. However, Qin Feng was one step ahead and said, "Wait, this wheel really does seem to be a bit slippery. Does anyone have any problems with this?" "No problem. If it's a slippery needle, then it's a slippery needle. After all, it's going to slide every time. In the end, it's all the same." Zhao Yun was the first to express his approval. He didn't know that the slippery needle was caused by Qin Feng's inner qi, so he couldn't wait for the wheel to slide. That way, he could use the magnet to continue his tricks. Zhang Tao and Li Hu were naturally the second to stand up and agree. Ma Chui and the other two girls didn't say anything, nor did they object. No one knew what they were thinking. Since no one has any objections, I'll start spinning." Zhao Yun didn't wait for anyone to object and spun the wheel. The needle went from fast to slow, causing everyone to feel nervous. The needle was originally going to land on Gao Mei, but Zhao Yun hurriedly put the magnet down, causing the needle to speed up. In the end, it landed on Zhao Ling Xian. Qin Feng naturally knew what Zhao Yun was doing. He had wanted to buy a large magnet from the system to play with Zhao Yun, but after he lost contact with the system, there had been no response. Qin Feng didn't know what was going on. It's classmate Ling Xian again. Classmate Ling Xian has such good luck tonight. Zhao Yun's excited voice suddenly stopped. This was because he saw the needle suddenly slip and fall on Ma Chui's body. Moreover, Zhao Yun wanted to use the magnet to turn the needle back, but the magnet seemed to have lost its effect. The needle steadily fell on Ma Chui's body without moving. Ma Chui's face once again became bright red. Although this girl was strong, she couldn't control her emotions. She was like a young girl who had just entered society. Everyone could tell when she was shy or angry. This isn't right. Zhao Yun's forehead was covered with sweat. Why had the needle moved to Ma Chui's head? He didn't want to kiss a fat girl like Ma Chui. Classmate Zhao, what's wrong? Don't tell me you actually hit a magnet on your body? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. How could that be? Why would I put on that thing for no reason? It's not like I'm a metal collector. Zhao Yun was afraid that everyone would suspect that he had a magnet on him, so he hurriedly spun the needle again. This time, the needle was going to land on Zhang Tao, but Qin Feng was next to Zhang Tao, so Zhao Yun had an idea. He secretly smiled as he used the magnet to land on Qin Feng, wanting Qin Feng and Ma Chui to kiss. Qin Feng naturally knew what Zhao Yun was thinking, so he started to circulate his inner qi, preparing to have the needle land on Gao Mei's body. This way, having the two girls kiss would be taking care of Ma Chui. However, just as Qin Feng released his inner qi, another wave of inner qi collided with it. The two waves of inner qi canceled each other out, and the needle landed firmly on Qin Feng's body. Seeing this scene, Ma Chui cried out in surprise. Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows. Then the two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. When Qin Feng had acted, Ma Chui had been afraid of kissing a boy, so she had circulated her inner qi to have the needle land on Zhao Ling Xian's body. However, the two waves of inner qi canceled each other out, causing Zhao Yun's magnet to land on Qin Feng's body. Good. Qiao Feng and Ma Chui, everyone is waiting to see your performance. Seeing this, Zhao Yun was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Qin Feng didn't mind. He didn't look down on Ma Chui because she was fat. However, this result was out of Qin Feng's expectations, and he was speechless. Ma Chui's neck was completely red, and she was so nervous that she couldn't sit still. She really wanted to ask if she could let it go this time, but she remembered that Qiao Feng had kissed Zhao Lingxian last time. Moreover, if she rejected him like this, wouldn't it make Qiao Feng lose face? Ma Chui stammered for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. Qin Feng knew Ma Chui's personality, so he took the initiative to walk up to her. When Qin Feng pulled Ma Chui into his embrace, a strong medicinal fragrance floated into Qin Feng's nose. Qin Feng was now a rank 1 alchemist, so he quickly determined that the medicinal fragrance on Ma Chui's body was spiritual medicine that she needed for cultivation. No wonder this woman reached stage for inner qi at such a young age. A large part of the reason was because she used spiritual medicine. Qiao Feng, Ma Chui fell into Qin Feng's embrace. A strong masculine scent entered her nose, making her feel as if her entire body was on fire. Ma Chui wanted to struggle out of Qin Feng's embrace and wanted to say something, but a pair of warm lips pressed against hers. Ma Chui's body felt as if it had been electrocuted, and she couldn't stop trembling. The scene seemed to freeze, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of a heartbeat. Zhao Yun and the others didn't think that Qiao Feng would be so carefree that he could kiss a fat woman like Ma Chui. Even Zhao Lingxian was dumbfounded. She didn't even feel jealous. She just felt that Qin Feng had wronged her. Hiss! After kissing Ma Chui, Qin Feng took a deep breath. He found that there was a lot of poisonous gas in Ma Chui's body. This poisonous gas continuously flowed out of Ma Chui's body and flew into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng cursed inwardly, but when he wanted to push Ma Chui away, he found that he had no strength left in his body. Chapter 576. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from Qin Feng and Ma Chui's bodies. Both of them rebounded and retreated 3 to 4 steps before stabilizing themselves. Qin Feng immediately sat on the ground. He felt his body was filled with poisonous gas. It was the same feeling he had when he was hit by Taoist Rakshas's corpse gas and Hua Yan's demon gas. Big Brother Qiao Feng, are you okay? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. Ma Chui immediately ran to Qin Feng's side after stabilizing herself and looked at him with a nervous expression. After Qin Feng stabilized his inner qi, he discovered that he was fine. Not only was he fine, but he could also convert the poisonous gas into inner qi and increase his cultivation. Previously, Qin Feng was able to convert corpse qi and demonic qi. Now he could even convert poison qi. At that time, Little Pig had said that Qin Feng's body was a septic tank. Qin Feng had even taught Little Pig a lesson. Now, even Qin Feng himself felt that this analogy was quite accurate. I'm fine. I was just too engrossed in kissing you just now. I can't stop thinking about it. After Qin Feng stabilized the poisonous gas, he stood up and smiled brightly at Ma Chui. Ma Chui naturally understood what he meant. This was just a random excuse. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't take the initiative to ask about the poisonous gas, Ma Chui was also shy and didn't bring it up. When Zhao Yun and the other classmates heard Qin Feng's words, they all stared at him with wide eyes. They thought that this person's taste was not ordinary. Then, you guys continue playing. I need to go to the washroom. Ma Chui suddenly felt uncomfortable. She was extremely nervous and didn't care about everyone's reaction as she hurriedly ran out of the room. After Ma Chui left for a long time, everyone slowly came back to their senses. When they recalled the scene of Qin Feng and Ma Chui kissing, they all shivered. Huh. Classmate Ma Chui left. Let's continue playing the game. Zhao Yun quickly came back to his senses. Now that the scariest Ma Chui had left, the game would be even more fun. Without waiting for the others to come back to their senses, Zhao Yun rolled his die and it landed on Enhance. Zhao Yun felt that he was too lucky tonight. He got what he wanted. Seeing Zhao Yun's smug expression, Qin Feng inwardly laughed. Of course, he was the one who controlled the 3 points of the night. The wheel started to spin. Without Ma Chui, Qin Feng could easily control the needle. Qin Feng controlled the needle twice. The first time it landed on Zhang Tao. The second time it landed on Zhao Yun. When the needle landed twice, Zhang Tao and Sister Yun's faces turned green. They looked at each other and nearly vomited. Haha, classmate Zhao and classmate Zhang are really lucky. I believe that you two have guts, so let's start quickly. Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at the two. The two of them were so sullen that they almost spat blood. A short pain was better than a protracted one. Zhao Yun knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he pulled Zhang Tao over and kissed him. Just as Zhao Yun's mouth touched Zhang Tao's, he almost fainted from the stench. Fuck, why don't you brush your teeth in the morning? It wasn't that Zhang Tao didn't brush his teeth, but that he had learned to smoke since he was young, so he had bad breath. This was a secret that Zhang Tao didn't want others to know. Seeing that Zhao Yun was about to cry out, Zhang Tao hurriedly hugged Zhao Yun's head and firmly bit his lips, unwilling to let go. This crazy scene caused the girls to be dumbfounded. The two of them kissed for half a minute, forgetting that they only had 15 seconds. In the end, Zhao Yun had to use all of her strength to push Zhang Tao away. Are you fucking sick? Kissing for 15 seconds is over. Are you addicted? After being scolded by Zhao Yun, Zhang Tao couldn't retort, so he sat back down. This game was becoming more and more disgusting. Zhao Lingxian and the other girls didn't want to play anymore, but Zhao Yun insisted. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to kiss Zhao Lingxian tonight. Everyone don't move. Sit still, and let's continue playing. Zhao Yun was furious and glared at the girls. Wang Yu and Gao Mei were a bit afraid of Zhao Yun's background, so they could only sullenly sit where they were. Qin Feng didn't stop this guy. Since he liked to play, he would play with him to the end. In the next round, the wheel landed on Li Hu and Zhao Yun. The points were still 3, and the two of them helplessly kissed each other. Another round. Zhao Yun and Zhang Tao kissed again, who knew how many rounds had passed. In short, the needle would always land on Zhao Yun while the other needle would go back and forth between Zhang Tao and Tiger Li. Zhao Yun had already lost count of how many times he had kissed the two boys. He was about to explode from the stench. Young Master Zhao, I'm begging you, please stop playing. Young Master Zhao, please spare me. I really don't want to kiss you anymore. Seeing that Zhao Yun still wanted to continue, Zhang Tao and Li Hu were about to collapse. After Ma Chui left, it was as if the wheel had been possessed, and the two of them didn't dare to continue playing. Kissing a man was simply too terrifying. Zhao Yun had a belly full of anger and had lost his mind. Now that he had calmed down, he felt that the wheel was simply too strange. It wasn't under his control at all. I'm so fucking unlucky tonight. I'm not playing anymore. Zhao Yun unhappily glared at Qin Feng. How could he still have the face to stay in the private room? He hurriedly got up and walked out. Just as he walked out, Zhao Yun saw a beautiful woman walking towards him. After seeing her appearance, Zhao Yun was so scared that he almost tripped. Be big sister Lu H. Hello. The person who had come was Lu Wenjing, the big sister of the phone group. Zhao Yun had come to the Fei Tian bar a few times and had seen Lu Wenjing before, so he recognized her. Who are you? Scram. Lu Wenjing glared at Zhao Yun. Seeing that she didn't recognize this man, she immediately yelled at him. Zhao Yun didn't have any temper and even had to smile along. When he saw Lu Wenjing walk towards his private room, Zhao Yun suddenly understood that this big sister Lu had probably come to make trouble for Qiao Feng. Big sister Lu, why you're looking for Qiao Feng, aren't you? Zhao Yun hurriedly followed. He was so excited that his body trembled. Lu Wenjing really did come to find Qin Feng. Moreover, she knew that Qin Feng seemed to have changed his appearance and even his name. He was now called Qiao Feng. You know Qiao Feng? Lu Wenjing asked doubtfully and sized up Zhao Yun. Earlier, Zhao Yun saw that Qiao Feng offended Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing and even beat up Brother Lei at the Fei Tian bar. When he saw big sister Lu aggressively walk over, Zhao Yun was even more certain that Lu Wenjing had come to get even with Qiao Feng. Zhao Yun had been sullen all night, and now he was finally happy. Big sister Lu, Qiao Feng is in that private room. Do you want me to help you call him out? Zhao Yun said as he carefully looked at Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing thought for a moment. Qin Feng had changed his appearance and name to hide his identity. Lu Wenjing was afraid that barging in would ruin Qin Feng's business. Now that someone was willing to call Qin Feng out, Lu Wenjing was naturally happy. All right, hurry up and call for help. I'll wait here. Lu Wenjing yelled sternly. All right, big sister Lu, please wait a moment. I'll be out soon. Zhao Yun excitedly danced and ran back to the private room. Young Master Zhao, you're back again. Zhang Tao looked at Zhao Yun in confusion as soon as Zhao Yun returned. How could Zhao Yun have the time to deal with Zhang Tao's bad breath? He chuckled as he walked to Qiao Feng's side and pulled him away. Little bro, Qiao Feng, come with me. Your big brother has something good to tell you. Qiao Feng, don't go with him. Zhao Lingxian could tell that Zhao Yun had ill intentions towards Qin Feng, so she hurriedly pulled him back. Xian it's fine. I'm going out with classmate Zhao and will be back soon. Qin Feng patted the back of Zhao Lingxian's hand, indicating that it was fine. Zhao Lingxian thought of Qin Feng's powerful skills, so she let go of him. The two of them walked from the inner room to the entrance of the outer room. Zhao Yun suddenly stopped and chuckled as he looked at Qin Feng. Little bro, Qiao Feng. Do you know Fei Tianbar's Lu Wenjing? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He feigned ignorance and said, I don't know her. Why are you saying this? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't know Lu Wenjing and hadn't even heard of her before, Zhao Yun became even more excited. Little bro Qiao Feng, let me tell you this. Lu Wenjing is the big sister behind the scenes of the Feng group. If anyone can get together with this woman, they'll be able to do whatever they want in the Acropolis city. Let me tell you a secret. Lu Wenjing is actually very empty. Because her status is too high, no man dares to get close to her. However, didn't Qin Feng die yesterday? Lu Wenjing definitely wants to find a new lover. Little bro Qiao Feng, if you grasp this opportunity, your future will be bright. When Qin Feng first heard Zhao Yun ask him if he knew Lu Wenjing, he was a bit worried. He thought that Zhao Yun had discovered his identity. Now that he understood the situation, Qin Feng inwardly coldly laughed. This Zhao Yun was up to no good and wanted to trick him into seducing Lu Wenjing? Qin Feng was about to die from Zhao Yun's teasing. Oh, is that true? If that's true, then young Master Zhao, why don't you go and get that woman? Qin Feng looked doubtful. Zhao Yun continued to speak. AI, you just met me, so you don't understand me. I'm a very loyal person, and I've liked classmate Gao Mei for a long time. As such, I won't even look at other women. Seeing how Zhao Yun spoke as if he was speaking the truth, Qin Feng almost vomited from disgust. Tonight, Zhao Yun had peeked at Zhao Lingxian quite a few times. Qin Feng remembered that Zhao Yun, Zhang Tao, and Li were all his classmates, so he gave them face. However, Qin Feng had changed his mind. After tonight's gathering, he would have long hair violently beat up Zhao Yun and throw him into the rubbish bin. So it's like that. I really couldn't tell that young Master Zhao was such a loyal person. Then can I give this opportunity a try? Qin Feng looked at Zhao Yun with an eager expression. Seeing that Qin Feng was moved, Zhao Yun hurriedly said, Little brother Qiao Feng, you have to give this opportunity a try. With your handsome appearance and powerful body, I wouldn't believe that Lu Wenjing didn't like you even if you beat me to death. Before, Zhao Yun had said that Qin Feng looked like a country bumpkin and that he was so ordinary that he didn't have an impression of him. Now he was praising Qin Feng in all sorts of ways. Qin Feng almost couldn't bear to watch this kind of chameleon. Then where's Lu Wenjing? How do I find her? Qin Feng asked. Hee, why else would I call you out alone? I just saw her at the door. She was wearing a luxurious black silk dress and looked like a fairy. Hurry and go look for her. She might not have gone far yet. As Zhao Yun spoke, he didn't wait for Qin Feng to agree and pushed him out the door. At this time, Lu Wenjing was waiting at the door. Zhao Yun brought Qin Feng to a place not far from Lu Wenjing. He nodded at Lu Wenjing, indicating that this was Qiao Feng. Then, Zhao Yun silently left without saying a word. Chapter 577. Zhao Yun left without saying a word. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would reveal that Lu Wenjing was here to cause trouble for Qiao Feng. From Zhao Yun's perspective, Lu Wenjing was the big sister of the Feng group. Even if she wanted to take care of Qiao Feng, she would take him to a private room or an office. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the Feng group. If the two of them went to a private room, Qiao Feng would naturally think that Lu Wenjing was interested in him. Perhaps he would take her for himself. If that happened, Qiao Feng wouldn't even know how he died. Hee, your elder is a freaking talent. No, a genius. No, a godly talent. Seeing Qiao Feng and Lu Wenjing standing together and chatting, Zhao Yun hid in the corner and couldn't close his mouth. You're Qiao Feng. Lu Wenjing looked at Qiao Feng with caution. That's me. Do you need something from me? Once Qin Feng heard Lu Wenjing speak, he knew that Brat Zhao Yun was a big scammer. It seemed that Bai Qing and Lin Bei Bei had watched the video. Lu Wenjing had come to find him. After finding out that the man in front of her was Qiao Feng, Lu Wenjing became a bit emotional. Her delicate body trembled slightly. "Why, you're Qin Feng?" Lu Wenjing asked tentatively. Qin Feng smiled faintly. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the office." After speaking, Qin Feng led the way. Lu Wenjing froze for a while before coming back to her senses, although she hadn't received Qiao Feng's confirmation. Seeing that Qiao Feng knew about the office and was very familiar with the Fei Tian bar, Lu Wenjing was 99% sure that the man in front of her was Qin Feng in disguise. Seeing that Qiao Feng and Lu Wenjing didn't fight as soon as they saw each other and instead went to the office in the deepest part of the bar, Zhao Yun became even more pleased. He didn't care about Qiao Feng anymore because he was dead for sure. Zhao Yun was in a great mood. He whistled as he walked to the restroom. He had drunk too much earlier, so he was going to go to the restroom and pick up Zhao Lingxian. Now that Qiao Feng wasn't here, Zhao Yun thought that capturing Zhao Lingxian would be a piece of cake. "Beauty, why you're alone?" Zhao Yun did not even have the time to enter the men's toilet when he suddenly stopped at the entrance. His gaze fell upon the beautiful woman who was looking at herself in the mirror in the women's toilet. His eyes wished he could stick onto her body. The woman was tall and beautiful, with an oval face and long legs. Her skin was fair and tender, and there was a hint of nervousness in her big, watery eyes. Any man who laid eyes on her would have the desire to protect her. Zhao Yun immediately lost his composure. He had seen Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei Bei, Bai Qing, and Lu Wenjing today. His sense of beauty and taste should have been raised by more than 10 levels. But the beauty and aura of the beauties in front of him didn't lose to Zhao Lingxian and the others. It was just that the beauty's clothes were a bit strange. Her dress was as loose as a maternity dress, but it was clearly a few sizes too big. Ma Chui was in a daze looking at herself in the mirror. When she heard someone calling her name, she was startled. Zhao Yin? Are you crazy? Stay away from me." After tonight's events, Ma Chui already hated Zhao Yun. Now that Zhao Yun came to strike up a conversation with her with a perverted look, Ma Chui was so angry that she pouted. Zhao Yun was instantly dumbfounded. He carefully looked at Ma Chui and asked in confusion, "Beauty, you know me?" Ma Chui's expression changed as if she suddenly thought of something. It turned out that Ma Chui was born with poisonous gas in her body, and as she grew older, the amount of poisonous gas in her body increased. The Ma family found many famous doctors, but none of them could find the cause of Ma Chui's illness. Luckily, the Ma family was an ancient martial arts family and had Ma Chui cultivate ancient martial arts since she was young. Ma Chui was naturally intelligent and reached stage for inner qi at a young age. Because she had inner qi in her body, Ma Chui could force out some of the poisonous gas in her body every day. However, the amount she forced out was not as much as the poisonous gas released by her body. It wasn't that Ma Chui was lazy and didn't want to lose weight, but that the poisonous gas in her body made her fat. Not long ago, when Qiao Feng and Ma Chui kissed, Qiao Feng sucked away most of the poisonous gas in Ma Chui's body. Ma Chui suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach. She squatted in the toilet for a while, and when she came out, she discovered that she had slimmed down. Ma Chui was stunned by her current beauty. She stared at the mirror for a long time before she was sure that it was her. After Ma Chui slimmed down, her beauty became outstanding. In addition, because of her cultivation, her body also had an extra layer of spiritual energy. It was no wonder that Zhao Yin couldn't recognize her. "I'm sorry. I recognized the wrong person. Don't follow me. I came with my boyfriend." After Ma Chui understood the situation, she immediately dodged Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin stared blankly as the beauty walked away. His heart was restless, but when he remembered that she had a boyfriend, he didn't know if her boyfriend was powerful or not. In the end, Zhao Yin dispelled the thought of continuing to pester Ma Chui. After Ma Chui got rid of Zhao Yin. She lowered her head and aimlessly walked in the crowd. When she raised her head, she discovered that she had instinctively returned to the private room. Ma Chui stood at the entrance of the private room, hesitating. Ever since she was young, she had been a fat girl. No one liked her, and most people bullied and laughed at her. Ma Chui had suddenly become so beautiful. She was afraid of entering the room and seeing everyone's shocked expressions because she was afraid of being the center of attention. However, Ma Chui had another impulse. She really wanted to enter the room and let Xiao Feng, who had kissed her, see her beautiful side. Ma Chui didn't know what she was thinking. She even hoped that Xiao Feng would leave Zhao Lingxian and be with her after seeing how beautiful she was. After hesitating at the entrance for a few minutes, Ma Chui gritted her teeth, pushed open the door, and walked into the private room. In the private room, Zhao Lingxian, Wang Yu, and Gao Mei sat together and chatted. Zhang Tao and Li Hu sat to the side and secretly watched Zhao Lingxian. Because Qiao Feng and Zhao Yin had gone out, the atmosphere in the private room was a bit boring. W, who are you looking for? W, what a pretty girl. W, do you want to come in and sit? Zhang Tao and Li, who were the first to see Ma Chui enter the room. Their eyes immediately widened, and they couldn't take their eyes off Ma Chui's face. Ling Xian, this girl is really beautiful. She's as beautiful as you. She's a goddess. Beauty, did you come to the wrong room? But that's fine, you can come in and sit. After seeing Ma Chui, Wang Yu and Gao Mei were also shocked. Even Zhao Lingxian felt a bit moved when she saw Ma Chui. This woman was indeed beautiful. Ma Chui nervously stood at the entrance. Her tender hands gripped the corners of her dress, and she was so nervous that her breathing became a bit rushed. After a while, Ma Chui quietly said, "Why, you don't know me?" "Huh. What's your name?" "I don't think I've seen you before." The 5 people in the private room looked at Ma Chui in confusion and shook their heads to show that they didn't know her. Ma Chui was incredibly moved. She didn't think that after losing so much weight, she would become so beautiful that even her classmates wouldn't recognize her. However, Ma Chui didn't care about this. She had entered the room mainly to let Xiao Feng see her. However, Ma Chui looked around the private room many times and still didn't see Xiao Feng. May I ask where Xiao Feng went? How come I don't see him? Ma Chui carefully asked. Everyone in the room was shocked. They didn't think that Xiao Feng, who couldn't be any more ordinary, would know so many beautiful women. This cute little beauty had come to the bar to look for him? Who are you? What's your relationship with Xiao Feng? Before everyone could come back to their senses, Zhao Lingxian had already stood up. There was a trace of hostility in her eyes. In actuality, Zhao Lingxian was a bit confused. Qiao Feng had only been used tonight. So how did this beauty know who Qiao Feng was? I don't have anything to do with him. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Ma Chui didn't think that Zhao Lingxian would have such a big reaction. Ma Chui suddenly felt as if she had been caught cheating. After apologizing to Zhao Lingxian, Ma Chui turned and ran out of the private room. Ma Chui's actions were simply too strange. Only after she left for a while did everyone come back to their senses. Gao Mei's eyes spun as she suddenly said, "Hichem? Didn't you guys feel that that beauty's voice was a bit familiar? But I can't remember who it was. Now that you mention it, it really was a bit familiar. Who was it? Could it be that we really know her?" Wang Yu also started to recall. Zhao Lingxian, Zhang Tao, and Li Hu all felt the same way, but none of them thought of Ma Chui. After all, the 2 of them were completely different, and no one would think of them together. Not long after Ma Chui left, Zhao Yun ran back after taking a leak. Just as he entered the room, he found that the atmosphere inside was a bit off. Does everyone feel that it's boring without me? Now that I'm back, how about we continue to play dare? Zhao Yun casually sat down next to Zhao Lingxian and stretched out his hand to spin the dice. Now that Ma Chui and Qiao Feng weren't here, it was Zhao Yun who was in charge. Zhao Lingxian angrily glared at Zhao Yin, then immediately got up and sat to the side. Gao Mei and Wang Yu had completely seen Zhao Yun's true colors, so the two women also moved far away from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was angered to death by the three women's actions, but he couldn't show it. He minded his own business and spun the dice. However, just as he started to spin the dice, the three women got up and sat on the sofa in front of another table. Evidently, none of them wanted to play dare with Zhao Yin. After being ignored by the three women again and again, Zhao Yin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Zhao Yin had been humiliated, Zhang Tao and Li Hu were very happy, but they didn't dare to show it. They even went to Zhao Yun's side to smooth things over. "Young Master Zhao, you're late." Just then, a super beauty came into the room. She's as beautiful as classmate Ling Xian. Zhao Yun immediately forgot about what had just happened. His eyes sparkled as he anxiously asked, "Was it a beauty wearing a loose dress?" "I saw her at the bathroom entrance. Where is she?" Zhang Tao and Li Hu didn't think that Zhao Yun would also see that beauty. They felt a bit of pity as they said, she came in and asked if Qiao Feng was here before leaving." Chapter 578. Fei Tianbar's base office. Lu Wenjing, Lin Bei, and Bai Qing all opened their beautiful eyes wide and stared fixedly at the ordinary man in front of them. They looked as if they wanted to see through Qiao Feng's clothes. "Cent pound top, cent pound point, cent pound little cent pound say. Why are you guys staring at me like that? How about I take off my clothes?" Qiao Feng looked at the three women with a smile. The three women were so scared that they quickly waved their hands. "Don't mess around. Who are you? Are you really Qin Feng?" Lu Wenjing still couldn't confirm Qiao Feng's identity. At this moment, the three women didn't know how to face Qiao Feng. "Jing, we met for the first time in this Fei Tian bar. Back then, you foolishly wanted to create the Win Group and even tried to seduce me to join you. Bei, you smashed your head because of me, and I just woke you up not long ago. Qing, you gave your body to me in the 3rd year of high school. I didn't think that I would only find you after 7 years." Qin Feng calmly looked at the three women and told them the secret stories in their hearts. After the three women heard Qiao Feng's words, their bodies stiffened. At this moment, the three women were 100% sure that this extremely ordinary man in front of them was Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you scared me to death. Why did you kill yourself?" Lu Wenjing was the first to regain her senses. She was the closest to Qin Feng, so she threw herself into his arms. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing's slender waist and stroked her hair. "It's a long story. In short, I have too many enemies right now. I need to change my identity and hide for a while. Once I'm stronger, I'll be able to restore my identity." Qin Feng fed the three girls the blood qi pills. Now that they were all stage 1 inner qi experts, they knew what Qin Feng meant by improving their strength. Lu Wenjing lay in Qin Feng's arms and refused to come out. Lin Bei and Bai Qing also wanted to go up and hug Qin Feng, but Lu Wenjing was lying on her stomach, so the two girls were too embarrassed to go up. "Pa!" At this moment, Long Hair hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. He led the Feng group to turn Acropolis City upside down, but they still couldn't find Qin Feng. "Sister-in-law Lu, what are you doing? Young Master Qin just left?" And you turned around and hugged another man. You're too impudent." Once Long Hair entered the room, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He wholeheartedly followed Qin Feng. Even during the Feng group's internal strife, when Wild Wolf and Baldy betrayed the Feng group, Long Hair vowed to protect the Feng group with his life. He always listened to young Master Qin and sister-in-law Lu Wenjing's orders. But at this moment, Long Hair was so angry that his eyes turned red. "You wild man! How dare you touch young Master Qin's woman? Your elder will chop you in half." Before Lu Wenjing could explain, Long Hair grabbed a large machete from the corner of the wall and swung it at Qin Feng. "Long Hair, stop!" Lu Wenjing cried out in alarm, but the broadsword had already fallen on Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng didn't even turn around or dodge. This scene frightened the three women. Why couldn't it chop down? I don't believe it. Long Hair quickly realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be an invisible qi wave around Qin Feng, and the qi wave blocked Long Hair's broadsword. Long Hair tried to use his stage 2 inner qi, but he couldn't advance even half an inch. "Long Hair, you really didn't disappoint me. Hurry and put the broadsword away. I'm Qin Feng, and I saved you from prison." Qin Feng laughed. Long Hair's entire body trembled, and the broadsword in his hand fell to the ground. "Young Master Qin? Really?" Long Hair was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Wenjing glared at Long Hair, but she wasn't really angry. "You boorish fellow, can't you ask clearly before you act? Do you think I, Lu Wenjing, am that kind of woman who would betray Qin Feng?" Long Hair looked at Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing. Seeing the two sisters-in-law nod, Long Hair fell to the ground with a plop. "Young Master Qin, it really is you. I didn't know. Please don't be angry, sister-in-law Lu." Qin Feng let go of Lu Wenjing and walked over to help Long Hair up. He patted Long Hair's shoulder and said, "Don't be polite with me. I don't have many brothers, and you're one of them. This time, I purposely hid my identity. The Qin Feng I killed in the video was only a clone. To put it bluntly, it was a fake." "Fake? It doesn't look like it." Everyone was shocked. How was the Qin Feng in the video a fake? However, since Qin Feng said so, everyone chose to believe him. They just didn't understand. Knowing that Qin Feng didn't die, the three women smiled. They were worried sick for a day and night, and they didn't even eat. Qin Feng's heart ached when he saw how exhausted the three women were. "Bei Bei, Qing Qing, Jing Jing, I'll be going to the provincial capital soon. When the time comes, you guys have to work together. If you encounter any trouble, come find me. If there's nothing else, you guys can cultivate the secret martial arts technique I gave you. When you guys reach stage for inner qi, almost no one in Acropolis City can hurt you." Qin Feng remembered that he was going to leave soon, so he couldn't bear to part with these women. "Young Master Qin, don't worry. When you're not here, I'll bring the Feng group to protect the sisters-in-law. Acropolis City is young Master Qin's world now. Who would dare to offend the sisters-in-law? That would be seeking death." Long Hair suddenly cupped his fist and said seriously. Qin Feng nodded. "Long Hair, your spirit root is better than the three of them. One blood qi pill was enough for you to break through to stage 2 inner qi. In the future, you should also cultivate more. When your realm is higher, I'll give you some spirit pills and spirit weapons. Then you'll become a true expert." When Long Hair heard Qin Feng's words, he was so excited that he almost fainted. Before Long Hair met Qin Feng, he was just an ordinary hooligan. At that time, Long Hair fought and hacked people every day. He thought he was awesome. However, after he obtained the blood qi pill and broke through, Long Hair saw another world. Only then did he realize how ignorant and childish he used to be. Of course, Long Hair knew how powerful a true expert was. He also wanted to become stronger. "Then I'll thank young Master Qin in advance," Long Hair said with a smile. Qin Feng kicked Long Hair's butt and scolded jokingly, "Don't flatter me. Get lost." Long Hair immediately retreated, but his face was full of smiles. After Long Hair left, Qin Feng flirted with the three beauties for a while. However, Qin Feng always stood next to the three beauties in Xiao Feng's appearance. This made the three women feel weird, but to prevent his identity from being exposed, Qin Feng didn't change back to his original appearance. They chatted for a while, and the three women's worries completely disappeared. They were all immersed in the joy that Qin Feng didn't die. Seeing that they were fine, Qin Feng felt at ease. "I'll go out for a while. I'll come find you guys in a bit. After calming the three women down, Qin Feng returned to the private room. Although Zhao Lingxian had broken through to stage 1 inner qi, Qin Feng was still worried that Zhao Yun would do something to her. Of course, Lin Bei could tell that Qin Feng was in a hurry to find Zhao Lingxian. However, she obediently retreated to the side and didn't say anything. Bai Qing unhappily harumphed. Men are indeed fickle. They forget their old love after finding a new one. Qin Feng had just walked to the door when he heard Bai Qing's complaint. He almost tripped and fell. When Qin Feng returned to the private room, he found that Ma Chui still hadn't returned. Everyone else was scattered in the private room, playing with their phones. The atmosphere was very heavy. Qin, Xiao Feng, you're back. When Zhao Lingxian saw Qin Feng, she immediately pounced on him. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't returned for so long, she was ready to go find him. Qin Feng put his arm around Zhao Lingxian's small waist and brought her to the sofa. He patted Zhao Lingxian's head and smiled. I'm fine, don't worry about me. That's right, classmate Chui still hasn't come back. Zhao Lingxian rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. What's wrong? Why do you care so much about Chui? Don't tell me you developed feelings for her from that kiss just then? Hearing Zhao Lingxian's eccentric voice, Qin Feng hurriedly smiled and said, No, that was just a punishment for playing a game. I didn't take it seriously. Indeed, Qin Feng hadn't developed feelings from the kiss. He was just very curious about Ma Chui. How could there be so much poisonous gas in her body? Moreover, Qin Feng also wanted to find out what her family was like. Zhao Lingxian wasn't very jealous of Ma Chui. After all, Ma Chui was too fat, and Zhao Lingxian felt that with Qin Feng's standards, he definitely wouldn't be interested in Ma Chui. Zhao Lingxian's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly thought of the great beauty who had come in not too long ago. Zhao Lingxian angrily glared at Qin Feng and suddenly pinched his waist. Lingxian, I already said I was playing a game with Chui. You still don't believe me? Qin Feng was caught off guard and cried out in pain. Zhao Lingxian unhappily harumphed. Humph. I wasn't talking about Ma Chui. Just then, a great beauty came to look for you in the private room. Where did that vixen come from? Qin Feng was completely confused. He didn't know which beauty had come after he left. The only beauties he could think of were Lin Bei and Bai Qing. However, Zhao Lingxian recognized Lin Bei and Bai Qing, which meant that it wasn't them. What beauty? I didn't even see her, so don't accuse me like this. Qin Feng helplessly looked at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian wanted to say something, but Zhao Yun suddenly walked over. Xiao Feng, why you're fine? You're actually fine. Zhao Yun had long since seen Xiao Feng come in, but he only came back to his senses now. When Zhao Yun saw Xiao Feng leave with Lu Wenjing, he was sure that Xiao Feng was half dead. He never thought that Xiao Feng would come back alive and kicking, and that he was so affectionate with Zhao Lingxian. HM? Young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Why do I feel like you want something to happen to me? Xiao Feng smiled as he looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun hurriedly laughed dryly and said, Haha, little brother Xiao Feng, what are you saying? How could I want something to happen to you? I just wanted to ask, did you go there? Qin Feng naturally knew what Zhao Yun wanted to ask, so he casually said, Of course I went. I have to thank young Master Zhao. You're absolutely right. She's very open-minded. My Lingxian is still here, so I won't say any more. You understand. Qin Feng gave Zhao Yun a knowing smile. Zhao Yun was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 579. What's very beautiful and open? Xiao Feng, where did you go just then? Zhao Lingxian was confused by their conversation. She pinched Qin Feng's waist again and angrily glared at Qin Feng. Less than or equal to top, less than or equal to point, less than or equal to small, less than or equal to say. Young Master Zhao, it's all your fault. Why didn't you talk to me alone? This is great. Even my Ling Xian misunderstood. How do you want me to explain this? Qin Feng glared at Zhao Yun with a displeased expression. After Zhao Yun regained his senses, he looked impatient. He didn't even greet anyone and hurriedly rushed out of the private room. Of course, Qin Feng knew what this brat was doing. Qin Feng felt quite amused. Zhao Lingxian was still pinching Qin Feng's waist as she angrily questioned him. Qin Feng could only helplessly explain to Zhao Lingxian, telling her how Zhao Yun had tried to screw him over. So it's like that, darling, sorry I misunderstood you. After understanding the truth, Zhao Lingxian suddenly fell into Qin Feng's arms and acted like a spoiled little woman. Qin Feng enjoyed this feeling and wanted nothing more than to push Zhao Lingxian down. However, Qin Feng only enjoyed it for a few seconds before he cried out in pain. Ayo, Lingxian, why are you pinching me again? Did you grow up eating crabs? You're about to evolve into a crab spirit. You're the crab spirit. Your whole family are crab spirits. Tell me, when did you hook up with Lu Wenjing? Qiao Feng. Oh, Qiao Feng, you're quite affectionate. Why can't you control your penis? I'll cut it off for you. When Zhao Lingxian got angry, she was quite fierce and spoke shocking words. She glared at Qin Feng's lower body like a tiger watching its prey, causing Qin Feng to instinctively cover his crotch with his hand. Qin Feng realized that he had accidentally said that Lu Wenjing and him were in a relationship. No wonder Zhao Lingxian had suddenly gotten angry. Zhao Yun hurriedly left the room and ran to the door of the office. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yun didn't knock and directly pushed open the door and walked in. After entering the room, Zhao Yun was dumbfounded. There were 3 beauties in the room. One was Lu Wenjing, and the other 2 were Miss Lin and Miss Bai. It's you? What are you doing here? Seeing Zhao Yun enter without knocking, Lu Wenjing was a bit angry. However, Lu Wenjing didn't know the relationship between Zhao Yun and Qin Feng, so she didn't explode. Zhao Yun thought about how Qiao Feng's average face was able to gain Lu Wenjing's favor. Then, wouldn't a handsome and elegant young man like him be loved to death by Lu Wenjing? Zhao Yun summoned his courage and walked toward Lu Wenjing. Hey, stop right there. What are you trying to do? Lu Wenjing's face turned cold. Beauty Wenjing, don't you know why I'm looking for you? Of course it's to do what Qiao Feng did just now. Zhao Yun acted as if he did not see Lin Bei and Bai Qing, but in reality, he deliberately said those disgusting words for the 2 beauties to hear. Zhao Yun thought about Bai Qing and Lin Bei being hugged by Qin Feng and didn't say anything. It seemed that these 2 women were also very empty. Zhao Yun was so excited that he wanted to cry. He never expected that he would fall into a woman's den, a fairy's den at that. Bang! The room door was pushed open again. Long Hair went out to smoke 3 cigarettes and came back to find that young Master Qin was gone. Instead, an unfamiliar man stood in front of Lu Wenjing. Zhao Yun was so excited that he didn't realize Long Hair had entered the room. He continued to walk toward Lu Wenjing. Big Sis Wenjing, we're all smart people, so there's no need to pretend. Hurry and start. Zhao Yun laughed evilly as he took off his clothes. This scene stunned Long Hair and Bai Qing. They didn't know what the relationship between this man who suddenly entered the room and Lu Wenjing was. Lu Wenjing was so angry that her face flushed red. She lifted her leg and kicked Zhao Yun away. Then she glared at Long Hair and yelled, "You hairy monster, are you blind? Someone's bullying your sister-in-law. Why are you just standing there?" Long Hair's entire body trembled. He immediately came to his senses and asked weakly, "Big Sis Lu, isn't this person young Master Qin's other identity? I thought you guys were going to change faces." "Change your ass. This person isn't Qin Feng." Lu Wenjing was about to be angered to death by Long Hair. Before, when it was Qin Feng, Long Hair wanted to fight with all his might. Now that it wasn't Qin Feng, Long Hair stood there stupidly and didn't move. "Fuck your grandpa. You're not young Master Qin. If you're not young Master Qin, How dare you peep at sister-in-law's beauty? Your elder will fucking chop you into minced meat and feed you to the dogs. Longhair came to his senses and suddenly yelled strangely. He jumped up and stomped on Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's skin was soft and tender, and he had never done hard labor before. Now that he was stomped on by Longhair, he felt as if his intestines were about to be stomped out. It was so painful that he rolled around the room, begging for mercy and screaming. You still dare to scream in pain? Hurry and shut your elder's mouth. You're screaming like a pig being slaughtered. You're so noisy. Longhair was very frightening when he was angry. He was like an awakened lion violently torturing an injured little sheep. Not only was he torturing people, Longhair didn't even let them scream. Zhao Yun was about to die of sullenness. Longhair beat Zhao Yun to his heart's content. First, he punched and kicked Zhao Yun. Then, as if he was hurting himself, he used the metal rod to whip Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was in pain, but he didn't dare to scream. Every time he screamed, Longhair's attacks became more frenzied. Lin Bei trembled in fear at the savage scene in front of her. Bai Qing and Lu Wenjing were used to it. Plus, Zhao Yun wasn't a good person to begin with, so the two women didn't sympathize with him at all. Longhair was beating to his heart's content, but Qin Feng was a bit bored in the private room. Of course, Qin Feng knew that Zhao Yun wouldn't come back. He would definitely be crippled by Lu Wenjing or Longhair and thrown into the trash can at the back door of the bar. The reason why Qin Feng was still sitting in the private room was because he wanted to wait for Ma Chui to come back. Qin Feng was very curious about Ma Chui. You err, Ling Xian. Classmate Ma Chui just sent me a text. She actually left us behind and left by herself? Gao Mei suddenly stood up with an incredulous expression on her face. Ma Chui was the birthday girl tonight. AI, how could she leave without saying anything? When the other students heard this, they were also confused. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. With Ma Chui's mysterious identity, even Qin Feng couldn't get close to her. It was normal for a classmate like her to act strangely. Perhaps something happened at home and she went back. Ling Xian, since classmate Ma Chui left, let's go as well. Qin Feng held Zhao Lingxian's hand. There was no need to stay here any longer. Zhao Lingxian naturally treated Qin Feng as her leader. Wherever Qin Feng went, she would follow. Seeing that Xiao Feng and Zhao Lingxian had left, Gao Mei and Wang Yu hurriedly followed. Lingxian, wait for us. It's getting late, so we have to go back. The two girls weren't stupid. They had already realized that tonight's birthday party was just a cover. Zhao Yun and the other two boys had said that they were going to celebrate Ma Chui's birthday, but they hadn't paid any attention to Ma Chui the entire night. Evidently, they were up to no good. Luckily, they had coincidentally met Zhao Lingxian and Xiao Feng. Gao Mei and Wang Yu admired Xiao Feng's character even more. They didn't want to stay and be tricked by Zhao Yun, so they naturally followed Xiao Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Classmate Gao Mei, classmate Ma Yu, don't go yet. Young master, Zhao hasn't come back yet. How about we wait for him to come back and leave together? If Zhao Lingxian wanted to leave, Zhang Tao and Li Hu couldn't dissuade her. However, if Wang Yu and Gao Mei wanted to leave, how could the two boys be willing? If you want to wait, then go wait. Seeing that the three of you were kissing so passionately tonight, we'll leave you guys some private space. Don't follow us, it's disgusting. Gao Mei coldly glared at the two of them. Gao Mei and Wang Yu were a bit afraid of Zhao Yun's family, but they weren't afraid of Li Hu and Zhang Tao. Don't follow us, or else I won't be polite. Seeing that Zhang Tao and Wang Yu were still following them, Xiao Feng suddenly stopped and looked at them. The two of them suddenly stopped walking. They were still a bit afraid of Xiao Feng. They still had lingering fears after seeing Xiao Feng beat up Big Brother Lei. Let's go. Seeing that Zhang Tao and Wang Yu didn't dare to follow them, Qin Feng left with the three girls. Qin Feng specially sent Gao Mei and Wang Yu to the entrance of the bar and flagged down a taxi for them. Hurry and go home. In the future, don't casually go out with boys at night. There are many people like Zhao Yun who have the face of a human but the heart of a beast. Thank you, Big Brother Qiao. Wang Yu and Zhao Lingxian gratefully looked at Qiao Feng. When the two women first saw Qiao Feng, they felt that he couldn't be any more ordinary, and that he wasn't good enough for Zhao Lingxian. However, after a night of interaction, the two women greatly admired Qiao Feng. Lingxian will be going now. Your boyfriend's pretty good. That's right, you've been in Acropolis the entire time, right? Let's keep in touch when we have time and go out to play together. After Wang Yu and Gao Mei said their goodbyes to Zhao Lingxian, they got into the car and left. Zhao Lingxian tightly held onto Qin Feng's arm. Thinking back to how the two girls had praised Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian felt extremely happy. God damn it, reckless guy. Let's see if you dare to bully our phone group's sister-in-law again. Today, I'll spare your dog life. Go eat shit. Just as Wang Yu and Gao Mei left, Qin Feng heard a burst of angry cursing from behind him. Long Hair carried Zhao Yun with one hand as he walked out of the bar while cursing. He threw Zhao Yun onto the road. Wasn't he afraid that the brat would be run over by a car? What are you looking at? Have you never seen gangsters kill people? If you keep looking, I-oh, goddammit, Big Brother Qin. Tui tui, Big Brother Qiao Feng, it's you. I didn't see clearly, so don't be angry. After hearing that Zhao Yun dared to bully Wen Jing's sister-in-law, Long Hair was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. After throwing Zhao Yun away, Long Hair's anger hadn't subsided. When he saw someone staring at him, he immediately yelled at that person. However, halfway through his yelling, Long Hair seemed to have woken up from a dream and found that it was young Master Qin. Seeing Long Hair's antics, Qiao Feng was so angry that he laughed. He kicked Long Hair's butt and cursed. Piss off to the side, you're the happiest. When I have time, I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 580. Long Hair didn't have any temper after being kicked by Qin Feng. He turned and ran back into the bar. However, halfway there, a dozen or so muscular men suddenly rushed out of the bar. Each of them carried an empty beer bottle. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Damn you! You dared to kick Big Brother Long Hair? Do you want to fucking die? Ever since I joined the phone group, your elder hasn't fought in a long time. Today, someone's finally blind and dared to offend the phone group. Your elder will kill you. The dozen or so hooligans were itching to attack Qin Feng. Long Hair was so scared that his eyeballs almost popped out. He didn't wait for them to attack and flew up to give them a fierce kick. Damn your ancestors, you bastards. Your elder likes being kicked by Big Brother Qiao Feng. It's my honor to have Big Brother Qiao Feng kick your elder. Why are you blindly boasting? Long Hair used both his hands and feet and gave each of the hooligans a fierce slap on the head. The hooligans were dumbfounded and looked at Qiao Feng stupidly. They didn't know who this person was. Even Big Brother Long Hair was so afraid of him. Big Brother Long Hair, he dared to kick you. That's right, Big Brother Long Hair. No matter who he is, I'm going to cripple him even if I have to risk my life. Cripple, cripple, cripple. If you keep blabbering, your elder will cripple you first. Hurry and scram back to the bar. This is infuriating. Without waiting for the hooligans to finish speaking, Long Hair fiercely slapped their heads again. The dozen or so hooligans felt that they had grown a lot taller. They hurriedly held their heads in pain and ran back into the bar dejectedly. Seeing the group of stinking brats run away, Long Hair let out a long sigh of relief. Then he suddenly looked at Qin Feng as if he had just seen him. HM, isn't this Big Brother Qiao Feng? Weren't you playing in the bar? Why did you run out? This fairy is sister-in-law, right? Hello, sister-in-law. I won't disturb Big Brother Qiao Feng and sister-in-law's good time. I'll be leaving first. Without waiting for Qin Feng to act, long hair immediately disappeared. Just as he entered the bar, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he watched Long Hair's back. He thought to himself, "Why is this brat becoming more and more like me?" Zhao Lingxian was amused by this clown and giggled. As she giggled, her full breasts rubbed against Qin Feng's arm, making him want to strip her naked and push her down on the streets. "Qiao Feng!" A woman's melodious voice suddenly came from behind him. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian simultaneously turned to look. A tall and beautiful woman with an abnormally sexy figure walked over wearing a tight, white qipao. Yan Wushuang? Qin Feng didn't expect Yan Wushuang to be here. This meant he had to leave Acropolis City. "Darling, who is this woman?" When Zhao Lingxian saw Yan Wushuang, she immediately felt a sense of hostility. She fell into Qin Feng's arms and pretended to be very intimate with Qin Feng. However, she was secretly pinching Qin Feng's lower back. Qin Feng endured the pain and smiled awkwardly as he said, "Lingxian, wait for me in the bar. I'll come find you guys in a bit." "Qiao Feng." Zhao Lingxian pushed Qin Feng away and glared at him angrily. "Go. If you go, don't come back to find me." "Lingxian, it's not what you think. I have something important to discuss with Yan Wushuang." Qin Feng's expression became serious. Zhao Lingxian wasn't an unreasonable woman, so she quickly realized that the beautiful woman's identity wasn't ordinary. Zhao Lingxian was no longer angry. Instead, she looked at Qin Feng worriedly. "Don't worry, she's my friend." Qin Feng smiled at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian didn't want to delay Qin Feng's business, so she was escorted to the bar's office. After seeing Zhao Lingxian off, Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang with a slightly cold expression. "You can see that I've changed my appearance?" Logically speaking, Yan Wushuang didn't know Qiao Feng's current identity and appearance. However, she recognized Qin Feng, which made Qin Feng very confused. "Your disguise technique is very powerful, so I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. It's just that I investigated you before, and I know that Zhao Lingxian is one of your many women. Also, that long-hair guy in front of me only listens to young Master Qin in Acropolis City." Yan Wushuang's expression was cold, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Qin Feng let down his guard and smiled faintly. "Let's go somewhere quiet to talk." Qin Feng brought Yan Wushuang to the luxurious room. After entering the room, Qin Feng leaned against the sofa and ate some fruit as he stared at Yan Wushuang's soft breasts and long legs under her white qipao. "Believe it or not, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Yan Wushuang couldn't stand Qin Feng anymore. Other men would at least hide their lustfulness, but Qin Feng would brazenly look at her body every time. The way he looked at her, as if he wanted to see through her, made Yan Wushuang very unhappy. "Group leader Yan, you're really ungrateful. Not long ago, I helped you massage your breasts in Devil Beast Mountain and saved your life. Can't I look at you now?" Qin Feng didn't care about Yan Wushuang's threat. Now that he was a Stage 6 Inner Qi expert, he could fight against a Stage 8 Inner Qi expert. Yan Wushuang was only a Stage 7 Inner Qi expert, so Qin Feng wasn't afraid of her. Yan Wushuang was so angry that her chest heaved up and down when she saw Qin Feng's frivolous behavior, but there was nothing she could do. Yan Wushuang was a 1-in-a-million cultivation genius. She reached Stage 7 Inner Qi at such a young age, and she cultivated a black tier cultivation method. She wouldn't even be afraid of a Stage 8 Inner Qi expert. However, Yan Wushuang mistook Qin Feng for a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert, so she couldn't do anything to him. If Qin Feng knew Yan Wushuang's true strength, he would definitely put away his perverted gaze and sit in front of her with a serious face. Qin Feng didn't expect that the temporary increase in strength from the killer book would make Yan Wushuang afraid of him. "Qin Feng, be serious. I'm here to talk to you about serious business. The dragon sect's higher-ups have passed a vote and have come to a conclusion regarding the matter of you crippling the southeastern tiger, Qi Wanjun. Yan Wushuang's tone softened a little. She could only let Qin Feng stare at her. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He put away his messy thoughts and became very serious. Since the battle on Devil Beast Mountain, Qin Feng knew that there were too many experts in China who could kill him. He also knew how powerful the dragon sect was. With his current strength, he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, the dragon sect's decision was very important to Qin Feng. Is it good or bad? Qin Feng asked. I think it's good. At least you're alive, Yan Wushuang said. Tell me more about it. The meeting of the dragon sect's higher-ups has just ended. They agreed that you crippled Qi Wanjun and caused China to lose a powerful general. The dragon sect can spare your life, but you have to do something for them to make up for your mistake. Yan Wushuang's words were simple, but Qin Feng knew it wasn't that simple. What's the task that the dragon sect arranged for me? Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't expect Qin Feng to see through the problem. She thought for a while and said, infiltrate Jindu University and investigate the conspiracy behind the William family in America. Yan Wushuang's mission was simple, but Qin Feng thought of many questions. The William family in America. Are Williams and Prince William members of this family? The first thing that came to Qin Feng's mind was Williams, whom he killed on Coiled Snake Mountain, and Prince William, whom he met on Ghost Mountain. At that time, there was also a man who was wrapped in black cloth and wielded an unparalleled slash. Was that man from the William family? That's right. They are all from the William family, and they are the grandchildren of the current team leader. I also know that you killed Williams, Yan Wushuang said calmly, as if she had really found out all the information about Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. He had a new understanding of the dragon sect's power. Can you tell me about the William family in America? Qin Feng avoided the topic of killing Williams and changed the topic. Yan Wushuang didn't seem to care about Williams. She said, the William family in America is the largest superpower family in America. The current leader, William Hagen, is the supreme commander of the Iron Blood Legion. The Iron Blood Legion is as important and secretive in America as the dragon sect in China. The only difference is that the dragon sect is filled with powerful martial artists, while the Iron Blood Legion has trained a group of superpower users with special abilities. The more Qin Feng listened, the more shocked he became. He didn't expect that he had offended such a powerful force. Qin Feng had fought with Williams and Prince William before. One of them was a strength superpower user, and the other was an ice superpower user. Qin Feng had almost lost his life in both battles. However, they were just young superpower users, so their superpowers must be of a lower level. Qin Feng wondered if he could defend himself if the William family sent a high-level superpower user to kill him. Humph, this kind of superpower family is definitely not a good thing. How dare they sneak into China? Obviously, they are trying to steal China's secrets. In my opinion, this kind of dangerous bad guys should be eliminated immediately. The dragon sect has so many experts, so why don't we just kill them? Qin Feng said to Yan Wushuang angrily. Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes and said snappily, Qin Feng, I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that the William family will send experts to kill you. Don't even think about it. The Dragon Gate won't stand out to stop the William family because the Dragon Gate and the William family represent the secret organizations of two nations. If they really fight, it will be a war between nations. Do you think that's realistic? Seeing that Yan Wushuang had seen through his thoughts, Qin Feng curled his lips and said nothing. Yan Wushuang continued, That's why the dragon sect sent you to sneak into Provincial Capital University and investigate the William family's purpose of secretly sneaking into China. Qin Feng did not think too much about the William family's strength before. Now that everything was clear, Qin Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. The higher-ups of the dragon sect were really not good people. It seemed like they had spared his life, but in reality, they had pushed him into another big fire pit. No one in the dragon sect would want to do such a difficult mission. Therefore, they threw at him. What was the difference between this and killing him? Why aren't you talking? Yan Wushuang asked when she saw Qin Feng's sullen face. Qin Feng glared at Yan Wushuang and said, "What are you talking about? I'm about to die in the mission. How can I be in the mood to talk?" Yan Wushuang was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what Qin Feng was thinking. Looking at Qin Feng's frowning face, Yan Wushuang suddenly said, "This time, you are not fighting alone. You have a partner." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. What partner? Is it a woman? Is she pretty? Is her chest as big as yours? Are her legs long? Is she powerful? Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes. She almost fainted because of Qin Feng. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "I'm your partner." "Ah, it's you, team leader Yan." Qin Feng jumped up in shock and muttered to himself, "Your breasts are big enough, your legs are long enough, your butt is perky enough, and you're pretty. It's just that you're a bit weak. If you follow me, you might even drag me down." Chapter 581. Bang! Yan Wushuang couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed her palm on the tea table, shattering it into pieces. "Qin Feng, you! Shut up! If you don't want me to be your partner, I'll apply to cancel my quota right now. You can go and complete that stupid mission yourself." Yan Wushuang stood up straight, revealing her perfect figure in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang's chest a few times and suddenly said, "Team leader Yan, even you said this is a stupid mission. That means almost no one in the dragon sect is willing to accept this mission. As the team leader of the Huang team, you should have a high position. Why are you assigned to this mission?" Just a second ago, Qin Feng was muttering about the size of her breasts. Now he was talking about profound things with a serious face. Yan Wushuang was almost broken by Qin Feng's teasing. "I asked to join the team myself." Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes glowed as she said indifferently. Qin Feng's eyes glinted. He looked at Yan Wushuang from head to toe. After a while, Qin Feng said seriously, "All right, I accept this mission from the dragon sect." Yan Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when Qin Feng agreed. She didn't tell Qin Feng that if he didn't accept the mission, she would capture him and bring him back to the dragon sect to convict him. As long as Qin Feng went to the dragon sect, Yan Wushuang believed that he would most likely die. Yan Wushuang didn't want things to develop to that point. After all, Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were friends. In order to let Qin Feng accept the mission, she took the initiative to apply to be Qin Feng's partner. Now, it seemed that Yan Wushuang's actions were not in vain. "So, I'm a member of the dragon sect now? What's my title? I heard that China's dragon sect is very mysterious. Normal police departments don't have the authority to order dragon sect members around. Now that the mayor of Acropolis City sees me, is he going to suck up to me?" Before Qin Feng could be serious for a minute, his expression became frivolous again, and his mouth was full of nonsense. Yan Wushuang was infuriated by Qin Feng. Looking at her unreliable partner, Yan Wushuang felt regretful. She glared at Qin Feng coldly and said, "Your mission this time is just to make up for your mistakes. Only after you complete the mission will you be a member of the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is divided into 4 groups according to the ranks: Heaven Group, Earth Group, Black Group, and Yellow Group. New members will be assigned to the Huang Group as the lowest member. Putting aside your identity as young Master Qin, even if you see the village chief, you'll have to suck up to him." "Fuck, how can this be? This dragon sect is too trashy." Qin Feng protested unhappily. He had worked so hard, but he still couldn't be a member. Humph. You've created a bloodbath in the martial arts world, and you've even crippled Qi Wanjuan's martial arts. You should be grateful that you're still alive to peek at my body. Yan Wushuang glared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction. In fact, Yan Wushuang didn't reveal some information to Qin Feng because it was considered the dragon sect's secret. Qin Feng hadn't joined the dragon sect yet, so Yan Wushuang wouldn't reveal it to him. In fact, the dragon sect wasn't controlled by the police in the secular world. Similarly, the dragon sect wouldn't control the police in the secular world. The main purpose of the dragon sect was to coordinate the relationship between the secular world and the martial arts world. They usually interfered with the affairs of the martial arts world. Qin Feng was silent for a while, but he didn't say anything. Qin Feng recalled Yan Wushuang's mission issued by the system. The mission asked Qin Feng to assist Yan Wushuang in investigating the William family's secret plan. When the system issued this mission, Qin Feng was puzzled. He didn't know how to complete this mission. After listening to Yan Wushuang's explanation, Qin Feng finally had an idea. It seemed like even if the dragon sect didn't force this mission on Qin Feng, he would have to complete it himself. Qin Feng felt relieved when he thought of this. Since you've agreed, follow me back to the provincial capital. According to the dragon sect spy, the people sent by the William family are on their way here. They will arrive at provincial capital University tomorrow. Yan Wushuang broke the silence when she saw Qin Feng. They will arrive at provincial capital University tomorrow? Who are they? Qin Feng was puzzled. The exchange students from the St. Medical Institute in America. Yan Wushuang said. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Back when he was still teaching at provincial capital University, the leaders of the medical college had attached great importance to the St. Medical Association's sudden organization of a learning exchange. Now that he calculated the time, the medical exchange would begin in 2 days. However, Qin Feng didn't expect these exchange students to be sent by the William family in America. But why did they sneak into provincial capital University? Since we've confirmed their identities, why don't we capture them and interrogate them when they arrive at provincial capital University? Why do we have to risk our lives? If we have the time, why don't we do something that we both like? Hee hee. Qin Feng suddenly looked at Yan Wushuang and smirked. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she almost fainted. Qin Feng hadn't even stepped into the battlefield, but he was already thinking about how to escape from this mission. He even said such shameless and frivolous words. Qin Feng, don't flatter yourself. I'm not interested in those dirty things that you like. Even if I'm interested, it won't be with you. Do you think the people from the American Iron Tank Corps are idiots? The information obtained by the Dragon Gate is only a part of the Iron Tank Corps. Not all the exchange students are from the Iron Tank Corps. They are just hidden among the exchange students, and we can't be sure who they are. Once the Dragon Gate captures these exchange students, they will alert the enemy and attract the attention of the people from the Iron Tank Corps. By then, it will be almost impossible to find out their real purpose. After hearing Yan Wushuang's words, Qin Feng realized that he couldn't avoid this mission. He was in a bad mood. Team leader Yan, you entered provincial capital University as a transfer student. You should have received this mission long ago, right? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Yan Wushuang with a sharp gaze. Yan Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and her face blushed. Qin Feng's guess was right. Yan Wushuang entered provincial capital University to investigate the truth behind the William family secretly sending the Iron Tank Corps into China. Yan Wushuang was unlucky to receive this mission. However, because of Qin Feng's sudden interference, the Dragon Gate threw this mission to Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang felt a little guilty, so she took the initiative to ask to be Qin Feng's partner. Of course, Yan Wushuang had accepted this mission long ago. Since Williams came to China, Yan Wushuang had been investigating this matter. Besides, there was one thing that Yan Wushuang didn't tell Qin Feng. She was married to the William family in the United States by the Dragon Gate. They were going to infiltrate the enemy's cave to investigate. Yan Wushuang's marriage partner was Williams. In the end, Qin Feng killed Williams and the marriage failed. In this case, Qin Feng was the murderer who killed Yan Wushuang's fiancé. Yan Wushuang felt a little embarrassed now that Qin Feng had seen through her. However, she did not do anything wrong to Qin Feng. Instead, she chose to help Qin Feng at the critical moment. "You're right. Yan Wushuang wanted to say something, but Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. "Team leader Yan, I'm going to enter Provincial Capital University as Qiao Feng. I need you to help me find another position." Yan Wushuang couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's thoughts. She was used to it. She calmed down quickly and asked, "What position do you want?" "Qiao Feng, the Chinese medicine lecturer of Medical College Class 1. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang chatted for a while. After they came to an agreement, they walked out of the private room side by side. Yan Wushuang stopped outside the bar and said, "Go and say goodbye to your friend. I'll wait for you here." Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang gratefully and nodded. Then he turned around and walked into the office. Qin Feng pushed the door open and realized something was wrong. There was no one in the office. "Hey, where are Longhair and Lu Wenjing? Also, why are you in such a hurry with your machete?" Qin Feng exited the room and saw a brawny man running out with a machete. He looked like he was in a hurry to catch Qin Feng in the act. "Bastard, get out of my way." "I'm busy." The brawny man seemed to have an important matter to deal with. He didn't have time to deal with Qin Feng. However, he inadvertently raised his head and glanced at Qin Feng. He was so scared that he stopped. This brawny man was one of the hooligans who saw Qin Feng kick Longhair at the entrance of the bar and wanted to beat Qin Feng up. He saw that Longhair was very respectful to the man in front of him, so he didn't dare to offend Qin Feng. "Be big brother." Someone came to Fei Tian Bar to cause trouble. The members of the Feng group and sister-in-law, Lu, went to the entrance to fight. "I'm going to help them now." The brawny man was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly, but he spoke quickly. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He couldn't think of anyone who would dare to cause trouble for the Feng group at this time. He hurriedly asked, "Who came to cause trouble for the Feng group?" "Fuck, it's people from the big and small families in Acropolis City. When our Feng group's young Master Qin was here, those bastards came every day to lick young Master Qin's feet and curry favor with him. Now that they know young Master Qin died, they immediately turn their backs on us and want to wipe out our Feng group? Pah! I'll show them that no one in the Feng group is easy to mess with." The brawny man's face was full of anger. Qin Feng felt a bit moved when he saw this. Ever since Qin Feng formed the Feng group, he threw it to Longhair and Lu Wenjing to manage. It could be said that Qin Feng didn't manage the Feng group at all. Now that they were facing a great enemy, the Feng group was united like a family. Qin Feng knew that this was all thanks to Longhair and Lu Wenjing. It seemed that they managed the Feng group very well. P.S. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, I'll add a chapter every night at 7 p.m. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 582. Qin Feng sighed inwardly and quickly regained his composure. After finding out that the people who came to cause trouble were people from the large families of Acropolis City, Qin Feng immediately understood. This time, he purposely spread the news of Qin Feng's death. Then, someone uploaded the video of the fight online. This time, everyone believed that Qin Feng was really dead. Thus, these people from the large families became arrogant again and wanted to annex the Qin family's territory and power in Acropolis City. Humph, what a bunch of stinking bugs. This time, I can't let them go so easily. Let's go together. Qin Feng harumphed coldly and rushed toward the entrance of the bar. Okay. The brawny man froze for a moment, then immediately regained his composure. He hurriedly chased after Qin Feng. When Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the bar, there was a dense crowd outside. There were at least 200 to 300 people, and these people were packed tightly at the entrance of the Fei Tian bar. Qin Feng recognized the 4 old men standing at the very front of the crowd. They were the elders of the Zhou family and Gao family of the 4 major family clans. There were also 2 old patriarchs of the 5 major family clans. Aside from these 4 people leading the crowd, there were also the patriarchs of the 5 small families standing slightly behind them. When Qin Feng looked behind them carefully, he saw that even some people from small families and even small powers were mixed in the crowd. These people usually bowed and bowed when they saw Qin Feng. Some of them didn't even have the status to speak to Qin Feng. But now that they knew Qin Feng was dead, these people who were soft to the weak and afraid of the strong all came out to intimidate him. Longhair, this old man advises you to immediately disband the Feng group and hand over the territory controlled by the Feng group. If you do that, this old man can spare your worthless life, the Gao family's elder roared as he glared at Longhair. A few days ago, Qin Feng tortured and killed Gao Hu in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. When the Gao family's elder rushed over with the Gao family, he was frightened by Qin Feng's valiant skills and cruel methods. In order to protect the Gao family's old man didn't hesitate to expel Gao Hu from the family and apologize to Qin Feng. Although old elder Gao didn't say anything about this, he was still brooding over it. Now that Qin Feng was dead, old elder Gao was the first to jump out and clamor. He wanted to take revenge for his grandson, Gao Hu, and take away all of the Qin family's businesses and power in Acropolis City. On Longhair's side, the core members of the Feng group were lined up in 3 rows. There wasn't much of a difference in numbers between them and the large families. Longhair stood at the very front of the group. His expression was resolute and unyielding, and his eyes were completely red as if they were about to spit out flames. Lu Wenjing, Lin Bei, Zhao Lingxian, and Bai Qing were protected by Longhair. Old fart, when I, young Master Qin, was here a few days ago, you didn't even dare to fart. Now that you know that young Master Qin has passed away, you jump out to act pretentious. Be careful that you don't act properly and get struck by lightning. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently when he heard Longhair use the words passed away. He didn't know what to say. Humph, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame this old man for not showing mercy. Old Elder Gao was so angry that his entire body trembled. A few days ago, he didn't even dare to fart in front of Qin Feng. However, how could he say that in front of so many people? Wasn't this a slap to this old man's face? Haha, this is the funniest joke this old man has heard this year. You won't show mercy? You old men gathered a bunch of crooked melons and dates, and you want to challenge my Feng group? This old man can destroy you all by myself. Longhair was now at stage 2 inner chi, and his aura had changed. His tall body stood there like a towering and unmoving mountain. His voice was loud and penetrating, and some of the ordinary people on the other side felt like they couldn't breathe. This old man couldn't tell that you were a martial artist. However, your realm is nothing to us. Old Elder Gao laughed coldly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Let me give everyone one last piece of advice. If you put down your weapons and leave now, we can spare your worthless lives. However, when the battle starts, none of you will be able to leave alive. Old Elder Gao roared angrily. As if to cater to his roar, 3 black figures suddenly leaped up from behind him and landed in front of the 4 old patriarchs in the next second. The 3 of them were dressed in black and even had masks on their faces. Looking at their attire, it seemed like they were really here to start a massacre. When Longhair saw the 3 of them, his expression immediately became serious. Even he couldn't tell their strength, but he could feel the powerful aura that they emitted. It was obvious that they were much more powerful than him. Qin Feng stood in the distance, and his gaze fell on the three of them. He quickly discovered that one of them was at stage 4 inner chi, and the other two were only at stage 3 inner chi. A few days ago, Qin Feng caused havoc in Acropolis City and sent Yun Zhe to oppress the forces of the 4 big families and 5 small families. The experts of these families were either tortured by Yun Zhe or killed by Qin Feng. Now they were still able to produce 3 martial artists with decent strength. It was obvious that they were their last resort. 3 months ago, stage 4 inner chi experts were existences that Qin Feng had to hide from and look up to. 3 months later, Qin Feng could eliminate a group of stage 4 inner chi martial artists with just a lift of his hand. The earth-shattering changes made Qin Feng sigh with emotion. The two sides were in a deadlock for 5 minutes. None of the members of the Feng group who stood in front of the door ran away. They were all ordinary hooligans, so they could naturally feel the pressure from the 3 men in black. Some of them even felt the aura of death. However, no one was afraid. Instead, they became even more furious. The unity and passion of the Feng group deeply moved Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng knew that these people were no match for the other party. Even if Long Hair had broken through to stage 2 inner chi, Lu Wenjing and the other 3 women were all stage 1 inner chi. They still couldn't withstand the other party's attack. The difference between the two sides was too great. Even if the stage 4 inner chi expert attacked alone, he could destroy half of Long Hair's force. Humph, you're all a bunch of boorish and stupid people. Go! Teach them a lesson and let them know who rules Acropolis City now. Elder Gao's patience was limited, so he suddenly ordered. The 200 or so people from the large family clans didn't move. Only the 3 men in black leaped into the air, pulled out the long swords from their waists, and slashed at Long Hair and the others. Long Hair clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was ready to punch at any time. The 4 women behind him knitted their eyebrows. They looked nervous and angry. They also got into a fighting stance. Wait, a battle was about to break out, but at this time, an abrupt voice rang out from the crowd. Wait, as soon as Qiao Feng's voice fell, Elder Gao's voice rang out again. The 3 martial artists quickly retreated and glared fiercely at Long Hair and the members of the Feng group. Qiao Feng's face was full of smiles. He quickly jogged to the opposite side of the camp, stopped in front of Elder Gao, and said, "Hee, greetings, Elder Gao!" Elder Gao glared at Qiao Feng and said coldly, "Are you a member of the Feng group?" "Yes, Elder Gao." "Then why did you suddenly come to our camp?" "Elder, I've thought it through. Young Master Qin passed away. This time, the Feng group will definitely perish. I won't throw my life away like those idiots, so I came to rely on Elder Gao. I hope Elder Gao can accept me." Qiao Feng looked at Elder Gao with a fawning expression. A cold light flashed across Elder Gao's face. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Good. You have a good mind, unlike those idiots. Don't worry. As long as you sincerely surrender and follow the Gao family will take you to show off and fly." Hiss! Qiao Feng's change was too sudden. The people of the Feng group couldn't react in time. Everyone took a deep breath. They were about to faint from Qiao Feng's betrayal. "Motherfucker, you dare to betray the Feng group? When the fight starts, I'll cut you down first." That's right. Brothers of the Feng group, listen up. In a bit, we'll eliminate that traitorous stinking brat first. He's too embarrassing. Motherfucker, so you're a traitor. To think I called you big brother earlier. Tui. The brawny man who was stopped by Qin Feng was so angry that his neck turned red. He spat on the ground. The entire Feng group cursed Qin Feng's 18 generations of ancestors. Only Long Hair and the 4 women looked at Qiao Feng as if they were senile. They didn't know what to say. Young Master Qin wanted to betray them? He voluntarily surrendered to the enemy? What kind of a world was this? No, this must be a trap set by young Master Qin to purposely confuse the enemy. Young Master Qin was full of evil tricks and loved to do those treacherous things. After being shocked for a while, Long Hair and the four women realized that Qin Feng wasn't afraid of the power of these families. Just a few days ago, Qin Feng had tyrannized these people. After thinking for a while, the five of them seemed to understand that Qin Feng probably didn't want to expose his identity. He had his own plans for doing this. Because of Qin Feng's sudden intervention, Long Hair didn't dare to speak carelessly. He was deeply afraid that if he delayed young Master Qin's plans, young Master Qin would definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. For a moment, both sides fell into a deadlock. Elder Gao, that bastard Qin Feng harmed you so badly. I feel that just teaching these people a lesson isn't enough to vent your hatred. Qin Feng muttered beside Elder Gao. Then do you have a better idea? Elder Gao's old eyes were deep as he looked at Qin Feng. If you ask me, why don't we first capture a few women and humiliate them? I heard that brat Qin Feng took in a few exquisite beauties. He actually dared to bully your families, stand on your heads and defecate and pee. He scared you so much that you didn't even dare to fart. In the end, you have to apologize to him, give him gifts and money, and even marry off unmarried women between the ages of 18 and 28 to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's words were fine, but the more Elder Gao listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He was so angry that his face turned cold, and he growled, "Ahem! Don't go too far. Say something reliable." Okay. Elder Gao, don't be angry. I'm just fighting for you guys. That's right, where was I? Qin Feng asked seriously. Chapter 583. You just said that Qin Feng is forcing us to marry unmarried women between the ages of 18 and 28. Elder Gao was in a fit of rage, so he repeated Qin Feng's words without even thinking about it. Right. How shameless is Qin Feng to make such a rude request? He wants to force himself on your daughters and granddaughters. Ahem, that's not it. I asked you to tell me how to deal with the Feng group. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you first. Elder Gao was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. When Long Hair heard Qin Feng's words, he laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Long Hair found that he had guessed correctly. Young Master Qin really did like to do these kinds of shady things. The originally nervous and angry Zhao Lingxian and the other three women calmed down when they saw Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was standing in front of them, and there was a certain distance between them, the four women felt inexplicably at ease when they saw him standing there. Oh, aren't you talking about Qin Feng forcing himself on these women? I thought Elder Gao would like to hear that part. Qin Feng's words made Elder Gao so angry that he almost spat out blood. Before Elder Gao could speak, Qin Feng continued. Since Qin Feng is so shameless and dares to make such a request, then we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. I've heard that the women by Qin Feng's side are all as beautiful as fairies. We'll capture one of them and humiliate Qin Feng's women in front of everyone so that he won't be able to rest in peace. Qin Feng's suggestion had finally been completed. If he hadn't said it, Elder Gao would have died of anger. After hearing Qin Feng's suggestion, the disciples and patriarchs of the major families were stunned. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Feng. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking man could actually come up with such a wretched and insidious scheme. What a fucking good plan. Ha. Good, wonderful. This is both wonderful and wonderful. Elder Gao suddenly threw his head back and laughed. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. The disciples and patriarchs of the other families all nodded. The younger men all looked excited, as if they were going to take advantage of Qin Feng's women. Elder Gao, you also think this plan is wonderful, right? We're birds of a feather. We're both shameless. Qin Feng also laughed. Elder Gao's smile froze. He glared at Qin Feng, then turned to the black-clothed man in front of him and said, Sui Feng, go and capture Qin Feng's woman. He dared to kill my grandson, so I'll make sure he dies with regrets. Sui Feng was the strongest among the three black-clothed martial artists. He was a stage 4 inner chi warrior. After he received the order, he went to grab the woman. Qin Feng quickly ran to Sui Feng and whispered in his ear, "Big brother, you probably don't know which one is Qin Feng's woman. Let me tell you a secret. It's the woman in the white cheongsam standing at the back of the crowd. She has the best relationship with Qin Feng. When Qin Feng was still here, he hung out with that woman every day. You just need to grab her." Qin Feng was talking about Yan Wushuang, who was standing at the back. Yan Wushuang was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting cheongsam. Her cheongsam was spotless, showing off her arrogant figure. Yan Wushuang also didn't know what was happening here. She crossed her arms and looked at everything with a cold expression. She wouldn't interfere in things that she shouldn't interfere in. After Sui Feng heard Qin Feng's muttering, his gaze fell on Yan Wushuang. When he saw the stunning beauty that stood out from the crowd, Sui Feng's gaze became scorching hot. "Is it her?" Sui Feng's voice was filled with excitement. "It's definitely her, because she is Qin Feng's woman. She is protected in the last row by the Feng group. Quickly go and capture her." Xiao Feng looked at Sui Feng with a resolute expression. Sui Feng turned his head and looked at Elder Gao. Seeing Elder Gao slightly nodding, Sui Feng leaped up and stood in front of Yan Wushuang like a gust of wind in a few breaths. Staring at Yan Wushuang's delicate face at such a close distance, Sui Feng's breathing became a little rapid, but he pretended to be calm and stood in a refined and courteous manner. He smiled and said, "Miss, you are really beautiful." Although Qin Feng was some distance away from Sui Feng and Yan Wushuang, with his stage 6 inner chi cultivation, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two. Hearing the way Sui Feng greeted him, as well as his current posture and expression, Qin Feng concluded that this person was also someone who liked to flirt with girls. With this, Qin Feng felt much more at ease. "I don't know you. Get lost." Yan Wushuang was expressionless. She stood in the wind like a saintess on a snowy mountain. She was too lazy to look at Sui Feng. Her voice was as cold as frost. An ominous glint flashed through Sui Feng's eyes, but he quickly smiled. It was not a genial smile, but a wretched smile. Sui Feng had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. "Beauty, so what if you don't know me? As long as we roll in bed a few more times at night, we will naturally become familiar." Bang! Before Sui Feng could finish speaking, he suddenly flew backward. His wide body was like a kite with a broken string. Sui Feng was the leader of the large family clans. Otherwise, where would their dignity be? How would they be able to suppress the Feng group? Would they be scared away by a woman? "I'm standing right here. What can you do?" Yan Wushuang didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but Sui Feng's frivolous words and Elder Gao's attitude made her very unhappy. "You, don't be so shameless. Do you know who we are? We represent the 4 large families and 5 small families in Acropolis City, as well as some unranked families. No matter how strong you are, can you resist the suppression of so many families? If you want to live in Acropolis City in the future, I advise you to leave immediately." Elder Gao naturally didn't dare to do anything to Yan Wushuang, so he could only use words to threaten her. Yan Wushuang's cold and charming face flashed a cold smile. "Humph, I really don't live in Acropolis City normally. Even so, I'm not afraid of offending you. A mere Yun province is nothing to me, let alone a place like Acropolis City where even birds don't shit." Yan Wushuang was cold and arrogant, and her words were even more shocking. However, no one felt that Yan Wushuang was bragging. Everyone inexplicably felt that what she said was the truth. The 4 elders standing in the front row were very angry. The 200 or so descendants behind them were also very angry. Even Qin Feng was a little angry. Yan Wushuang said that Acropolis City was a small place where even birds don't shit. What kind of hedonistic young master is Qin Feng? Qin Feng had secretly used Yan Wushuang without her consent. Originally, he felt a little guilty, but now he didn't feel guilty at all. He suddenly pointed at Yan Wushuang and shouted, "Oh, I remember now. Elder Gao, I remember who this woman is." Qin Feng's current appearance couldn't be any more ordinary, but he had become one of the focal points of the night. Everyone hurriedly looked at Qin Feng, whether it was the descendants of the families or the members of the Feng group. Everyone wanted to know who the beautiful ice goddess in the white cheongsam was. Who is she? What is her identity? Elder Gao anxiously looked at Qin Feng and shouted, "Ah, I remembered wrongly. This woman isn't Qin Feng's woman. She's from the Dragon Sect." Chapter 584. She's a member of the Dragon Sect. Qin Feng's words were spoken casually, but the 4 elders and the family disciples were so scared that they almost had a heart attack. She's a member of the Dragon Sect? She's a member of the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Gate was the most mysterious and special high-end organization in China. Many people had only heard of the legend of the Dragon Gate, but they didn't know if the Dragon Gate really existed in China. However, the family disciples standing here had more or less seen some of the world and had come into contact with some information of the more high-end and upper-class society. Most of them knew about the Dragon Gate and knew that the Dragon Gate in China was not a legend, but a real organization. There were too many legendary figures in this organization, and they were not under the control of the ordinary police. They only listened to the orders of the Dragon Sect's sect master. There were no ordinary people in the Dragon Sect, and the Dragon Sect did not do ordinary things. They mostly dealt with the sects outside of the martial arts world and maintained the peaceful development of the martial arts world and the secular world. To the ordinary families in Acropolis City, the Dragon Sect was too far away. When they saw the cold Yan Wushuang standing in front of them and heard Qiao Feng pointing at Yan Wushuang and shouting, "She's a member of the Dragon Sect," they felt like they were dreaming. Yes, this must be a dream. This is not reality. Everyone comforted themselves. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Before Elder Gao could react, Yan Wushuang slapped him and sent him flying. Elder Gao screamed in the air, "This is not a fucking dream!" "Qiao Feng, you! How dare you dodge?" Yan Wushuang slapped Elder Gao and didn't even look at him. She glared at Qin Feng with her fiery eyes. Yan Wushuang's slap was meant for Qin Feng, but Qin Feng ran too fast, and Yan Wushuang accidentally slapped Elder Gao. "Big-breasted woman, why can't I dodge when you hit me? Do you think I'm stupid? Why don't you slap me with your chest? I promise I won't dodge." Qin Feng made a face at Yan Wushuang with a cheeky smile. Slap! Yan Wushuang was so angry that one of the buttons on her cheongsam flew off, and her ample bosom was about to be exposed. "Qiao Feng, I won't kill you today. Believe me, no matter how stupid Yan Wushuang was, she finally understood that Qin Feng was using her as a tool. Shouldn't your attitude be better when you're using someone else as a tool? How dare you say such shameless and vulgar words in public?" Bang! All of a sudden, a loud noise came from Yan Wushuang's body as if something had exploded. Her beautiful hair that was tied up in a bun on top of her head fluttered even though there was no wind. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, and she looked as scary as a white-haired witch. Rumble! Yan Wushuang suddenly flashed and appeared beside Qin Feng in the next second. She punched Qin Feng, and the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, screamed in pain as he was sent flying. Yan Wushuang acted as if she was possessed. She didn't care whether she had hit the wrong person or not. She didn't stop and continued to chase Qin Feng into the encirclement of more than 200 disciples. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! Yan Wushuang's jade-like hands clenched into fists. Then her jade-like hands clenched into palms, and her palms clenched into acupoint sealing hands. She was too powerful. But Qin Feng couldn't experience it himself, because all he could see were the injured disciples. Qin Feng was running happily in front of Yan Wushuang. He even had the time to look back and make a face at Yan Wushuang. Old witch, I can't catch up with you. Xiao Feng, you're courting death. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she sped up again, and her attacks became fiercer. However, it wasn't Qin Feng who was unlucky, but the muddle-headed disciples. They didn't even have a chance to react before they were suddenly sent flying into the sky. A strong wind blew, and dust flew everywhere. The battlefield was filled with screams and screams, but they couldn't see what was going on inside. Long Hair, Zhao Lingxian, and the other two beauties were stunned. They could feel the powerful aura erupting from Yan Wu Shuang's body. This woman was too powerful, and they couldn't catch up to her. They could only pray in their hearts that Qin Feng would be fine. Stop! Heroine, please stop! The family heads came back to their senses, and the first thing they did was to beg for mercy from Yan Wushuang. It was as if Yan Wushuang was possessed. She couldn't hear the cries of these people at all. She was still chasing after Qin Feng and beating him up. Seeing that she couldn't hurt Qin Feng, even after so long, Yan Wushuang reached into her cheongsam and grabbed 3 sharp flying daggers. Before the flying daggers could reach Qin Feng, Yan Wushuang hastily put them back. Yan Wushuang was the purple-haired woman who wanted to frame Qin Feng by the Lotus Lake. She was also the woman who helped Qin Feng deal with the Golden Assassin crew during the opening of Cloud City Hua, Manor Phase 2, and delayed Qin Feng's breakthrough. She was also the woman who smashed Qin Feng's black BMW not long ago in Heppingtown. Yan Wushuang had 2 identities. One was Yan Wushuang, the leader of the Dragon Sect's Huang group, and the other was the ruthless woman with short purple hair and black skin-tight leather clothes who had been secretly investigating Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know that Yan Wushuang's fate was entangled with him from the moment he killed Williams on Coiled Snake Mountain. Yan Wushuang still had many secrets that she hadn't told Qin Feng. Therefore, she kept her deadly flying daggers. She didn't want to expose herself yet. Thud! Yan Wushuang suddenly landed on the ground. When the dust settled, Yan Wushuang's cheongsam, which was as white as snow, was spotless. She looked like an ice goddess standing on a lotus. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Because she was too angry, her pretty face was flushed. Everyone was mesmerized by her beauty. Heroine, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. Seeing that Yan Wushuang had finally stopped, the patriarchs of the major family clans hurriedly came forward to apologize. Some of the more timid disciples were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Heroine, we were in the wrong just now. We shouldn't have offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. Can you let us go? Heroine, please spare our lives. Yan Wushuang stood in the middle of the crowd and glanced at them coldly. She said calmly, I don't know you and I didn't attack you. Get out of here now. Yan Wushuang's words almost made the patriarchs of the major family clans faint from anger. Just now, you slapped and kicked violently and injured more than 100 of the 200 disciples. Now, you're saying that I didn't attack you? How could you be so shameless? You're pretty, but why are you so thick-skinned? Although these people were very dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it. Tonight, they had a bad start and offended the Dragon Sect. How could the major family clans still have the mood to dominate the Feng group? They were so scared that they turned around and ran for their lives. Seeing that the major family clans wanted to run away, Longhair immediately led his men to chase after them. Qin Feng glanced at Longhair, and Longhair immediately stopped and didn't dare to move. Yan Wushuang stood rooted to the ground for a long time. The thought of killing Qin Feng slowly dissipated. Qin Feng chuckled and ran to Yan Wushuang's side. Before Yan Wushuang could do anything, he took off his suit jacket and draped it over Yan Wushuang's body, covering her breasts. Team leader Yan, Acropolis City is very windy at night. Don't freeze your chest. Yan Wushuang's body trembled slightly. She smelled the familiar masculine scent on his clothes, and her heartbeat quickened. She was afraid that Qin Feng would see this embarrassing scene, so she didn't even look at him. She leaped up and disappeared from where she was standing. After a while, Yan Wushuang's bone-chilling voice came from midair. "Qiao Feng, you're going to die if you don't leave." Looking at the direction in which Yan Wushuang had disappeared, Qin Feng smiled. He had not been very kind tonight. He had used Yan Wushuang and made her so angry that the buttons on her chest popped out. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he walked to Longhair and the other women. Big Brother Longhair. Qin Feng had just arrived, and the core members of the phone group looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked like they were ready to fight Qin Feng at any time. Longhair turned around and yelled angrily, "Quiet! If anyone dares to say another word, I'll kick him to death." The phone group suddenly became so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Feng smiled at the four beauties and said, "I'm going to the capital. Don't always quarrel in the future. We're all good sisters, and we should help each other. If there's nothing else, cultivate more. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me at any time." Qin Feng's words made the four beauties' eyes wet. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't dare to speak anymore. He turned to Longhair and said with an icy expression, "First, help the four sisters-in-law settle down. Don't let anything happen to them. Then take some people to visit the families that just came and teach them a lesson." Longhair wanted to chase after them and beat them up, but Qin Feng stopped him. Now, Longhair understood that young Master Qin was worried about the sisters-in-law's safety. Longhair immediately cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Qiao. I'll arrange it now." Qin Feng nodded at Longhair and looked at the four women reluctantly. Without saying anything, he leaped and disappeared in midair. After a while, Qin Feng's voice came, "I'll miss you all." "Mr. Qin, I just received news that many families in Acropolis City have joined forces to suppress Qin Manor." In the capital's Qin Manor, Uncle Fu stood to one side and Qin Huang, who was wearing a black tang suit, sat in front of him in a tea room. Qin Huang took a sip of tea and slowly stood up. His deep eyes shone brightly. "What's the result?" Young Master Qin used the leader of the Dragon Gate's Huang group, Yan Wushuang, to repel them, said Uncle Fu. Qin Huang's stern expression relaxed, and a comfortable smile appeared on his face. This brat always likes to play these little tricks. He even dared to scheme against Huang Group's leader, Yan Wushuang. When he joins the Dragon Gate, he'll suffer. I don't think so. Uncle Fu wanted to say something, but stopped. Brother Yuan Fu, if you have something to say, just say it. You and I are like a family. Yuan Fu nodded and continued, Leader Yan is a great beauty. Qin Huang was stunned for a while and suddenly laughed. Haha, if that's the case, it might not be so. This brat Qin Feng doesn't have any other skills, but his flirting skills are beyond my reach. Yuan Fu, who was always serious, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The Qin Emperor laughed for a while, and his expression suddenly turned solemn. Yuan Fu, you have followed me and my father for more than 20 years, and you have been helping me take care of Qin Fin. Now that your identity has been exposed, Qin Fin and I owe you. Qin Huang shook his head and sighed. Yuan Fu suddenly cupped his fists and said solemnly, Mr. Qin, if young Master Qin's mother didn't save my life, I wouldn't be here today. Since my identity has been exposed, I'm willing to return to the 5 tigers and take Qi, Wanju, and Spot. Qin Huang looked at Yuan Fu with a passionate gaze and sighed after a while. Since you've made up your mind, let's do it this way. When Qin Feng becomes stronger, he'll take care of us and protect us when we're old. Qin Huang and Uncle Fu looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say many things, but they both knew what was going on. Uncle Fu was willing to return to the 5 tigers to make up for the loss caused by Qin Feng crippling Qi Wanjun, so that the Chinese Dragon Gate wouldn't kill Qin Feng. At the same time, Acropolis City was in turmoil. Once Uncle Fu's identity was exposed, who would dare to offend Acropolis City's Qin Manor? Chapter 585. Today was a big day for Provincial Capital University. The exchange students from the St. Medical Institute had arrived at Provincial Capital International Airport an hour ago. The students held up banners and flags at the entrance of Provincial Capital University. They placed baskets of flowers and scattered colorful confetti to welcome the arrival of the exchange students. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was a gray-haired old man. The old man was dressed in a gray tang suit, and he was in high spirits. A pair of deep old eyes flickered as he stared at the opposite street. The old man's name was Wang Zhonghua, and he was the principal of Kyoto University. Two old men stood behind Wang Zhonghua. One of them was the dean of Provincial Capital University Medical College, Lu Feng, and the other was a Chinese medicine professor and lecturer, Lin Qingyuan. When Qin Feng competed with Xiao Lei to see if Chinese medicine was better or Western medicine was better, Lin Qingyuan suffered a heart attack. Qin Feng used the 5 elements acupuncture technique to save him. Behind them were some associate professors and senior lecturers from the medical school. Since the people who came were from the St. Medical Institute in the United States, and the main purpose of the exchange was medical skills, the teachers from the Provincial Capital University who came out to welcome them were almost all from the medical school. Seeing that there were no cars on the opposite street, Dean Wang Zhonghua turned to look at Lu Feng and Lin Qingyuan with a grave expression in his eyes. Dean Lu, Professor Lin, are you guys confident that the St. Medical Institute of the United States will visit our university out of the blue? Lu Feng and Lin Qingyuan knew what the principal was asking. Lu Feng shook his head and sighed without saying a word. Ever since the medical college's divine physician, Li Xingtian, went missing 5 years ago, the flourishing Chinese medicine faculty had been on the decline. They could not find any outstanding students or teachers. How could they exchange medical skills with the world's top medical college, the St. Medical Institute? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Lin Qingyuan frowned. A few moments later, Elder Lin's eyes lit up again, but it soon dimmed. The principal, Wang Zhonghua, noticed a change in Lin Qingyuan's expression. He asked, "Professor Lin, do you have any ideas?" Lin Qingyuan shook his head and said, "There's a Chinese medicine lecturer called Qin Feng who's a talent. I'm in awe of his acupuncture skills at such a young age. He's a real expert who can use the needle manipulation technique, but..." At this point, Lin Qingyuan sighed. He didn't have to continue, because Wang Zhonghua and Lu Feng knew very well that the entire Provincial Capital University was in an uproar because of the dismissal of a teacher from the medical college. First, the medical college students went on strike. Then, the students' parents came to the university to protest. In the end, the university was under too much pressure, so they took the initiative to revoke the resignation. They wanted to bring Qin Feng back to the university to teach again, but they realized that nobody could find Qin Feng. Now, the medical school students had calmed down, and the protests and strikes had eased up a lot. However, because of Qin Feng's departure, the medical school students looked down on the other teachers. Even when Professor Lin Qingyuan went to teach them, the students were listless. The current Kyoto University's medical school was like a pool of stagnant water. Faced with the arrival of the St. Medical Institute in the United States, the principal and several professors and deans of the medical school were worried to death. "They're here! They're here! The exchange students from St. Medical Institute are here!" Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at the opposite side of the street. Sure enough, a bus was slowly approaching Kyoto University. The bus finally stopped at the entrance of the university. First, a few blonde and blue-eyed foreign women alighted from the bus. Based on their age and attire, they should be the secretaries and assistants of the exchange students. After the long-legged beauties alighted from the bus, they lined up on both sides of the bus door. They held their folders in their hands and waited quietly for the important person to alight. A white-haired old man slowly got out of the car. He was dressed in a snow-white suit and looked very spirited. Behind the old man were several middle-aged men. They were probably the teachers' representatives who had come for the exchange. Behind them were 5 students in the St. Medical Institute's uniform. When the students from Provincial Capital University saw the 5 students alighting from the bus, they grumbled, "Why are the men's uniforms small suits? Why are they so handsome? Why are the women's uniforms sailor outfits? Our university needs to change too." The white-haired old man who had just alighted from the bus heard the students' complaints. He staggered and almost fell. He shook his head inwardly as he looked at the frivolous and impatient students in front of him. It was obvious that he was very disappointed with the students from Provincial Capital University. Students of this level are not worthy of exchange students from St. Medical Institute. I think they are quite good at flirting with girls. After the 5 students from the St. Medical Institute got off the bus, they looked around curiously. There were 4 boys and 1 girl. They were the elites among the top students of the St. Medical Institute. On the surface, it seemed like a simple exchange. However, no one wanted to embarrass their university during the exchange. Naturally, they invited capable students and teachers to bring glory to the university. A blond boy among the students looked at the bespectacled man beside him and asked, "Jack, is this the most famous university in China for Chinese medicine?" The bespectacled man's name was Jack. He looked around curiously and said in English, "It should be. Owen, you can ask Avril. She has stayed in China for a period of time. She should know better than us." The 4 foreign boys' gazes fell on the girl standing behind them. The girl had snow-white skin, blue eyes, a high nose, and blonde curly hair that reached her shoulders. She was tall and well-proportioned. She was a rare foreign beauty. However, the beautiful girl's face was a little pale. She coughed from time to time as if she was sick. "This is the university that we came to exchange with. The university isn't just a medical institute. The school has other professional courses. 5 years ago, the university became famous because of a Chinese medicine divine physician named Li Xingtian. It was ranked in the top 5 among all the medical schools in China. However, it seems like the medical school of the university has declined." Avril's expression was calm, and her voice was ethereal and pleasant to the ear. The 4 foreign boys listened to Avril's introduction, and their expressions became even more disdainful. One of them, a muscular man with dark skin, snorted, "If that's the case, why do we need to exchange knowledge with these incompetent people? It's an insult to our Western medicine." Standing next to the black brawny man was a man with the aura of a prince. He nodded and sneered. "Heh, I agree with Peter. This trip is simply a waste of our good lives. Willis, China has Chinese medicine. It's ancient and mysterious. Don't look down on this university. There must be an expert here," Avril reminded them. "Chinese medicine?" The 4 foreign students pronounced it in Chinese awkwardly. Willis, who had the aura of a prince, sneered, "I've heard of it before. It's said that reading someone's face and taking their pulse can cure them? Who would believe such tricks to fool fools? Those are just Chinese people blowing their own trumpet and making things up." Willis had an arrogant look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't think much of Chinese medicine. The other 3 boys also had looks of contempt on their faces. Avril didn't explain further and stood at the side in silence. The 5 students whispered to each other in private so no one else could hear them. At this time, the principal of the university, Wang Zhonghua, led a group of people to welcome them. They were shaking hands and greeting the teachers of the St. Medical Institute. The leader of the St. Medical Institute, this time, was a white-haired old man. He was the associate professor of the St. Medical Institute and was very famous in the field of Western medicine. Most of the seniors in the medical world had heard of his name. "Professor Mike, I'm the principal of the university, Wang Zhonghua. The representatives of the university have been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome, everyone." Wang Zhonghua greeted Professor Mike first. Professor Mike had white hair and was old, but he was in good spirits. He shook Wang Zhongguo's hand and smiled. "You're too kind, Principal Wang. I hope this exchange meeting will be a success." Because they knew that the representative from the St. Medical Institute would be coming to the university for an exchange half a month in advance. The university's leaders had already vacated a separate dormitory for the representative from the St. Medical Institute. After a simple exchange in English, Wang Zhongguo brought the representative to the student dormitory nearby. The environment of the student dormitory was pretty good, and it was specially cleaned. The representatives from the St. Medical Institute were quite satisfied with it. After the allocation of rooms, the teacher and student representatives went back to their respective rooms to rest. After the teacher representatives settled down, they went on a tour of the university with the lecturer's representative from the university. Avril and the other 4 student representatives greeted the teachers and went on their own activities. The 5 of them left the leaders' group and strolled around the campus of the university. As the representatives of the exchange students, they naturally wanted to show off their abilities and bring glory to the St. Medical Institute. After the 5 of them strolled around for a while, Willis, who had the temperament of a prince, suggested, "We don't have anything to do. It's too boring to continue strolling around. Besides, the university isn't much better than the St. Medical Institute. I think it's better to go to the medical college of the university. Maybe we can find some students and find out more about them." "All right, I agree with Willis's suggestion. I think it's a good idea too. Then let's go now." The boys agreed to go to the medical college to find out more about the situation. Avril frowned slightly. Although she was not very happy about it, she couldn't leave the group alone since everyone was going. She had no choice but to follow the 4 of them to the medical college. After asking around, the 5 of them quickly found the medical college. There were 2 classes of students in the medical college. The second class was having a Marxist ideology and ethics class. The 4 foreigners stood at the door and listened for a long time. They couldn't understand what the teacher was teaching. Chapter 586. The only official reading site of Hedonist Sovereign was the Zhonghen Chinese network. All other sites were pirated copies of the book. Very quickly, the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of Class 1. Provincial Capital University Medical College Class 1 was a nameless class a month ago. Due to the decline of the medical college, no one paid attention to the class and its students. However, after Qin Feng's arrival, the medical college class 1 became famous. First, Qin Feng beat up the head of the 4 young masters of Provincial Capital University, Gao Tianyao. Then, Qin Feng performed a miraculous acupuncture technique and saved Professor Ling Qingyuan from a heart attack. Then, Qin Feng flirted with the ice goddess, Chang Exan. Then he flirted with the beautiful students, Hua, Yan, and Qiao Shishir. Finally, the sexy beauty, Yan Wushuang, was flirted with by Qin Feng. Was this Qin Feng here to teach or pick up girls? Qin Feng's beastly behavior had aroused public outrage in the campus. Therefore, he was expelled. The medical college's Class 1 started a strike and a demonstration, and all kinds of joint letters and reports were sent. Too many things had happened in the medical college's Class 1 this month, and every one of them was earth-shattering. It was hard not to become famous. The Western medicine lecturer, Xiao Lei, was sitting on a stool at the podium of the medical college's Class 1. The huge podium blocked the area below his navel. Xiao Lei took off his shoes and socks, scratching his feet as he read from the textbook. Familiar faces sat below the lectern. Hua Yan sat in the first row. Qiao Shishir sat in the corner, basking in the sun. Ma Chao, the class bully who was subdued by Qin Feng, and Lu Jie, Qin Feng's follower, who sat in the last row. Almost all the students were there. Some of them were playing with their phones, some were sleeping on their desks, and most of them were holding their chins with their hands, staring blankly at Qin Feng. This was something that would never happen during Qin Feng's lecture. The students were all in high spirits during Qin Feng's lecture. They were afraid that they would not be able to keep up with Qin Feng's stupidity. The students of the medical college class 1 had tried their best to force the university to give in and withdraw their notice of Qin Feng's dismissal. However, Qin Feng was nowhere to be found. Not even Lu Jie and Chang Yexan could contact him. They were at their wits' end. Is this the provincial capital university? Are you sure this isn't a memorial service? Willis, who had the aura of a prince, looked through the window at the situation in class 1 of the medical college. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and he looked extremely disappointed in provincial capital university. Sigh, looks like we really came here for nothing. Why don't you give us a long vacation? Let's go to the beach for a vacation. Owen, who had golden curly hair, also had a look of disdain on his face. Black Pete rubbed his nose and said, "Just look at that teacher and you'll know what level these students are at. They're sitting on the podium with their feet crossed and reading. They're not even as good as us. They should just go home and herd cows. Trash, it's all trash." The bespectacled man, Jack, shook his head and said. Avril did not say a word as she watched her 4 companions mock Kyoto University's medical school. Willis, who had the air of a prince, suddenly laughed evilly and said to his companions, "Hee. Since we're already here, we can't just leave like that. We have to have some fun." The 3 boys were immediately interested. They smiled at Willis and asked, "What fun have you thought of? Hurry up and tell me." Willis's smile widened, and he continued, "This teacher's level is so low. Let's go meet that teacher. Let's show him what true strength is." "Haha, good idea. Let's go then. I can't wait to slap that teacher's face." Willis's suggestion was immediately approved by the other 3 boys. The 4 of them swaggered into the classroom. Avril did not say a word, but she followed the 4 of them into the classroom. Ahem. Students, are you in the wrong classroom? Xiao Lei was having a good time scratching his feet when a group of students suddenly entered the classroom. Xiao Lei was embarrassed. He quickly put on his shoes and glared at Willis and the others. The official time for the exchange meeting was tomorrow. The students from St. Medical Institute would be accommodated in the afternoon, and they would also visit and familiarize themselves with the geography and culture of Kyoto University. Therefore, when Willis and the others walked into the first class of the medical school, not only Xiao Lei was puzzled, but the listless students also sat up straight and looked at the 5 foreign students curiously. Most importantly, there was a top-grade foreign beauty among them. Willis, who had the temperament of a prince, was delighted when he saw the eyes of the entire class and the teacher were on him. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. "Hello, everyone. The 5 of us are representatives of the exchange students from St. Medical Institute. We just arrived at Kyoto University an hour ago, and since we have nothing to do, we decided to take a stroll around the medical school. We would like to listen to your courses. Is there a problem?" Willis spoke in Huaxia language, but Xiao Lei could understand him. Oh, it's the students from St. Medical Institute in America. Quick, take a seat." Xiao Lei smiled like a wild chrysanthemum when he found out who Willis and the others were. Xiao Lei had long heard that the exchange students from St. Medical Institute would be coming to Kyoto University. A few days ago, Xiao Lei was selected to be the lecturer representative of Kyoto University. He even picked a student representative during class. But none of the students liked Xiao Lei, so no one was willing to entertain him. Later on, the incident of Qin Feng's expulsion became a big deal. After a thorough investigation, the university found out that Gao Tianyao and the vice dean of the medical institute, Gao Hai, had purposely expelled Qin Feng. Xiao Lei was also involved in the incident, so Gao Hai was demoted to the position of dean, and Xiao Lei's qualification as a lecturer representative was revoked. Recently, Xiao Lei had been suppressing his resentment because his position as lecturer representative was revoked because of that brat Qin Feng's incident. When Xiao Lei saw that the exchange students from St. Medical Institute had come to him, he was overjoyed. Willis and the others looked at Xiao Lei with disdain when they saw him fawning over them. They ignored Xiao Lei and went to the empty seats at the back of the classroom and sat down. Xiao Lei was displeased that he was snubbed, but he pretended to be happy. He said with a smile, "The exchange meeting between the two universities will officially begin tomorrow. I didn't expect that the 5 student representatives of St. Medical Institute would come to my class this afternoon. It's obvious that they respect me and are interested in my teaching style. I'm really happy about this. I didn't expect that my name, Xiao Lei, would spread across the ocean to your St. Medical Institute." Xiao Lei's narcissism on the podium made the 5 exchange students want to vomit. More than 50 students from the Medical Institute stared at Xiao Lei with disdain. From their point of view, Willis and the others were obviously here to cause trouble. Not only did Xiao Lei not show them his power, but he even fawned over them. He was a traitor who worshipped foreign things. "Sir, please start your class." Jack had enough of Xiao Lei's narcissism. He pushed his glasses up and interrupted Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei also realized that he had gone overboard with his boasting. He smiled awkwardly and said, "All right. Since the students of St. Medical Institute can't wait to listen to my class, I'll start now." Avril and the other 4 students' mouths twitched. They resisted the urge to kick Xiao Lei away. Xiao Lei continued his narcissism for a while before he finally got down to business. He picked up the textbook and started his class. We were talking about stroke. The main causes of this disease are cold, overwork, and bacterial infection. Due to poor blood flow, the nerves are temporarily damaged. The symptoms include mouth, eyes and mouth tilt, headache, tinnitus, and so on. The treatment consists of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, but the effect is very slow. However, if it is treated with Western medicine, such as injections and medicine, the effect will be obvious. "Sir, do you always read from the textbook like this?" Willis suddenly stood up and interrupted Xiao Lei when he was halfway through his lecture. Xiao Lei did not understand what Willis meant. He was a little stunned and instinctively said, "That's right, Willis. Do you think my lecture is very difficult to understand? I can explain it to you in a simple way." Willis shook his head and said with a hint of disdain and mockery, "Teaching according to the textbook? Any literate person can do it. What's the point of having a teacher like you?" The students had spent a large sum of money on tuition fees, and all they learned was this superficial theoretical knowledge. Why don't you go home and buy some books and study by yourself? You don't have to endure the stench of your feet. Willis's tone was forceful and direct, stunning Xiao Lei. Swoosh! The class was in an uproar. Fatty Lu Jia, who was sitting in the last row, was the first to stand up. He roared angrily, "Fuck! So the stench in the classroom is from your feet. You caused me to be misunderstood by my classmates for more than a week. Clear my name." As soon as Xiao Lei recovered from the shock, he heard Lu Jia pointing at him angrily and yelling, "Clear my name!" Xiao Lei was frightened again. The rest of the students in the class were also stirred up. However, they did not care about who had the stench of feet. Instead, they stared at Willis and the other 4 students with hostility. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that these 5 people dared to provoke Class 1. Although the students of Class 1 disliked Xiao Lei, they knew that it was an outsider who had come to provoke them. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the students of Class 1 had become united. Even at a time like this, they were united against the outsiders. Hee, this student is right. Then I won't follow the textbook. I'll teach you whatever comes to my mind. Xiao Lei regained his composure and looked at Willis with a smile. Not only did he not refute Willis, but he also flattered Willis and his classmates. Xiao Lei's words clearly showed that he had given in to Xiao Lei. The students of Class 1 were so angry that they wanted to rush to the podium and beat Xiao Lei up. Xiao Lei closed his textbook and continued with his lecture. However, he was a doctor and had only been a teacher for a month. Now that he had abandoned the textbook, he was at a loss of what to teach. "Hold on. Willis stood up and interrupted Xiao Lei before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 587. Xiao Lei was annoyed that he was interrupted again. However, he remembered that Willis and the other exchange students were of high status. So he put on a flattering smile and asked, "My dear handsome prince, do you have any questions to ask me?" Willis was disgusted to death when he heard the word consult from Xiao Lei. With a cold face, he said, "I'm sorry, but you're not qualified for me to consult you with a despicable person like you. One of the points you mentioned just now is obviously wrong. If I had followed your treatment plan, I think the patient would have been killed by you with a single needle." Xiao Lei's face darkened, but Willis ignored him and continued, "Ha! No wonder Chinese teachers have to carry their textbooks and read them in class. It turns out that once they leave the textbooks, they will know nothing, and the knowledge they teach will be wrong. How good will the students be after learning? Is this the Provincial Capital University Medical College? The one that is said to be one of the top 3 medical colleges in China? What a disappointment." Willis said whatever came to his mind. The other 3 exchange students also stood up, shook their heads, and sighed as if they regretted coming to Provincial Capital University. Xiao Lei was enraged, not because these students looked down on Provincial Capital University and Chinese medicine, but because they did not give him face by exposing his stinky feet and lousy teaching in public. The students of Class 1 were also angry. They were angry because the outsiders had come to provoke them, because the outsiders looked down on the medical school and looked down on the Chinese medicine that they revered. How dare you question our Chinese medical skills? Who do you think you are? Some of the students stood up and started to refute. It's just that Western medicine is better than ours. Don't forget we have Chinese medicine with thousands of years of cultural heritage. How can your Western medicine be compared to it? Since you don't want to listen to the lecture, then get out. Why are you making it sound like you are here to listen? All right, leave that foreign chick here. The students of Class 1 kept standing up to refute. Even if they did not like Xiao Lei and did not like attending his Western medicine class, they were still the first to refute when outsiders came to look down on Provincial Capital University Medical College and Chinese medicine. What are you guys doing? Be quiet. Are you trying to rebel? The classroom was in chaos, and Xiao Lei was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt that it didn't matter if he had imparted the wrong knowledge or not, but he absolutely couldn't let the exchange students from the St. Second Medical College suffer losses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if something bad happened. After the classroom quieted down a little, Xiao Lei immediately put on a flattering smile and said to Willis and the other 4, "Students, it seems like all of you are outstanding students, since you were able to point out the mistakes that I made. You're indeed from the St. Second Med University. Your foundation is indeed profound. Our provincial capital university naturally can't compare to the standard of St. Medical Institute's Western medicine teaching. If you have any good suggestions, you can let me know. I'll try my best to correct them." Xiao Lei lowered his head and tried to curry favor with Xiao Lei. The students of Class 1 were so angry that they wanted to rush up and beat him up. Humph! What kind of lousy teacher is this? I can tolerate his poor teaching, but he doesn't even have the most basic Chinese spirit. He is simply a disgrace to the Chinese people. Many students started to complain. Xiao Lei acted as if he did not hear the voices of protest as he continued to talk and apologize to the 5 exchange students. Willis and the other 4 looked at Xiao Lei with disdain. If all the teachers in Kyoto Medical College were like him, then it would be hopeless. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the last row of the classroom. Fatty Lu Jie smashed the wooden desk with his palm and stood up angrily. "I can tell that the 5 of you are here to cause trouble. You're not welcome here. Get out of here now." The 4 male students' gazes fell on Lu Jie at the same time. They were stunned when they saw him smash the wooden desk with his palm. Avril also looked at Lu Jie with a serious expression. Her willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what she was thinking. Humph! Everyone says that Chinese people are backward and don't know the manners of a gentleman. Today, I see that it is indeed true. You always threaten others with force. What a bore! Peter, the brawny black man, stepped forward after a moment of silence. Lu Jie and Peter were both tall and strong. Standing there, they looked like two small hills. The two glared at each other, and the atmosphere in the classroom turned cold. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of heartbeats. You're not convinced? Fight me if you have the guts. Lu Jie walked toward Peter after a brief moment of silence. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Peter refused to back down. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Hua Yan suddenly stood up and glared at Lu Jie. She yelled, Lu Jie, go back to your seat. Sister-in-law, these people are too much. I want to teach them a lesson. Lu Jie looked at Hua Yan with a wronged expression. Hua Yan used to be the big sister of Class 1, and many people were afraid of her. After Qin Feng joined the class, Lu Jie realized that Qin Feng and Hua Yan had an ambiguous relationship. As Qin Feng was Lu Jie's big brother, Lu Jie naturally addressed Hua Yan as his sister-in-law. My words don't work, do they? Are you trying to rebel? Hua Yan glared at Lu Jie, and he immediately retreated. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I'll go back to my seat. Hua Yan was satisfied when Lu Jie went back to his seat. She was stunned for a moment before she yelled angrily, Who's your sister-in-law? If you dare to yell again, I'll stomp you to death. Also, every time you get angry, you smash the desk. Do you know how many desks you have smashed? You've smashed all the class fees. Lu Jie was embarrassed at the mention of the class fees. His dark face turned red, and he lowered his head, pretending not to hear what Hua Yan said. Hua Yan glared at Lu Jie again before turning her attention to Peter and the others. If I'm not mistaken, the exchange program will officially begin tomorrow. If you want to cause trouble, wait until tomorrow. Class 1 isn't a place where you can mess around as you please. Get out of my sight, all of you. Hua Yan was infuriated by Lu Jie. She glared at Lu Jie for a while before turning her attention to Peter and the others. Hua Yan showed off her sharpness at this moment, and the aura of a big sister was undeniable. Peter's neck turned red with anger. He glared at Hua Yan and yelled, Bitch, talk nicely or I'll beat you up. Bang! Another muffled sound. Lu Jie, who had just sat down, stood up abruptly. He glared at Peter and yelled, How can you talk to sister-in-law like that? Do you dare to touch a hair of my sister-in-law? Before Peter could speak, Hua Yan's chest heaved up and down with anger. She glared at Lu Jie and yelled, I just finished talking, and you smashed someone else's desk. Are you stupid? Oh, I'm sorry, Ma Chao. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Don't be angry. Let me see if I can stick these two desks together. Lu Jie squatted on the ground and began to work. Hua Yan and Ma Chao's mouths twitched when they saw the two desks were smashed into pieces. Don't call me sister-in-law. Hua Yan's body trembled with anger. Qiao Shishir, who was dressed in a white dress and looked like a tranquil fairy, stood up from a seat near the window. She did not make a sound and did not attract anyone's attention. Please leave. You're not welcome here. Qiao Shishir looked at Peter and the others. Her voice was soft but cold. Jack, the bespectacled man, Owen, and Willis, who had the temperament of a prince, walked to Peter's side. The four of them glanced at the students in Class 1 without saying a word. Their actions showed that they were not willing to leave. Lu Jie threw the crumbs that he had just picked up onto the ground and stood up angrily. Ma Chao also stood up, disregarding his own desk. Fang Ming also stood up with his two underlings. The students in the first row stood up. The students in the second row stood up. All the students in Class 1 stood up. All 56 students stared at Peter, and the others coldly without saying a word. The atmosphere was at an impasse, and Xiao Lei was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, hey, hey! What are you students doing? Sit down. Are you trying to rebel? Do you not want to go to class anymore? If anyone dares to stand up again, I'll give him a demerit and a 0 in medical science. Don't even think about graduating. Xiao Lei didn't dare to offend the 5 exchange students. They were from the St. Medic University in the United States. He glared at his own students and spoke up for the other students. The students in Class 1 didn't even look at Xiao Lei because they felt disgusted. They didn't want to breathe because the classroom was filled with the stench of Xiao Lei's feet. Let's go. Avril, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. She took the lead and walked out of the classroom. Peter and the other 4 students regained their senses after Avril left. They looked at each other and glared at the students in the next class before they left. The classroom was still in silence after the 5 of them left. None of the 56 students sat down. Xiao Lei glared at them angrily and began to curse again. You bastards! You've grown a pair of wings, haven't you? Instead of studying, you only know how to stir up trouble for me. Do you know who they are? They are the elite students from the St. Medic University. Compared to them, you bunch of trash are. Get out of here. Hua Yan's beautiful eyes were bloodshot. She pointed at Xiao Lei and interrupted him. Xiao Lei was stunned. When he regained his senses, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He wanted to reprimand Hua Yan, but before he could open his mouth, Lu Jie interrupted him. Get out of here, too. Without Qin Feng, Hua Yan was the big sister, and Lu Jie was the big brother. However, Lu Jie listened to Hua Yan because she was his big brother's woman and his sister-in-law. Under the lead of the 2 of them, the whole class pointed at Xiao Lei and repeated the classic, "Get out of here, too." Xiao Lei wanted to scold them a few times, but one mouth was no match for 56 mouths. In the end, he was so angry that he almost cried. He covered his face and ran out of the classroom. Chapter 588. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were walking side by side on the street in Warrior Town, which was the base of the Martial Artists Alliance in the provincial capital. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang rushed to the provincial capital last night and took a nap this morning. When he woke up, Yan Wushuang brought him here. It was said that the base of the dragon sect in the provincial capital was in an inconspicuous shop in Warrior Town. Last night, Qin Feng made use of Yan Wushuang and made her so angry that the buttons on her cheongsam fell off. Since leaving Acropolis City last night, Yan Wushuang's face had been cold and she hadn't said a word to Qin Feng. Team leader Yan, where is the dragon sect? You brought me to such a remote place. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my beauty? Don't mess around. I'm not a casual man. Qin Feng peeped at Yan Wushuang's chest with a serious face. Yan Wushuang was a stage 7 inner qi expert, so she could not see Qin Feng's eyes. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she wanted to explode. She opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Under Yan Wushuang's guidance, the 2 of them passed through the bustling streets from the entrance of the warrior town and arrived at a remote area with few people. Almost all the shops in this area were closed. They were either closed down or had seals on their doors. Almost no warrior would come to this area to shop in this area. Yan Wushuang stopped in front of a dilapidated house. She pushed the big, red wooden door in front of her. The wooden door opened and the interior was different. Team leader Yan. There were 4 guards standing behind the wooden door. Qin Feng glanced at them briefly and found that they were all stage 6 inner qi experts. The 4 guards greeted Yan Wushuang respectfully and let her in. Qin Feng was about to follow them when one of the guards pulled out a broadsword from his waist and blocked Qin Feng's way. Who are you? Qin Feng was waiting for Yan Wushuang's explanation. He saw Yan Wushuang standing in the yard and smiling coldly at him. She looked like she was trying to get back at him. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing Qin Feng did not speak, the other 3 guards pulled out their broadswords and pointed them at Qin Feng. Since you can't tell us your name, don't blame us for being rude. How could the Dragon's Gate's sacred land be a place that ordinary people could casually barge into? The four men had condensed their inner chi and were ready to fight with Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was not afraid of the four men, it would be very troublesome if they fought at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. Wait, brothers, don't worry. I'm team leader Yan's lover. She brought me here. I thought she was going to bring me here for a private meeting. Who knew there were other people in this yard? I don't like to have group sex. No, I have to go first. Qin Feng pretended to dislike Yan Wushuang's taste and turned around to leave. The four guards were stunned by Qin Feng's words. Although Yan Wushuang did not have a high position in the dragon sect, she was definitely the prettiest woman in the dragon sect. Which man in the dragon sect did not want Yan Wushuang? However, Yan Wushuang was cold and aloof. She looked like she wasn't interested in men, which made her pursuers feel helpless. How could such a cold and arrogant woman suddenly have a lover? Qin Feng, do you want to die? Yan Wushuang really didn't want to talk to Qin Feng anymore. This man was simply a beast, a bastard, and a shameless pervert. However, Yan Wushuang knew she would be in big trouble if she didn't explain herself. She could only gnash her teeth, stare at Qin Feng, and yell. Qin Feng suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled at Yan Wushuang. Oh, team leader Yan, you can talk? You didn't say a word along the way, so I thought you were a mute. I was so worried. Look at you, you are so beautiful. It would be a pity if you were a mute. Qin Feng said this, and then muttered in a low voice, If you were a mute, I wouldn't be able to sleep with you. Qin Feng, what were you muttering just now? Yan Wushuang really regretted pleading for Qin Feng in front of the dragon sect. She should have asked the dragon sect to unanimously agree to kill Qin Feng. I didn't say anything bad. I just said you are beautiful. Qin Feng always knew when to stop joking. Seeing that Yan Wushuang was angry, Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He leaped into the courtyard. The dragon sect's base looked shabby from the outside, but it was definitely a paradise on earth inside. The huge courtyard stretched as far as the eye could see. Rows of majestic and luxurious single-story houses lined up like giant dragons. It looked like the architectural style of an ancient imperial palace. The courtyard was filled with flowers and plants. Qin Feng glanced around and found many rare herbs. There were even a few spirit herbs in the flower pond. No wonder he felt the spiritual qi in the courtyard was so much richer than outside. After Qin Feng entered the house, he scanned his surroundings. The four guards finally came back to their senses. They had checked Qin Feng's strength before, and he was only a stage 6 inner qi martial artist. However, a stage 6 inner qi martial artist was able to enter the house under the watchful eyes of the four guards. It was unbelievable. Clang, clang, clang. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Yan Wushuang said, Don't be reckless. The dragon sect asked me to bring him here. The expressions of the four guards froze, and they even maintained the posture of drawing their broadswords halfway. They did not expect that this extremely ordinary man in front of them was actually invited by the higher-ups. Could it be that he was a new member of the Dragon Gate? Leader Yan, we apologize for our impoliteness. Please come in. The four guards bowed slightly to Yan Wushuang and Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang didn't say anything and led Qin Feng deeper into the courtyard. Yan Wushuang realized that Qin Feng was a troublemaker. He wouldn't stop for even a second. Qin Feng followed behind Yan Wushuang. He knew that Yan Wushuang was angry, so he didn't take the initiative to talk to her when he saw her cold face. Qin Feng walked past the palace-like buildings and entered one of them. There were also 2 guards standing at the entrance of the room. They were also stage 6 inner qi martial artists. The 2 guards didn't ask any questions. After greeting Yan Wushuang, they opened the door and let Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang in. The house looked like a tea house with a few square tables. The room was spacious and bright, but there was no one in the house. "Xiao Feng, there's something I haven't told you," Yan Wushuang said after they entered the house and sat down in front of a square table. Qin Feng sat opposite Yan Wushuang and poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. He asked, "What's the matter?" "Only you and I know that Qing Lang is Qin Feng. I didn't report this to the higher-ups, which means that when people come, you'll be Qing Lang and your true appearance will be Xiao Feng. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Feng was shocked and looked at Yan Wushuang in surprise. Qin Feng didn't want his identity to be exposed, but he thought that Yan Wushuang would reveal his identity to the dragon sect after he crippled Qi Wanjun. He didn't expect that she would keep it a secret. "Don't look at me like that. I have my own reasons for doing this. Don't misunderstand." Yan Wushuang couldn't stand Qin Feng's stare. She glared at him coldly. "In other words, other than you, no one else knows that I'm still alive." Qin Feng wanted to confirm. "Qin Feng is dead. You're Green Wolf, and Green Wolf's real identity is Xiao Feng. Am I not clear enough?" Yan Wushuang's expression was cold. All of a sudden, Qin Feng had the urge to pounce on Yan Wushuang and give her a big kiss. He didn't care why this girl helped him hide his identity, but Yan Wushuang's actions were beneficial to him. Yan Wushuang didn't say anything else. She drank her tea quietly. Qin Feng was afraid that the walls might be eavesdropping, so he put an end to the topic. The two of them sat around the square table and waited for a while. Then the door opened again and 3 men walked in. The man in the front was in his 50s. He wore a suit and leather shoes and had a big belly. He glanced at Yan Wushuang and Xiao Feng after he entered the room. He didn't say anything and sat on the main seat. The 2 men walking behind him were in their 40s. One of them wore a black exercise suit and had a crew cut. He was tanned and muscular. The other one was wearing a white training suit. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his skin was soft and tender like a girl's. When these 2 men walked together, from afar, they looked like a couple. "Leader Yan, it's been a while." The man in the black exercise suit greeted Yan Wushuang with a smile. The man in white did not lag behind. He smiled and said, "Leader Yan, you're getting more and more beautiful. You're really a genius." A trace of disgust flashed in Yan Wushuang's eyes. She couldn't pretend that she didn't know them, so she stood up and introduced them to the others. "Xiao Feng, this is Song Changsheng, the vice leader of the black group," Yan Wushuang said to the man in black. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Song Changsheng. He didn't expect Song Changsheng to be the vice leader of the black group. He tried to sense Song Changsheng's qi, but he couldn't tell his strength. "Leader Song." Qin Feng already knew that the dragon sect was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, he was surprised to see that the guards at the door were all stage 6 inner qi martial artists. Everyone in the room was an unfathomable expert. Song Changsheng nodded in response. Yan Wushuang continued, "The man in black is Lei Ming, the leader of the yellow group, and the man in white is the instructor of the yellow group, Lu Yundan. The man beside me is Xiao Feng, and his other identity is Green Wolf." Qin Feng sized up Lei Ming and Lu Yundan after Yan Wushuang finished speaking. Qin Feng sensed their qi. They were both very powerful. Qin Feng guessed that they were stage 8 inner qi experts. Lei Ming and Lu Yundan were also sizing up Qin Feng. Qin Feng's battle at Devil Beast Mountain as Green Wolf had made a name for himself in the dragon sect and the outer martial arts world. He had crippled Qi Wanjun, one of the 5 tigers, and injured Southeast Tiger Yuan Fu, who had disappeared for many years. Everyone was very curious about him. After a while, Lei Ming and Lu Yundan withdrew their gazes. A playful smile appeared on their faces. They could tell that Qin Feng was only a stage 6 inner qi expert, but it wasn't Green Wolf's true strength. Everyone thought that Qin Feng was hiding his true strength, so they didn't point it out. After the introductions, the atmosphere in the room was a little stiff. After a while, the vice leader of the black group, Song Changsheng suddenly spoke. Chapter 589. The leader of the Dragon Gate's Xian group, Song Changsheng, had already spoken. The leader of the yellow group, Lei Ming, followed closely behind and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qiao Feng, since you're younger than me, I'll call you little brother Qiao Feng from now on. You have such a high realm at such a young age. You're truly a rare talent among the new generation of China. You've just arrived at the Dragon Gate, and you've already been given a mission. It really makes one envious. I believe that with your strength, you'll definitely be able to successfully complete this mission. Of course, little brother Qiao Feng defeated the Southeast Tiger Yuan Fu at Devil Beast Mountain 3 days ago, and you beat the capital's Tiger Qi, Wan Jun, into a cripple. With such powerful skills, even I, the instructor of the yellow group, fear you. Little brother Qiao Feng is so powerful. What can't you do? Lu Yunyan said with a strange tone. The three of them had already spoken. On the surface, it looked like they were congratulating Qin Feng in advance, but Qin Feng could tell that none of them had good intentions. It was clearly a difficult mission, but the three of them made it sound like it was easy. If Qin Feng really completed this mission, then it would become an ordinary task for Sikong, and he might not even get much credit. However, if he didn't complete this mission, then it would mean that Qin Feng was incompetent. He couldn't even complete such a simple mission. These three old foxes were each more shrewd than the other. Qin Feng had only just seen the three of them, but he felt waves of pressure. Haha. Thank you, Group Leader Song, Group Leader Lei, and Instructor Lu, for your blessings. I've just joined the Dragon Sect, and there are still many things I don't understand. I don't know anything about this mission, but I heard what the three seniors said just now. I think this mission is very simple. Group Leader Lei just said that he envies me. Since I'm a newcomer, I'm willing to give up this mission to you. When the mission is completed, all the rewards and merits will be given to you. Group Leader Lei. You don't have to thank me. Just take care of me in the future. Qin Feng said as he looked at Group Leader Huang, Lei Ming, with a smile. The smile on Lei Ming's face froze, as if he had just eaten a fly. But very quickly, Lei Ming regained his composure and laughed. Ha ha! Brother Qiao Feng, at such a young age, not only do you possess astonishing strength, I never thought that you would also know how to conduct yourself. A talent like you is truly something that we seniors like very much. Since you've already called me senior, how could I steal your credit? This time's mission will still be completed by you. I wish you good luck in obtaining your contribution as soon as possible. At that time, I'll represent the Huang group to invite you to join us. For Lei Ming to be able to become the team leader of the Dragon Gate's Huang group, not only was he extremely powerful, but he was also very smart. With just a few words, he had returned the trap that Qin Feng had dug for him. Qin Feng had already guessed that things would be like this. He smiled faintly, and his gaze fell on Lu Yunyan. Instructor Lu, since Group Leader Huang cherishes talent and isn't willing to accept my filial piety, then I'll give this mission to you. I believe that with Instructor Lu's strength, you'll be able to complete this mission in minutes. An ominous glint flashed in Lu Yunyan's eyes. He laughed and said, Brother Qiao Feng, aren't you looking down on me? Since Leader Huang gave me such a great opportunity, why would I steal the credit from a newbie like you? You should take this mission, and the credit will naturally be yours. Qin Feng wanted to ask Song Changsheng again, but before Qin Feng could speak, Song Changsheng said first, Qiao Feng, the mission was assigned by the higher-ups to you and Group Leader Yen to complete. Naturally, they wouldn't give it up just like that. You just came to the Dragon Gate, so you don't know the rules. I'll let it go this time, but don't say such stupid things next time. In the end, the mission still fell on Qin Feng's head, but Qin Feng had already gained the upper hand in the secret fight just now. Originally, Song Changsheng and the other two saw that Qin Feng was a newbie, so they wanted to use Qin Feng as a chess piece. As long as Qin Feng completed this mission, the three of them would split the credit. However, after Qin Feng's battle of wits and courage, The three of them clearly stated that the mission would be done by Qin Feng, and they would definitely not steal the credit from Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang had been sitting quietly at the side, watching the battle of wits and courage between Qin Feng and Song Chongqing and the other two. Yan Wushuang had stayed in the Dragon Gate for a long time, so she naturally knew about the intrigue and deception within the Dragon Gate. It was definitely a palace fight or a family fight for inheritance. However, Yan Wushuang knew Qin Feng too well. He was never one to suffer losses, and the current situation was just as Yan Wushuang had guessed. All right, since everyone knows each other and the mission has been arranged, I'll take my leave first. I still have some matters to attend to. Song Chongqing suddenly stood up and walked out of the room with an expressionless face. Brother Qiao Feng, I'll be waiting for your good news. Lei Ming stood up, smiled at Qin Feng, and walked out of the room. Wu Shuang, this mission is to test whether Qiao Feng has the ability to join the Dragon Gate. Although you're his partner, don't work too hard in this mission. Even if you fail this mission, the higher-ups won't blame you. Lu Yinduan, who looked as delicate as a woman, didn't even look at Qin Feng. Instead, he said a few words to Yan Wushuang. In Lu Yinduan's opinion, even if Qiao Feng was a stage 9 inner qi expert, he might not be able to complete this mission. After all, the William family of America was not that easy to deal with. The three of them came and left abruptly. Only Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were left in the room. Song Chongqing, who was the first to leave the room, was not in a hurry to leave. Soon, Lei Ming and Lu Yinduan walked out of the room. Team Leader Song. The two of them greeted Song Chongqing respectfully as soon as they walked out of the room. Song Chongqing waved his hand and said, "What do you think of this kid?" "Humph, he thinks he's smart." Lei Ming's eyes flashed with anger and a trace of contempt. "He's strong, shrewd, and young. It would be great if he could be of use to us. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we'd better get rid of him as soon as possible," Lu Yinduan, who exuded a feminine aura, said with a murderous look in his eyes. Song Chongqing nodded slightly and said, "Let's wait for him to finish this mission first. Who knows, if he messes up the mission, the higher-ups of the Dragon Gate will send someone to get rid of him. What's there for us to worry about?" "Yes, Team Leader Song," Lu Yinduan and Lei Ming replied simultaneously. "Team Leader Yan, now that the annoying flies are gone, shall we do something interesting?" Qin Feng's eyes fell on Yan Wushuang's plump breasts. He looked as if he wanted to eat them up. Yan Wushuang was used to Qin Feng's behavior. She was too lazy to reprimand Qin Feng. She said with a cold face, "If you knew that those three men have joined forces to suppress you, would you still have the same thoughts?" Qin Feng looked indifferent. Apparently, he had already thought of this. "If I cry for 3 days and 3 nights, will they stop suppressing me? If that's the case, I'll cry right now." Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She looked at Qin Feng for a long time and said, "Then I wish you good luck and can successfully complete this mission. Your identity as a teacher in Jindu University has been settled. You can report there at any time." Yan Wushuang stood up and was about to leave. Apparently, she was going to leave alone. Looking at Yan Wushuang's disappearing figure, Qin Feng suddenly said, "At least I have you as a friend in the Dragon Gate, right? That's more than enough." Yan Wushuang's delicate body trembled. Immediately, she calmed down and disappeared into the street as if nothing had happened. A while after Yan Wushuang left, Qin Feng finished his cup of tea and slowly walked out of the Dragon Gate's base, strolling leisurely on the streets of martial artist town. Qin Feng recalled the time when he and Lu Jia went to the St. Medic Hall and the blacksmith shop to turn in the mission. Qin Feng hastily spat on the ground a few times. How could he miss the memory of a fat, tanned, stinky man? Duong. Qin Feng lowered his head and was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he bumped into something soft. It was so bouncy that Qin Feng's face bounced back. "Ah, you beast! How dare you attack my chest?" A feminine voice was heard, followed by a flash of cold light. Fortunately, Qin Feng had broken through to stage 6 inner qi. Otherwise, he would have been hit in the vital part of his body. Panting with rage, Qin Feng looked at the person in front of him. It was a woman he knew. Ren Xiaoyao pouted, and her pretty face was flushed red. She stared angrily at Qin Feng with her large, watery eyes. She wore a fiery red, tight-fitting qipao, which perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. She held a silver, flexible sword in her hand, and she looked like a fairy that had fallen out of paradise. Qin Feng smirked when he saw Ren Xiaoyao. The last time Qin Feng visited St. Medic Hall in Martial Artist Town, he said that St. Medic Hall was a black market. At that time, Ren Xiaoyao was unhappy and quarreled with Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng touched Ren Xiaoyao's slender waist and ran for his life. Qin Feng was no match for Ren Xiaoyao when she was a stage 6 inner qi cultivator. Now that Ren Xiaoyao had broken through to stage 7 inner qi, Qin Feng was no longer afraid of her. "Yo, what a cute and pretty girl. How about you come home with me and be my maid?" Qin Feng recklessly sized up Ren Xiaoyao's figure and spoke nonsense. Ren Xiaoyao was so angry that her delicate body trembled. As the pearl of St. Medic Hall, she had never been stared at like this before. Not to mention such frivolous words. The sacred medicine hall and the smithy were sacred existences in Martial Artist Town. The pills and weapons they sold were the two types of items that martial artists needed the most. Even a powerful martial artist would not dare offend the people from these two shops. Even the waiters didn't dare to bully them, let alone the princess of St. Medic Hall. "Scumbag, you're courting death." Ren Xiaoyao was cute and mischievous when she was angry. However, this little girl was also extremely dangerous. If one was not as skilled as Qin Feng, it would be best not to provoke this little princess. Otherwise, she would hack him into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh!